I'd like to call this meeting of the Oregon Board of Forestry to order, and first item is to perform a roll call. Nils Christofferson will not be attending today. Cindy Deacon-Williams will be here, but she's going to be a little late. Joe Justice. Here. Jim Kelly. Here. Brenda McComb. Here. Mike Rose. Here. And I'm Tom Imison, so we do have a quorum. As a reminder, this public meeting will be live streamed all day, so as usual, it would be helpful for people to silence their electronic devices for the duration of the meeting. Also, in order to ensure the board has the opportunity to conduct all of the business on the agenda for its meetings, public comment for agenda topics will be limited to no more than 30 minutes and received upon conclusion of the topic's presentation. A sign-up sheet is available for public comment on a first-come, first-served basis. Our first item is the consent agenda. The question is there a motion for approval of consent items A through G? I'd note that we have a couple of those items are action items and the other items are informational items.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. Yes, Brenda.
I had a question, and I'm trying to find it now. The results of the monitoring work for state and for private forestry. Later in the board book, there is information about that work being reviewed by Oregon State University. So I'm wondering, by approving the consent agenda with those numbers, do we have to have some caveat in there that this is being reviewed?
Well, we're not reporting any numbers for this year. The numbers for this year are no data, because we were going to start the compliance audit on reforestation, and we were planning to report numbers for that. So the numbers it reported in this year, so the number you're referring to, the 97%, which
yes,
is under review, was reported a year ago prior to the concern being raised. So that's sort of historic data that's in the system. Once we have the report, if there's a need to confirm or affirm that or put a caveat into that, we would do. But we report on an annual basis. And the report this year is no data.
Does that answer your question? Or?
Okay, thanks.
Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And the next item is the State Forester's comments.
Thank you, Tim. Good morning. I'm going to open up with a tribute to Wayne Giese, who died on July 28th of this year at the age of 99. You may have noticed that we've reserved a chair in the front row in honor of Wayne's decades-long engagement with the Board of Forestry. Wayne was committed to active forest management and the idea that timber harvesting and conservation can coexist. His love of the forest and unwavering persistence in discussing forest policy issues made him a common name around the Oregon State Legislature, natural resource boards, and commissions. Wayne's pursuit to promote the importance of a balanced active management plan kept him active and made a considerable impression on the Board of Forestry and department staff. Here are some thoughts from former state foresters. From Doug Decker, Wayne was a force of nature and an energetic advocate and believer in Oregon's forest. He was often the first person to arrive in the room as we set up for a board meeting and the last to leave. And he got to know and appreciate our staff on a first name basis. I appreciated that he spoke exactly what was on his mind, and he did it with respect and almost always with a sense of humor. His presence at board meetings and tours provided a tangible connection for everyone to a past we didn't live through but tried to understand. I send my good wishes to his family, colleagues, and close friends who can mark the passing of a life well lived, of an Oregon original and a passionate friend of forestry. And from Jim Brown, Wayne was always a gentleman. He was a staunch advocate for good management on private and public forest land, but recognized there could be differences in management approaches. So please join me in a moment of silence to thank Wayne for his dedication to the forest lands and communities of Oregon. Mid-August and early September is the time when fire season peaks. Doug Graff and Blake Ellis will give a detailed fire report as our first topic. And I'm pleased to say that we have had a welcome respite from the fire seasons of the recent years. That said, I thank our district folks who have done an incredible job catching fires early in initial attack. They contained all but one fire from the last lightning event in August at 10 acres or less. Behind the scenes of all this work is an incredible support team at the district, area, and statewide level that often goes unnoticed. I also acknowledge and thank our partners, especially the landowners, operators, and contractors who have been critical to our success in all aspects of our mission, from finance to daily operations on the ground. It also happens to be the 50th anniversary of the Emergency Fire Cost Committee, who have been a long time partner in our fire protection system. And as you know, they're a board appointed committee, and I would like to publicly thank them for their years of service to the department in Oregon. Moving on, the governor's office announced Oregon's 100-year water investment vision in 2018. You have a one pager with your materials there on the table. There's some in the back. The 2017 Integrated Water Resource Strategy provides the foundation for this work, charting the course for Oregon's in-stream and out-of-stream water resources needs. The 100-year vision picks up on those themes, designing approaches with the intent of developing an investment strategy to address those issues. Oregon is known for clean and reliable water due to both favorable climate and the infrastructure we built in the 19th and 20th century to effectively move water from its source to where it is used. As has been identified in the Oregon's Integrated Water Resource Strategy, three forces combine to place significant stress on Oregon's water: climate change and an associated increase in fire, drought, and flooding, a half a century of underinvestment in built and natural infrastructure, our changing population and associated development. These factors impact the quality and quantity of waters for our community, including water in our rivers, lakes, reservoirs, and aquifers. Simply put, if we're not willing to roll up our sleeves and work together to invest in our natural and built water infrastructure, we place the safety of our communities, the health of our people and environment, and Oregon's economic future at risk. Phase one of the water vision will focus on gathering information. This summer and fall, we'll be embarking on a concerted effort to listen, learn, and gather information from a broad base of Oregonians. I have distributed the draft version of Oregon's 100-year water vision, preparing for a secure, safe, and resilient water future for all Oregonians. And I will follow up with board members in an email with this electronically and a frequently asked questions, and some asking you for some feedback that we're looking for. We'll compile that from individual board members, and we can discuss it further at the October retreat and explore if the board wants to engage in this topic further. As I discussed at the last meeting, this meeting initiates the board's strategic planning cycle. This meeting will focus on an assessment of Oregon's forest conditions and issues to help the board focus their work over the next 2 years. This assessment, as I've said, is going to feed into the October retreat, and the morning will focus on the forestry program for Oregon, the board strategy for sustaining Oregon's public and private forests. The afternoon will focus on the department's strategic plan and our 2-year strategic initiatives. These initiatives will influence board work plans and the development of policy option packages and budget requests for the 2021 legislative session. As I've said, and I'll keep repeating because I want you to remember this, the board's strategic plan, the forestry program for Oregon, guides the department and help aligns the board in department's policy direction. The department looks to this strategy for guiding its work, and we plan to gauge your interest on revising it. At the October retreat, we'll focus on the board's values, as values guide how science is used to inform policy. In a week or so, I will be sending out some pre-work on the board's current set of value statements to get your feedback and prepare for the discussion in October. And at the November meeting, we'll be holding a science and policy workshop related to our strategic planning process. And I just wanted to thank you for your feedback. It's well appreciated. And we're using that feedback to adjust the plan for the workshop. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions for Peter? Any additional comments from board members? Myself, I'd just like to thank Peter for his comments about Wayne Giese. I think they're completely appropriate. And I had gotten to know Wayne well before I was a member of this board, and not necessarily just on forest issues, but he really was one of a kind. And he put an incredible amount of energy into the work that this board does. And as Peter said, always engaged in a very respectful way, which we appreciate. So we do have some public comment this morning for folks who want to appear on items that aren't on the agenda. If I can just find the sheet of paper that has the names on them. Right here, Jay Halliday, Hannah Higerberg, and Claire Clock. Why don't you all come up and be happy to hear your comments.
Me? In order called? My name,
Anything? Yeah.
my name's Jay Halliday. I'm a property owner immediately adjacent to Norriston Heights. And thank you for the second opportunity to address our concerns about this potential timber sale. You deal with a lot of issues that come up, and I was a board member and ran my own business. And I learned that a well thought through, persistent and logical conversation brought desired results. And I'm concerned that there's kind of a rush to judgment on this particular issue. So I'm requesting that you instruct the ODF to take the Norriston Heights timber sale out of the upcoming ODF planning cycle. Since my testimony on the 24th of July, I've spent a lot of time understanding the issues surrounding these timber sales. We could talk about whether ODF is following its protocols and or definitions in changing the definitions of this particular parcel, and also looking at the way it deals with endangered species on this to position this for timber sale. We could talk about that. We could talk about clear cutting and whether that's the right way to approach something like this right next to a neighborhood. And we could also talk about whether it's financially or sustainable or ecologically sustainable to harvest these sales in this manner. Not going to go down that route because that's trying to solve world peace in 3 minutes. But what I'd like to do is bring your attention to two things. Your team has not lived up to its charter for transparency in contacting our neighbors. And we are very concerned about our water quality. And it's interesting that this water vision the draft is being presented this morning. I've had some time now to talk to my neighbors. None of our neighbors were proactively touched by ODF staff members prior to the close of public comment on this particular proposed sale, prior to that May 2nd close of public comment period. We found out secondhand, third hand. We've since engaged with members of your team. We're providing feedback, but the team still hides behind some pretty stale comments about how we're hard to find. We should have found out ourselves. And oh, we're hard to find. We're hiding right across the street from this proposed sales site. So I think part of transparency is saying we were wrong. We didn't do it right. And I think that the ODF staff needs to come back to the neighborhood and say, we didn't approach this right with you. Secondly, and as your water vision states, contamination, chemical contamination and intrusion into civic drinking water supplies is becoming a bigger and bigger issue here and nationally. You know, the Flint, Michigan situation brought a lot of that into the press. We appreciate that ODF staff members have done some research and have presented some research to us. We don't think it's adequate. And frankly, we think it's a bit biased towards the answer of selling this timber. We're concerned that the pesticides and herbicides that would come after a clear cut have potential to damage our water supplies. This is our sole water supply for the next 20 to 30 years. So in closing, would like to ask that you request that the agency postpone this sale so that we can all understand what the ramifications are. And you know, we're not the only ones concerned. There have been organizations and individuals that have come forward already, and they will continue to come forward to ask that this be moved back so we can understand its impact on the community better. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? All right, then continue.
Good morning, Chair Emerson, State Forester Doherty, and members of the board. Thank you so much for your time today. My name is Hannah Hagerberg, and I just want to share a few of the many ways that working forests have impacted my life. As a South Dakotan until a few years ago, I actually didn't know that much about forestry other than the pine beetles that were killing the beautiful trees of the Black Hills National Forest where I grew up. But growing up on a farming family, what I did know was that anyone who made their living off the land cared very deeply about everything they did and how it would affect them and the future generations who tried to farm or manage that land. I learned about noxious and invasive weeds and how important it was to manage them. Pulling, chopping, and spraying thistles was a regular farm chore for me growing up. I learned about caring for the land and leaving habitat for wild animals, creating new habitat, and also making sure that we were creating sustainable and suitable grazing habitat for our own animals and our own farm operations. After moving to Oregon and meeting my logger husband, I've learned so much about the working forests of Oregon. My husband owns and manages a small logging and forestry business, and anyone who has owned a small business in Oregon can tell you what a leap of faith it is, and that it comes with its fair share of sleepless nights. My husband is a talented equipment operator and works hard to keep his employees not only gainfully employed, but also meeting and exceeding the Landowner and Forest Practice Act expectations. I've been very impressed as I've learned from this process how much the operators and the foresters work together with the landowners to ensure that rules are met and resources are protected. There is a culture in this industry of protecting resources and going above and beyond to ensure that they're getting the job done right the first time and every time. I'm sure that's not a surprise to anyone who's actually grown up here in Oregon. I've learned actually that it's at the heart of what it means to be an Oregonian. For almost 2 years now, I've been working at the Oregon Forest and Industries Council as the community outreach coordinator. I've spent a portion of my summers at county fairs and local festivals talking to Oregonians about the working forest landscapes that they see every day. I've heard many comments and conversations with the people about working forests, and many of them have gone something like this. My dad was a logger, and that industry is the backbone of our community. Or small landowners who say, we just did a harvest on our property and the wildlife, the deer and the elk are really thick. It's really cool to see the change in our landscape. And of course, this one, our lands need to be managed better in this state. These fires are bad for everyone. The things I hear in these communities, not surprisingly, tend to match up very well with the OFRI values and beliefs statement, which was part of today's consent agenda. Oregonians love and value their forests, especially their working forests, but not all of them understand how much care and protection goes into the decisions about when, how, where, and why we harvest. I wish I could show every Oregonian the operations my husband Matt works on every day. Thank you.
A question, what watershed were our gentleman's talking about?
Norriston Heights, it's just immediately adjacent to Highway 101.
Okay, yeah. Actually, the reason I asked that is it was part of my comment, but I'm Claire Clock, Corbett, Oregon. And I'm here today to, Chief Doherty, Chair Imeson, and members of the board, here today to talk about a municipal watershed. I went on a tour that the Corbett Water District had a month or two ago, and it was interesting. It's a small municipal water system fed by the South Fork and the North Fork of Gordon Creek and Sandy Drainage. The South Fork intake has been totally unusable just after a large clear cut in the drainage where it was overwhelmed by sediment, and so it'd take a lot of infrastructure to replace that. A lot of as far as permitting and everything like that, costly process. The other thing is notice that the water flow has significantly decreased in the summer times, and that's based on 40 years of experience or decades of experience with that intake. There's one intake left on the main stem, and it's subject to cutting by private industry. And so if that intake is overwhelmed like the other one, then there will be no water for that particular watershed. So what I'm doing is I'm just advocating for things like arch capes. There's other examples where there's community forest, and I think that the state lands should be a part of that, where there's a conservation easement that or a conservation plan that really takes a look at that contribution of that land to the municipal watersheds. The 100-year water strategy is encouraging, and we'll see how that works out. The other one is, that was a private comment. I'll make a comment now as a former or a member of the, a employee of a conservation district, and that's a present sale of private lands, large parcels of private lands by such companies as Weyerhaeuser and others that will sell off 300, 400, 500 acres at a time, and it's what I call the new cut and run. That we had probably prior to the Forest Practices Act. But now what they do is they just cut the material, sell it off to people, and without replanting, and so that it goes on to the next parcel. The reason I say that is your stewardship foresters are going to be dealing with these people. They don't know what's going on, and I've dealt with it with my SWCD job, and I've referred them to the Department of Forestry. So just a little bit of heads up on what's coming down the line, because people will be, they will be stunned when a stewardship forester comes out and says your land, it doesn't have trees that are free to grow. Thank you.
Relative to the first testimony, I just wondered if ODF had a response to that request for a kind of stop at this point. And then I also, one of the consent agenda items related to that a bit, item 10, on state forest lands where complex forests percentages are declining when the goal is some larger number, 30%. So I'm just wondering if maybe we can get some additional information from State Forest at some point in the future about why that's happening. But I think the two are related because they both deal with clear cutting on State Forest. So ODF response.
On the second part where you've requested information on the key performance measure number 10, I'll work with State Forest to have a response at some point. Thanks. In terms of that, we are going to be meeting and have another public meeting at the request of the council there, and we'll be discussing it with community members at that council meeting. But I haven't received a formal request for a stop. This is the first I've heard about a request to stop it. We're evaluating that timber sale, but we haven't made a decision to pull it yet.
It sounds like it's a rather rare situation for us to have immediate neighbors. So it does seem to a timber sale like this with homes so close by. So it's certainly an unusual situation that does appear to need some review.
So just to be real clear, so that we don't stray from the board's duties, it's notwithstanding other provision of the law, the board shall not supervise or direct the state forester relating to the geographic scheduling, appraisals, species allocation, and competitive timber sales technique used in the sale of forest products on state forest lands. So just to be real clear, you're not directing me or giving me any advice in this matter. So thanks.
I think it would be helpful to understand the process that will be used to make these decisions.
Great.
Okay.
I had just one other question for Hannah. It sounds like your job is outreach, right? And sounds, from the way you were describing, it sounds like you do a lot of outreach in rural areas where people will tend to agree with you. Are you doing outreach into Portland?
I actually
and all
spend
of that,
probably
where people
about 30% of my time in Eugene. So I'm not totally wrapped up in the rural areas.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, all of you. Next, we'll move to this 2019 fire season update. This obviously is an informational item.
Good morning, Chair Emerson, members of the committee, members of the board, State Forest Authority. For the record, my name is Doug Graff. I serve as the Chief of Fire Protection, and I'm pleased today to announce to my right, Blake Ellis will be joining me for the past 2 years. I've been trying to get him in front of the board as he serves as a fire operations manager, so that's a good sign that he's here for a brief to the board on fire season update. Blake has served with the state for 12 years, currently serves as a protection supervisor at a North Cascade district. He's answered the call for support at the staff level for fire operations manager for the past 2 years. Last year initiated a 2 deputy chief model to handle capacity and workload given the 2018 fire season where Blake filled in as a fire operations manager. And this year we had a late retirement early in the season on fire operations manager. And once again, Blake answered the call to support staff. So a lot of respect for Blake and a good opportunity to have a conversation with the fire operations manager and the board today. Blake also served relevant to this fire season as incident commander on the Sandy Am Park fire that you may recall. That was an early season fire in March, close to 200 acres, 40 homes threatened immediately. Number of partners engaged in that firefight early season. Really good work there. It was interesting. I don't recall in the past the legislature passing a resolution of appreciation for effort on a fire, and that occurred based on Sandy Impact fire early this season. So that's one for you to hold tight there, Blake. Good work as the incident commander. And also today in our standard report out to the board, ask for some active engagement, which would be new today. We would like to recognize members available who are not in school of a scout troop who engaged in fire protection suppression effort this summer. So we'll be announcing that and be asking that group to come up and meet the board through the presentation today. With that, Blake will take us through the report, and I'll close the last couple slides.
Morning, folks. For the record, Blake Ellis. I serve as the Fire Operations Manager. So real quick, want to hit on the cover photo here. That's the Guida Lane fire, Southwest Oregon District, August 27th, so about a week ago. And as I'm sure you can recall, we had a kind of a heat wave. And just to paint the picture here, it was about 105 degrees at the time that this fire took off. Relative humidities were in the very low teens, making it very, very difficult to catch any new start. However, I think that this photo in this fire truly exemplifies the success of initial attack by our ground crews this summer. They were able to quickly suppress this fire, catch it at 54 acres, several heavy air tankers, several helicopters, and ground crews attacked this fire. So definitely a success story there. So we'll go ahead and start off with the National Significant Fire Potential. You're all aware of the projections coming into this season were for above normal fire potential for the majority of Oregon, especially on the west side. Despite the elevated fire potential in August, fire activity lagged below average. We did have substantial lightning events occur August 7th through the 10th, which would normally lead to increased initial attack. However, we did get fairly decent precipitation along with those storms. So the majority of the fires, all but one, were suppressed at 10 acres or less. So that was definitely helpful. So for August, we were showing that elevated fire potential. Moving into September, you can see that the potential for Oregon drops to normal risk. However, normal risk for September in Western Oregon is still very high for us. That's when we're going to see our east winds come over the mountains, drop the relative humidities, live woody fuel moistures are going to plummet. So that's really when Western Oregon is going to be at the height of their fire danger. Another note here is you can see somehow the fire danger goes from, elevated above normal to just normal right at that border. I don't know the mechanics behind that, but something seems a little off. Something doesn't smell right there for me personally. So anytime you see something like that, you just know that there is elevated potential up into Southwest Oregon. So we're not out of the woods yet. And then moving into October, again, we're showing elevated potential in Northern California. And again, same story there. Fire doesn't recognize imaginary borders on a map. So just awareness for you there. Let's see here. We good there? Okay. Looking at the weather outlook for the next 8 to 14 days, we're showing for precipitation normal to slightly above normal precip for the next 8 to 14 days in September, right? And the average for September is 0.7 inches. So, looking at maybe getting about an inch of rain throughout the month of September. However, talking to our chief meteorologist, Nick Yonker, just this morning, he's not sure how confident he is in this prediction. He was kind of leaning towards less precipitation, so normal to less than normal. So, and then moving to the temperature right here, as you can see, the majority of the state is projected for above average temperature. Sliding to slightly above in Southwest Oregon. Looking at our drought monitor, you're all well aware of this. This has been a persistent issue that we've been monitoring the last several years. Let's see here. We're looking at abnormally dry for the majority of Western Oregon, moving up into north central Oregon, with moderate drought actually in Northwest Oregon. This is going to definitely play a factor in, the story that this fire season is definitely going to tell as we look into September and moving into October. Again, east winds during the fall are usually very prevalent in the Northwest Oregon area. So we'll continue to monitor that as we move into September. Again, east winds with low relative humidities and live woody fuel moistures dropping exponentially. Looking at our fire statistics to date, or as of yesterday, we've currently kept 96% of our fires at 10 acres or less. I know our key performance measures is 98, and we'll continue to strive for that. But I think this is definitely a very successful season for us thus far, and we'll continue to hammer away at those initial attack starts. Looking at 23% less lightning fires this year than last year. So this is a comparison to last year. 23% less lightning fires, 97% less lightning acres. So that's significant. And then 78% less total acres burned than this time last year. Looking at this summer versus our 10-year average, 1% less total fires than average. So we're right on par with our 10-year average for fire starts. 11% more human-caused fires. Definitely going to need to get to the bottom of that and see what we can do with our partners with KOG to see if we can't stop that increase. But 28% less lightning fires. 63% more human acres, and that's attributed to the 13,119 acres on the milepost 97 fire in southern Douglas County. Overall, we're at 59% less acres burned than our 10-year average. So fantastic job by our initial attack crews, coupled with, quite honestly, favorable weather conditions that we've experienced this summer. So pretty good success story all around. Another note to throw in here, shoulder season. So before our proper fire season kicked off, we were able to support our compact partners, and those are the, let's see here, Yukon, Saskatchewan, Alberta, British Columbia, Northwest Territories, Alaska, Washington, Montana, and Idaho. So our close partners, proximity-wise, we were able to help those fire agencies with their earlier fire starts. We exported 72 ODF resources in total, and that included to Alaska, Washington, and Alberta, Canada. This provides great training opportunities and experience for folks that are trying to continue to grow their fire qualifications or keep currency so that they don't lose those qualifications once fire season does start in Oregon. So very valuable. And of note also, those same compact partners have come to our aid the last several years. So kind of a stroke of good neighborship here and helping folks out that have helped us in the past. Moving to our fantastic large fire map that TZA produces for us. A couple of fires to highlight here. Of course, the Milepost 97 fire, 13,119 acres. Just a quick note on this, absolutely phenomenal job by our ODF Team 3 on catching this fire, minimizing costs and minimizing acres. Truly a success story there. The second team deployment that we did have this summer was on the Ward fire in Klamath County, 1,301 acres. That was August 9th. A couple other key fires to highlight. The East Evans Creek fire, 156 acres, another really good initial attack catch by Southwest Oregon. The Medco B fire, again, early this year, that was May 4th, again in Southwest Oregon, 345 acres. And then some of our federal counterpart fires that we have supported on the 163 HK complex, early August was 2,712 acres. And then two fires that we're currently monitoring are the Cow fire, which is actually over 8,000 acres now. Listening into the latest intelligence this morning, they completed a burnout, really solidified some lines on that fire, and they're actually turning it over to a Type 3 NEMO team. So things are looking really good on that Cow fire. And the Granite Gulch fire up in the Eagle Cap Wilderness, being utilized as a resource benefit fire, really good positive things coming out of that fire. So we'll continue to monitor these fires, but right now these fires are doing what they should be doing, and that's, maintaining a clean forest and utilizing fire for good. So,
Blake, I would add specifically on both the Cow and Granite Gulch, those are burning entirely on the Forest Service, being managed by the Forest Service. I detailed both those fires for awareness in my last report to you.
Of note, there's one fire that's missing, and no one's even ever going to know the name of this fire, and that's because a Boy Scout troop was up hiking in the wilderness and happened upon this. Tom Fields, can you help me out here? You guys join me up here? We actually have a couple of them with us today.
Good morning, Chair Emerson, members of the board, State Forester Doherty. My name is Tom Fields. I'm the Fire Prevention Coordinator for the Oregon Department of Forestry, proud member of Team 3 on the Milepost 97 fire. And I would also be remiss if I didn't mention that July and August human-caused fires were well below average, and acres burned as well. So had to throw in that little tidbit. You bet. This morning, though, more importantly, it is my pleasure to recognize Boy Scout Troop 50 from Staten and Sublimity from recently acting above the call of duty in fire prevention. On day 2 of their hike into Moolock Lake within the Willamette National Forest, the Scouts came across an escape campfire about 200 square feet in size, creeping along the ground. Like a fine oiled machine of several moving parts, the Scouts grabbed water bottles, hand shovels, and other supplies to take action. The troop formed a bucket brigade shuttling between 150 and 200 gallons of water to put the fire out. In all, they spent about 2 hours drowning the fire and scraping hand line with hand shovels around the perimeter. They made sure the fire was dead out before leaving and then proceeded to report the incident to the Forest Service. While we don't normally condone the public taking action on a fire, the Scouts' swift action prevented this fire from becoming a major wildfire. So on behalf of Oregon Department of Forestry, Keep Oregon Green, and our many partners in fire prevention, I am honored to present tokens of our appreciation to Boy Scout Troop 50. Thank you. It's my pleasure to present our challenge coins from Oregon Department of Forestry to your troop, as well as we know patches are very important to Boy Scouts. So a patch from Keep Oregon Green and certificates of appreciation from Oregon Department of Forestry and Keep Oregon Green for your efforts in preventing fires from occurring. Thank you so much for your actions. Thank you.
I would also like to really quickly recognize Scott West, their Scoutmaster, and a unit forester on the Malala unit, a North Cascade district. Thank you for providing a good foundation for these young men. Thank you. All righty. Moving to the air quality checkup. As of September 2nd, statewide air quality is really good. There was only one event of unhealthy air quality, and that was centered around the Milepost 97 fire for a couple days. The wind pattern did shift on that fire with a northerly wind, and typically if you get a fire in this area with a north wind, it's going to settle right into that rogue valley. And so we did have a minor intrusion, I would say, of moderate to unhealthy for sensitive groups air quality in the rogue valley. Luckily, we did have a wind shift a couple days after that, and that valley was cleared out, and we really haven't had any issues since then. So pretty good summer for air quality compared to last summer, which
I would just add the relative terms there compared to what we've been experiencing, very favorable. But once again, heightened awareness, folks in Southwest Oregon, definitely impactful. And there was certainly concerns on the Milepost 97 from the smoke events. But fortunately, as Blake highlighted, there was some wind shifts that did help that out and scour out the air and bring some clean air. But there was definitely folks suffering once again at times.
Thank you, Doug. Moving to a technology update, and this is some pretty cool cutting edge stuff for you. So strategic investments procured, and we are currently installing infrared technology on our agency-owned Partnavia aircraft. Should quite possibly be available late this fire season, most likely early next fire season. And so what that'll do is that'll actually be available to fly after a lightning storm goes through, be able to fly and detect lightning fires and enable us to initial attack those fires quicker, resulting in less acres lost and financially less dollars spent. So really some forward-thinking technology here. Another area to highlight is nighttime seat operation, so single engine air tankers. This is some really cutting edge stuff. And I'll read a snippet from our aviation manager, Neil Loggle. He was contacted about a year ago by Colorado Fire to gauge interest in our participation there. They spent the winter, fall and winter of last year training and developing risk assessments and operating parameters. Colorado Center for Excellence was involved with co-fire training in Colorado. Information will be shared with Colorado Center of Excellence. LA County currently uses Black Hawk helicopters for nighttime suppression operations, and CAL FIRE is exploring the possibility when they can acquire Black Hawk helicopters. As far as I know, though, in terms of nighttime seat operations, we're going to be the first one in the continental United States, should we choose to move forward with that to employ that. This is going to be done in several phases. The first phase was the airport testing, so nighttime testing of taking off and landing and making sure that lighting was correct. That's been completed. The second phase was the field site testing, and that's actually taking boots on the ground and determining with night vision goggles for the pilots what works best to identify the crews on the ground to maintain safety for their crews. That has also been completed, and it was quite successful. Moving forward to an evaluation phase, the project was a success. There are concerns regarding firefighter safety, and we proved that they can be mitigated. Effectiveness of water drops at night were evident. Less wind, so the drift of the drops was reduced. So next steps is going to be to continue to work with our federal partners, updating policy and procedures, and consideration on when ODF will implement night seat operations. So this is going to be an evolving topic, and definitely something that you'll hear more about. So definitely a tool in the toolbox for the right place and time, and we'll continue to evaluate and kind of move slow to implement this, but definitely the future of aviation. So another key point in terms of technology, we brought in the Colorado multi-mission aircraft this summer. Let's see here. In early August, we had a thunderstorm that put down over 14,000 lightning strikes in central and eastern Oregon. Utilizing this multi-mission aircraft, much like we're gearing our Partnavia to do, we were able to identify 7 fires that were in remote areas, probably would not have been detected for a couple days, giving them the opportunity to grow, both in terms of acreage and cost to suppress the fires, as well as safety hazards for firefighters on the ground. So we were able to mitigate those safety hazards, reduce costs and acres by bringing in this Colorado multi-mission aircraft. Cost was relatively cheap. Actually, it was under $90,000 to bring this in. And when you couple that with the cost of large fires, it was, in my opinion, a good stroke of business.
I would add for the board, we've used the Colorado ship for several years, have consistently ordered them that haven't always been available as needed. We also have local contractors with this capability that we utilize on fires and for early detection, both in the drone capacity and then staffed aircraft.
When you say multi-mission aircraft, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so multiple mission capabilities while they're in the air. So they can do recon for intelligence gathering for active fire, or downloading the infrared data to dispatch centers and moving on from that site and just dropping that information off, and then the initial attack action can take on. So they provide a variety of services while in the air. For the Pratnavia aircraft, the multi-mission capability will be, if we detect a fire that needs air attack services over the fire, to be the air traffic control to bring in other aviation assets. That's another mission capability that the aircraft would be able to perform. Specifically the Pratnavia, we didn't staff the Colorado multi-mission aircraft for that capacity, but the intent at times with the Pratnavia will be to service in that way also.
Another tool in the toolbox. Moving to our safety update, these are reported injuries from July 1st to current. Total 20 injuries. Half of those were miscellaneous causes, and that's poison oak, smoke inhalation. 5 strains, vehicle versus vehicle and lifting. 3 slips, trips, and falls, and 2 were struck by bees and rolling debris. So in total, we've had 3 yellow sheets. That's the new reporting mechanism that we've developed internally for distribution and information sharing. 3 yellow sheets. 2 of those were struck by rolling debris and a snag strike. Rolling debris injury occurred on the Milepost 97 fire. A rock pretty much rolled down the slope, struck the individual in the back of the head, knocked him unconscious. Individual was life flighted to Portland, where he regained consciousness and was released that night. So good deal there. The snag strike, unfortunately, has not been so fortunate. Individual on East Evans Creek fire in Medford on a private contract crew was struck by a falling snag. That individual is still in the hospital and still in serious condition. And we continue to pray for that individual. So, and then with the other yellow sheet was a vehicle versus vehicle. Our crew vehicle in Southwest Oregon was traveling down a highway when the passing by vehicle actually lost control of their vehicle and made impact with our agency vehicle. So that warranted a yellow sheet. Anything to add there? Okay. And then one thing to highlight, our fire managers out on the line are really trying to implement this take 5 at 2. That's a concept of the majority of fire line fatalities due to fire behavior have occurred from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. And that's when you're going to see a rise in temperatures, drop in humidities, and wind shifts. So really, this is a strategic pause to take a stop and really think about safety. Something that, again, we've been implementing on a lot of our large fires. So these are the numbers for FY19. Let's see here. In terms of exposure hours, we were at 1,659,432 hours, and our 5-year average is 1,623,123. So we had more exposure hours last summer. We knew that coming into this season. We had a lot of fire on the landscape and a lot of boots on the ground. So higher exposure hours, which led to 69 total reportable injuries. Our 5-year average is 68. So just slightly above our 5-year average there. And our 5-year average for the 200,000 hours worked, which is the agency standard or the industry standard, is 8.4. And last year we were at 8.32. So again, right on par there. So.
Board Member Rose, this is in response to a couple of your questions in previous presentations. We added the prior slide to give kind of real-time data currently where we sit on this fire season. And then this would be the industry standard slide. The data catches up that we get from Department of Administrative Services in terms of exposures out hours, et cetera. So this slide would be lagged, and that's what we presented last time. So we added that front slide on the front end to see the real time. So we just closed fiscal year 2019, and that runs through June 30th, 2019.
I appreciate the information. We all want everybody to go home safe. And I think looking back, we've never, this has never been brought out before. And I think the more attention that we bring to this, the better it'll be as we put light on it. So yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. This will be a part of our presentation moving forward as it has been. So.
And so one other key thing to hone in on, right now we're projecting in terms of exposure hours somewhere just slightly below 2018. So exposure hours have gone down this summer, and that's evident by the reduced number of fires on the landscape that we've been engaged on. And that shows in our total injuries being at 20. So kind of on par for exposure hours per injury per exposure hour. So.
Okay, thank you, Blake. I'll close. I'm looking at time, so we're right there. So I'll tighten up just the last couple slides. Really updated our financial slide to look at really the pivot point and the change in fire seasons here in Oregon, which is clearly 2013. So as we look at the financials and gross costs, what we spend in terms of fighting fire in our jurisdictional responsibilities, we're averaging in the range of $60+ million prior to 2013, $9.7 million. I added 2019 fire season in here. We still have time to go on this, so I would expect that average to adjust. I hope it holds right there and does not move, but that's not a guarantee I can make today. But wanted to shed light on that 7-year average kind of as a pivot point of how the world changed. And structurally, the system isn't built for that. We, at the beginning of every fire season, have available $10 million from the Oregon Forest Land Protection Fund, which has been there, as State Forest Authority highlighted, for a 50-year anniversary of that relationship. And we're very fortunate to have that. And the other dollars, of course, we carry that cash until reimbursement from FEMA or from other agency billings. And we all know the capacity issue in terms of processing these types of dollars through a system that was built for prior to 13. So this slide just provides what we all know, and we've talked with the board in our effort with the agency initiative, which has moved to the Governor's Council, just reinforcing the change in dynamic that we've all experienced here in Oregon. I'd also highlight for the board as we move towards the legislative days. Now, this is a lot of verbiage, but I put it in your packet just to raise awareness. We do report out to the legislature as required by law every season, and that begins September, November legislative days. We have been presenting in September because of the engagement and activity fire seasons, but given this year, we'll simply go to the November time where I have more final numbers to close out. So we worked with the Legislative Fiscal Office on timing of that. So one nuance there, our final report will be delivered in November. Not a preliminary report like we've had in the past in September. So there's certainly a legislative engagement to close out fire season. And then we always end here with absolute recognition that this department does not operate alone and would be incapable of providing fire protection to the state without the many partners that we engage in. Contractors play a critical role. Our landowners, forest operators, the local fire service departments, city and rural departments, absolutely critical that we provide a complete and coordinated fire protection system. And now I need to add the scout troop to this list for their service. So with that, I'll close.
Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, board members, and Keith Williams, Vice President of Resources for Stimson Lumber Company. And I'm here today to simply say thank you to the ODF staff. I want to let the board know, as a significant landowner in Northwest Oregon, Stimson's been around for a long time. Our land ownership goes back nearly 100 years in Oregon. We've been partnering with ODF for a long time meaning about 85 years. We really appreciate the staff. We appreciate their preparedness. We appreciate the resources and the focus that staff has around fire. Of the 4 states that Stimson operates in, we regard ODF staff as best in class and far and above other state agencies that we work with. We do maintain our own some trucks, tankers in Forest Grove and Tillamook, and we are delighted to partner with ODF on fires. We appreciate their responsiveness most of the time. They're there before we are. That's not always true, and we love to have the race to see who gets there first. But I wanted to let the board know how thankful Stimson Lumber Company is for the continued year after year after year focus on fires. Thanks.
At the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee recently, similar comments about the 97 fire in particular. We know we don't always hear it, and we really appreciate it, your recognition that you provided. And now we'll thank you for your presentation and move on to our agenda item 3, where we'll have the Oregon State University College of Forestry Dean's Initiative Program. Thanks for coming.
Having me. All right. All right. Good morning, Chair Imison, Board of Forestry members, State Forester Doherty. I'm Anthony Davis. I serve as the interim dean of the College of Forestry at Oregon State University, and it's a pleasure to be in front of you today to share a brief update on some of our leading teaching, research, and extension activities. Rarely would I give out the PowerPoint in advance if I were teaching a class. So this is a little bit terrifying, and I'm going to watch to make sure that nobody's cheating and looking ahead. Really just running through, I thought I'd start by giving a brief overview of where we are in the college right now, talking about some of our education programs. We offer degrees in forestry, forest engineering, natural resources, renewable materials, tourism, recreation, and adventure leadership. All of those, somehow this is clicking ahead on its own. Okay. All of this is, all of these are our undergraduate degree programs, and they are designed to, okay, I'm not going to touch anything because I have a technology curse this morning, apparently. I could try to talk faster and keep up with the slideshow, but I'm worried about trying to do that too. So our undergraduate degree programs are absolutely vital. And I was talking with a group last week about how right now we're sort of at the intersection of 2 crises. We're facing a climate crisis and we're facing a sustainability crisis. And in many ways, a College of Forestry is positioned directly at the middle of those. We're training students to understand the impact of changing climate on our ecosystems, the impact of those changes on our ability to produce products that we need, at the same time as we're looking at our need for urban renewal, our need for growth, to be dependent on sustainably grown materials. And with wood being the only primary building material that we can actually grow, the use of forestry in its biggest definition to meet some of these pending crises is absolutely critical. I do believe our undergraduate students see that as the opportunity and see that as the reason why they would go into one of these degree programs. Some of these degrees are much more general in their field. Some of them are very specific. Training foresters has a lot of technical capacity built through a rigid curriculum. Our natural resources degree is much more general. It allows for a student to pick the pathway that makes the most sense for them. That could lead to a field in natural resources, conservation law enforcement. It could lead to a career working to advise forestry, forest industry on meaningful outreach in communities. That is the root of why we have a College of Forestry, training students to lead in future generations, informing them with science through their classes so that they're able to use that same set of knowledge to be able to drive change in the next generation. At the graduate level, we have about 200 graduate students, and these students are from all around the world doing master's degrees in both thesis and non-thesis tracks, PhDs. I didn't touch anything, so just for the record. It's still going ahead. So our graduate students often go on to, okay, sounds good. It's not distracting at all to have the slideshow advance, just in case anyone was wondering if that's distracting. The answer is, oh no, not at all. So I'm going to sit like this for a few minutes while this was the trick question, actually. Will you have a PowerPoint was one of the questions that I was asked. And in hindsight, I probably should have said, no, I won't. So our graduate students are leaders, and they've, at the master's level, of course, are developing the scientific knowledge and understanding how to critically ask questions. At the PhD level, many of our graduates go on to teach. And at one point I counted, and 3/4 of the forestry programs in North America had an Oregon State University PhD grad on their faculty. When you think about the cascading impact that means our college has on every reach of the practice of forestry across the United States, it's a tremendous impact. Our students are, sorry. Yeah, this is good. It's more it's like having a TV show, it's like we're sitting in a bar and there's a sporting event right there, and you're trying to have a conversation and not look at the score in the football game or something. So. Yes, that's right. It's your favorite team. It's the Boilermakers actually have a chance of winning a game or something for me. So, okay. So, having our students be able to come through and not just take courses, not just do research that matters as graduate students, not just learn from world-class faculty and instructors, not just be really well advised, but also to have meaningful hands-on experience is one of the areas we've been really growing the college. And so our current mentored employment program is an area where we're pushing to have our students get experience in a wide range of fields. That could be working in a chemistry lab, it could be working on our research forest, it could be working outside in the field doing data collection. The mentored employment program serves as an excellent complement to our undergraduate degrees. It provides students with income. It provides them with income in a place where they're also using the knowledge that they're developing in the classes that they're taking. Right now, the majority of our students are in the natural resources undergraduate degree program. And in a moment, I'll show how that growth has really occurred. That's the generalist program that I mentioned. We see relatively stable program size in all of our other degrees. We need to grow enrollment in those programs. Our students are in demand when they finish their degrees. And going back to what is the role of a graduate of the College of Forestry in today's landscape, these are vital positions to have. We need students who have had access to leading education that they get from a College of Forestry like ours. So over the past decade, you can see pretty tremendous growth in the natural resources program. And one significant driver behind that program is available through our eCampus network, which means that those students could be in Oregon, they could be in New York, they could be in Florida. All of the students are presently domestic in that program, but they're choosing Oregon State because of our reputation as a natural resources leader. To me, the next step with that is to be able to identify how do we grow this network of alumni who have come through to provide informed feedback to us on how do we continue to change? How do we evolve this degree so that we see more impact in communities, on forested landscapes, in managing towards these future conditions, managing for uncertainty? Actually, back one, sorry. Nope, that one. All of the other lines are relatively flat. And in an academic institution, that's not necessarily something you want to see. We are supposed to be in a growth mindset. We've changed our recruiting strategy to focus much more on face-to-face, less on digital. We still have a strong digital presence, but one of the things that we know about students who enter forestry programs is that they like to talk about it. They like to hear about it. We have some name recognition issues. I was recently told that if someone were to look at all of the areas of interest of college applicants, the word renewable materials shows up never. And so when you rebrand a degree to have the name renewable materials and applicants don't know to apply for it, it may well be that we've done that partly to ourselves. Using data as a tool, we can actually look to see, are there students who are really interested in knowing where we're going to get sustainable building materials from and how to maximize a series of values off of the landscape in providing those materials, including clean air and water, vital habitat. To me, these are the issues that I hear high school students talking about and I hear college students talking about. And the fact that we have a degree that has no name recognition is likely a blocker towards recruitment. So armed with this new data-minded approach and an in-person, on-the-ground way to talk about things, I'm optimistic about our ability to get students who want these degrees into these degrees. Once they're there, they're supported by a tremendous level of scholarship support and a very dedicated and well-trained advising team. And they have the opportunity to learn from leading faculty. I'll also point out that last year, almost a quarter of our students were first-generation college students in the College of Forestry. And that's absolutely vital as we look at continuing to renew Oregon's landscapes and rural economies, that students are able to enter college, that we can advise them, teach them, train them, provide mentored employment programs, and let them return to their home communities with this new set of knowledge. Jobs accepted before you graduate. This is one of those metrics that's interesting to me and definitely is interesting to a lot of parents of our students. So you can see some of these programs, renewable materials, forest engineering, forestry. Most of the students have accepted a job or have had multiple job offers even before they graduate from the degree. Our natural resource program and our tourism, recreation, and adventure leadership program, those are much lower placement rates. Some of that is driven by students who are not as dedicated to a specific career path. They're looking at options. And some of it is that these are relatively new degrees for us, and we need to identify how do we have a better flow of graduating students into a workplace where they have that rewarding career. Moving on a little bit to our research programs, the Institute for Working Forest Landscapes is the umbrella program that I'm sure many of you have heard our college talk about. And someone recently asked me, well, what is this idea of connecting healthy ecosystems, healthy people, healthy communities, and healthy businesses? What does it look like? And I took that very literally and had our team come up with this graphic, which to me is a continuum, where we can't talk about healthy urban renewal and urban growth strategies without asking the vital question, where are we going to get the building materials? And for me, in my lifetime, the world's wood consumption has increased by about 50%. Steel consumption has tripled over that time. We are consumers of raw materials, and we always have been, we always will be. Now is the vital, critical time for us to make sure that we ask, where do these materials come from? How did we get them? How long will they last? What are the benefits or costs associated with using these different materials? And that allows us to push across and see, well, if we have urban renewal recognizing that some of these materials can be grown here in Oregon, very much paralleling the farm to table movement of the forest to frame idea, where we can sustainably grow our forests to provide the materials we need for building bridges, parking garages, sports stadiums, concert halls, or university buildings. That's going to put jobs back into our communities, and it's going to sustain the jobs that we have in places where we don't see a tech boom, in places where we don't see the opportunity for a major expansion of ecotourism type activities. We know that having jobs in those communities is critical for people to be able to maintain healthy lives. And those healthy lives include the ability to support a family, as we see the expanding impact of the opioid crisis across Oregon and the relationship that has with unemployment rates. This is all part of that same continuum. And maybe there are branches in and out, there are off-ramps, but it all starts with having healthy ecosystems. And our healthy ecosystems include working forests that provide these multiple values in perpetuity that can shift based on societal demands. That is the overarching framework of why we have a research program in the College of Forestry. That drives our hiring decisions, that drives our curricula, it drives the very grants that our faculty are able to bring in. It ties to the fire issues that we are so concerned about every day. It ties to the clean water issues that we don't spend enough time thinking about. To me, this is what positions our university to maintain its place as a contemporary leader in forestry education, research, and outreach. Next slide. Getting to a bit more of a nuts and bolts level or utility pole level, maybe, we have research cooperatives. And this is actually another vital way of connecting, where we want our industry partners, our federal partners, our state partners to have access to cutting edge information. And we see members across our 10 different research cooperatives who bring new information to the table, drive us towards asking specific questions so that we can actually be innovating internally. And I have this back and forth of feedback as we look to provide scientific leadership. One of the really exciting advances that we've had is the recent completion of the Red Emerson Advanced Wood Products Laboratory. And I'll talk a little bit more about our overall construction project soon, but this is a 15,000 square foot laboratory that would allow us to build a mock-up of a 3-story building and put it under extreme stress. And as we think about, again, that idea of urban renewal and the need to understand shifting building codes, shifting material availabilities, our desire to build in, or perhaps our need to continue to build in earthquake-prone zones, and understanding not just how can we build a building safely to withstand an earthquake, but how can you minimize the costs of reoccupying it after an earthquake? Learning from the lessons that we've unfortunately had in places like Christchurch, where buildings didn't fall down, but they were not safe for reoccupancy. You end up seeing a city like that have to move its entire urban core. Through a new research lab like this and the next 25 years of projects that will go on inside of it, we will better be able to make decisions to help our small and large cities and towns in Oregon not have to have that same problem happen. The Fish and Wildlife Habitat and Managed Forest Program is an internally funded program in the college, and this is part of our Forest Research Laboratory. Every year we award more than $250,000 in project support. That support goes both to College of Forestry faculty as well as to key partners in the Department of Fish and Wildlife and in the U.S. Forest Service. This year's active projects include the development of native bee identification keys for the Pacific Northwest, assessing the response of aquatic biota to alternative riparian management practices, a number of projects on early cereal habitat, and understanding the relationship between avian occupancy and management decisions that we make in our forests. These projects cycle through with a number of presentations, and again, providing that ability for our faculty to partner across the state and use this often as seed money to be able to look for more funding opportunities, develop that initial data set that's needed to provide a long-term compelling research program. And on the wood products side, I was in Prineville the other day, and I was thinking about juniper quite a bit for obvious reasons. And so seeing projects like this that push to bring design values in juniper online so that it can be a wood that's used more regularly in commercial projects is absolutely critical. Obviously, the wood properties of juniper are really interesting. The growth attributes of juniper are less desirable in terms of a management standpoint. And yet we have the ability to continue to innovate. We have to look at the opportunities to be able to reduce juniper encroachment and do that in a cost-effective way. So seeing the design values come online allows this to be used in a number of new ways moving forward, not just for making gin or non-timber products. Some of you may have heard a little bit about the Elliott State Forest. It's come up in the news once or twice over the past few years, I believe. So, as I think you know, we've looked to present this with the idea of a research forest. And what our agreement with the Department of State Lands is right now is to have our own internal exploratory committee look to see, is there a compelling reason for this particular piece of land to become a research forest? What would that be? Because for an 82,005 acre piece of forest to be dedicated to something like research, it has to take advantage of scale. And I've spoken on this a lot, so I'll try to be brief, which sometimes I fail at. But our initial charge was, what would the theme be if we were to conduct research on a forest of this scale? How do you absorb the scale? Because if it's just doing 82,000 acre plots, then really it's no different than having 1,000 acre woodlots, research forests. So for us, we've had this wonderful dialogue and really come up with the idea of, we are at a point in time where now and into the future, we have to find a way to balance conservation, production, and livelihood objectives on a forested landscape in a changing world. And that change, that word change is a really interesting one. Because not only are we seeing changing climatic conditions, we're seeing changing social conditions at a tremendous rate. We're seeing different values, a request for different values to be magnified on some parts of our landscape that weren't there before. We're seeing a change in how we could potentially value all sorts of phases of forest development, forest growth. We look at carbon, we look at water, we look at habitat, we look at timber products, we look at recreation. All of those can be critical in how a forest is viewed. Overall, a research forest of this scale could look to sustain yield and find different pathways to amplify other values and quantify those trade-offs over a 5, 10, 25, 50, even 100-year time frame. And where I see this going is knowing that the questions that are coming at us and all of us in society, they're not going to get easier. There is no one who's sweeping in with a cape, coming in, flying in, and saving the day. So really, it's going to be, what are the questions we need to start asking now so we have answers that can meaningfully inform decision-making in 10 years, 25 years, 100 years. Because every time we're not setting ourselves up to answer those questions, we're a year later in our ability to answer them. And we're a year further down this changing timeline, changing landscape. So this process has been moving forward with a tremendous amount of faculty engagement, public consultation, tribal engagement, a lot of dialogue at every possible level. And what I've really encouraged our team to do is to not worry, really not think about the how could we make it happen, and instead focus on what could it be. Because if ultimately we decide that there is no compelling story that could be told through a research program on this forest, then we should probably not move forward. And that's the decision really we have to make heading into our December land board meeting. We'll have a bunch more information sessions and conversations around this as we move into the fall. But overall, the process has been truly rewarding and actually something that we've learned from in how we will manage some of our conversations and dialogues about all of our current forest properties. In terms of outreach and extension, one of the areas we built on last year in Portland, we hosted a fire summit with many leading partners, including ODF and partners from all across the West. We had a slightly condensed and more focused version of this in DC this year, with the idea of focusing on three main themes: defining the fire reality and understanding the impacts on water, forests, and society; a conversation around the efficacy and scalability of fuel treatments to address current and future wildfires; and then trying to delve more deeply into smoke and human impacts and the implications of that current reality and what is our new future on how we perceive smoke. And I know that's an issue that you've all dealt with regularly, continuing to see more and more engagement around this, and more partners coming to the table with meaningful, powerful suggestions that I think can get us to a place where even when we don't have a good fire year, we're still able to make the decisions that we need to improve conditions and improve health conditions in particular for our most vulnerable populations. One of my favorite activities that the college hosts is the Get Outdoors Day. And this is a free event on our nearby PV Arboretum. And the idea is really all about first-time visitors. And there's a lot of logistics into getting first-time visitors into a forest. This year we had over 400 people participate. And really what we see, again, is that our forest users are older, whiter than our population. We need to get young people of all backgrounds, all experience types, into the forest at an early age. Not to convince them to end up 10 years later coming in as one of my new recruits into the college, which I'd be happy if they did, but more to help understand what is this amazing resource that we have here in Oregon. How can every citizen in Oregon be part of a stewardship brigade of our forest communities and ecosystems? On our research forest, we have currently 15,000 acres of forests, and those are spread across the state. They're dedicated towards advancing the college's research mission and supporting the college's education and outreach missions. Earlier this summer, we harvested a stand of trees on the McDonald Forest, just outside of Corvallis, that unfortunately included some of the older trees that we have in our forest. And in a forensic approach of how did we get to that point where it happened, it was pretty clear this was a mistake on our part, that those trees, in my opinion, and I speak for the college, should not have been harvested. And that we unfortunately did not have a system in place that allowed for us to say, if we have trees of unique age or character, how do we determine whether they should be excluded from a harvest? And That led to an immediate moratorium on harvesting of trees 160 years or older. 160 years is an important age in our research forest, the McDonald Research Forest, because roughly these lands that the McDonald Dunn Research Forests are on were the traditional homeland of the Kalapuya. And roughly 160 years ago, they were forcibly removed to reservations. And you can think about the transformative change that had on our forest landscape. And so that provides an important time step that we have to recognize in terms of tree ages that we currently have. We also are now in a place where we've initiated some public dialogue sessions, and we had our first one a couple of weeks ago. We'll have another in early October, as we look to begin a more robust forest planning process for all of our forest properties. And that's a two-step process that will include a overview umbrella statement of vision and mission and purpose for having research forests, but then also individual tactical management plans for each of our forests. We'll push to have faculty and student input, as well as stakeholder and community input based around each of those forests. The PV Forest Science Center, or PV Hall for any of you who have an OSU forestry background. This is a quote from one of our recent graduates. "The new building will help everyone see that Oregon State is interested in sustainable forestry, that it's something valued and something that has international influence." This building is beautiful, and we will have classes here in spring term. We are now at a spot where we're working on room assignments. We've moved through all the growing pains of a construction project like this, and labs are starting to be finished. We had a faculty tour recently, and as one of our leading scientists said to me, "I'm really going to have to up my research game to justify having this lab," which is a great thing to hear. The building is designed to showcase not just Oregon wood, but Oregon's forest history. It's also a testament to engineering and scientific creativity, to the future that we can have if we look to use these materials that we are so fortunate to have access to in innovative ways. I wanted to personally invite the entire board for a tour, and I'll reach out to see if you're interested. We can schedule something like that. In my mind, it would be great to get you in before construction is finished, because there are some raw elements to the construction that I think resonate with how complicated a project this is, how important a project this is for a university to be in the leadership position, showing how we can use a wood structure to advance construction design. So one other thing that I wanted to touch briefly on was we are in the midst of a search for a dean of the College of Forestry. And right now we're scheduled to have applicants, candidates for that position on campus in mid-October. Those dates, of course, could shift on scheduling availability for individuals. But that's, we're at the space where the search committee is working on video interviews or Skype interviews with potential candidates, and then the finalists will be brought in October. And it's not just the dean position that we see a significant change in personnel. There's 6 recently hired or open searches right now that we have in the college. We've recently hired new faculty members in biodeterioration and advanced manufacturing, in forest policy, and in fish and wildlife habitat. And we have 2 searches open now, one in global change in forested biomes and one in carbon cycling. This sort of cohort of new faculty coming in allows us to continue to focus on renewal of our programs, have people in the classrooms giving that cutting edge education to those students, and partner with our leading faculty that we already have to continue to evolve, find new directions, and provide healthy ecosystems, healthy people, healthy businesses, and healthy communities moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks very much. That was really a great presentation. Are there questions or comments from board members?
Yeah, I do. So, and thanks. That was great. I really enjoyed that presentation. I would love to see PV before it's finished. I would love to see, I mean, like what you suggested. And if we can definitely try to make that happen. I don't know, Chair, how that would transpire, but I think that would be really valuable to see that before it's done.
What's the window of opportunity for that?
So this fall would be ideal, and we can. I'll reach out directly, and we can see if there's a date or even a couple of dates that might work, and we can get people in. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Great. Thanks again. And now we will take a break until we'll take a 15-minute break. So we're going to come back at 5 minutes to 11. Okay, we are reconvening now, and we will next hear from the Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee. Commissioner Yamamoto.
Ready?
Yep.
Good morning. Chair Imeson, State Forester Doherty, members of the Board of Forestry. For the record, I am Tillamook County Commissioner David Yamamoto and Chair of both the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties as well as the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee. FTLAC wants to clearly articulate our priorities for the forest trust lands, which are twofold. Number one, returning as much revenue as possible to trust counties, schools, and local service districts, as well as providing funding for the Department of Forestry. And number two, ensuring the economic and social stability of our counties by retaining fully benefited family wage jobs in the forest industry. I know in the past I have highlighted how important state forest receipts and concomitant forest industry fully benefited family wage jobs are to Tillamook County. In your consent agenda approved by you this morning was the 2019 Forest Report provided by the Oregon Forest Resources Institute, also known as OFRI. OFRI was created by the Oregon legislature in 1991 to improve public understanding of forest practices and products and to encourage sound forest management. In pursuing this mission, OFRI has sought to maintain an awareness of the state of the economic, environmental, and social contributions of the forest sector to Oregon residents and businesses. I would like to present a few of their assessments of the economic contributions of the forest sector on a more statewide level. And this is the report that I am referring to. I know all of you have this report. Total wood product sales in Oregon exceeded $10.34 billion in 2016. The total number of wood processing facilities in Oregon was 360 in 1988, and today is down to 172 as of 2017. When looking at sawmills in Oregon, numbers have decreased by 53% during the period of 1988 to 2017, now down to 78 sawmills in the state of Oregon. Oregon Employment Development Department data for the Oregon Forest Products Industry, known as the FPI, as of 2016 showed statewide total of 60,020 jobs, paying an average of $53,518 annually. I need to remind you that these are family wage, fully benefited jobs. While some counties are larger than others when it comes to FPI employment, every county in the state of Oregon had some economic activity generated by the forest sector. It is important also to remember that of the economic multiplier effect when these timber dollars continue to be spent and respent over and over again. And this is especially important to smaller rural counties. The three counties with the largest volume of FPI employment are Lane, Douglas, and Jackson counties. Lane County accounts for 7,172 jobs, totaling over $414 million in payroll for that county, not including benefits. Douglas County has 5,561 jobs, totaling $291 million. And Jackson County has 5,121 jobs, totaling $230 million. Other notable counties include Multnomah County with 4,368 jobs, totaling $308 million. Marion County with 4,347 jobs, totaling $239 million. Lynn County with 3,321 jobs, totaling $182 million. Clackamas County with 3,262 jobs, totaling $178 million. Washington County with 3,821 jobs, totaling $217 million. Benton County with 1,380 jobs, totaling $79 million. Union County with 953 jobs, totaling $48 million. Grant County with 579 jobs, totaling $28 million. And Wallowa County with 254 jobs, still totaling $13 million in payroll. As you can see, from the largest of urban counties to much smaller rural counties, FPI employment is a critical component of the economic and social well-being of all Oregon counties. I encourage you to take the time to fully understand the issues presented in the 2019 Forest Report provided by OFRI. As you can see, the economic and social benefits, excuse me, I'm having a little technical problem here. As you can see, the economic and social benefits derived from forest products reverberates throughout the state. I recall when speaking to you previously about where timber revenue goes when Tillamook County receives a harvest check. I told you that the county kept around 25% and the other 75% went to 20 special districts in Tillamook County. Mr. Justice, you inquired at that time about the percent of the special district's overall budget that was represented by these timber revenues. It turns out that this is a very complicated question to answer, as each special district's budget varies widely, compounded by the fact that each year timber harvests occur in different areas of the state forest lands. And the amount of revenue received by each special district is determined by the location of these particular harvests. In this vein of needing additional information, FTLAC has been in conversation with the Department of Forestry to try to develop a much more detailed database of the economic and social benefits to counties, special districts, and the state of Oregon. This added dimension of the effects of timber dollars on all Oregon counties is an important piece of the puzzle when it comes to the economic and social sustainability for all Oregonians. As chair of FTLAC, I appreciate very much the collaborative efforts exhibited by everyone at the Department of Forestry. I feel a good working relationship with the department is vital in developing policies that will continue to benefit the trust counties, the department, and again, all Oregonians. Also of interest to FTLAC in your consent agenda was a discussion of the Nehalem Scenic River Waterway. Of greatest concern is the ability to control an invasive species of plant known as Japanese knotweed. Knotweed is very prevalent on the banks of the Nehalem River, and eradication and control have been an ongoing issue for several years. It is a concern of many that the scenic waterway designation may prohibit or restrict eradication and control protocols. A major problem with knotweed is that it grows rapidly on the banks, yet dies back in the winter months. This dieback allows higher river flows to erode the riverbanks, spreading rhizomes downstream, thereby further spreading this invasive species, while the dense growth on the riverbank does not allow any other species of plants to take hold. I am sure there are many people that utilize the lower Nehalem River and marvel at the lush green banks, unaware that this is an invasive species that truly needs to be eradicated. the unintended consequences of declaring a scenic waterway if this prohibits or restricts control efforts of this invasive species could devastate the Nehalem River Valley. Immediately following my testimony, you have scheduled a review of forest conditions, which includes a discussion of the staff forest carbon report and the harvest wood products recap. I am pleased to see that the initial results show that one of the most important features is that as of the 2016 reporting period, Oregon's forests have been functioning as a net sink of carbon. Oregon's recent statewide rate of carbon flux from all forest pools across all ownerships and ecoregions is approximately 31 million metric tons of carbon per year. This estimate excludes net carbon sequestration from other sources, such as harvested wood products, which will appear in a separate analysis for this reporting period and should be completed by the end of the 2019 calendar year. It is also notable that tree mortality, especially from fire, is highest on productive forests owned by the USDA Forest Service that are withdrawn from harvest. This points up the fact of the great work that the Department of Forestry does in fighting fires and why now ODF is primary when fighting forest fires, even on federal lands. It is also great to see that ODF forest health staff aim to ensure healthy forests for decades to come by assisting private forest landowners and others in the management goal of productive and sustainable forestry all across the Pacific Northwest. ODF forest health staff provides specialized expertise in forest entomology, pathology, invasive species, and other forest health issues. It is notable that in 2018, ODF Forest Health Unit detected around 675,000 acres with tree mortality and other damage during the statewide aerial survey, which is below the 10-year average of approximately 750,000 acres. FTLEC looks forward to working with the department and the board on Western Oregon streamside protections. These important discussions need to rely on the most recent forest science, such as the Trask-paired watershed study. In Tillamook County, over the past 2 years, timber harvests have taken place in 2 separate community drinking water watersheds, and the collaboration with both water districts and the Timber Harvest Company have proved that timber harvest and clean drinking water are not mutually exclusive. In fact, both water districts have expressed appreciation for the collaborative relationships developed to make sure that clean drinking water was a top priority. I want to thank the board very much for this opportunity to address you this morning. I would be more than happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thanks, Commissioner. Are there questions or comments? Great. And are there any other Forest Land Trust County commissioners who wanted to comment today? Great. Thanks very much. Okay, we're now going to move to the item that will occupy us for a good chunk of the remainder of the day, broken into a couple of pieces, which is item 5, the review of forest conditions and issue identification. Again, this is not an action item, but it is a item I think that will where discussion is really helpful in setting the stage for further board proceedings. So, Chad, you're going to kick this off.
I am. Good morning, Chair Imeson, State Forester Doherty, and members of the board. For the record, I'm Chad Davis. I'm the director of our Partnership and Planning Program. And for the next several hours, I get to largely be a moderator and a little bit of a traffic cop as we throw a lot of information in front of you up on the screen, and really is the work of a lot of folks here at the department that will be joining me, and it'll be a little bit of a set of musical chairs up here, although I think I'm here for the duration. So what I wanted to do at first is to outline why do we have agenda item 5, how it fits into the board's planning cycle, and really set the stage as Chair Iverson kind of did this morning in his opening comments as well. So just as a reminder, this today is the first step really to reset the board's kind of 2-year planning cycle, right? And the 2 years really begins in essence in terms of work plans in the spring of 2020. There's a set of engagements and interactions between now and then to really tee up. Eventually, you will adopt work plans. Your work plans in coordination with the divisions and with my program as well, that will then set the course for the next 2 years forward. But this is the first step in kind of going from the current 2-year plans that we have to the next set of 2-year plans. So today is really what we call the assessment phase in that aspect of our planning cycle with you all. And then what really kicks off the planning cycle after this assessment phase is the Board of Forestry retreat in October. And State Forester Doherty mentioned a little bit of discussion and kind of laid out some agenda items there. And really what will happen after October is after engagement with the board, department staff will work through the winter to draft work plans, bring them back and forth the board. I think it's in January for eventual adoption in the March timeframe. So that's kind of the path that we're on between now and March to get to reset that kind of 2-year timeframe. Today truly is an assessment. There's 6 parts of this agenda, A through F. It's sandwiched, no pun intended, by lunch. And then it includes an afternoon break. So I may be going for the longest agenda item on the record with the Board of Forestry, although I doubt that's actually true.
I want to remind you, we do have an agenda item after that.
We do, and we will, and that's part of the reason I'm going to be here is to keep us on task. So just to kind of lay this out, we've done assessments over the years at this phase differently. This is our version this year, which is really a combination of some information that's presented to the board really annually, and such as I would point to the Forest Health Report that the Private Forest Division would be bringing forward. And then the first 2 topics in particular are kind of what I'm calling kind of a board identified priority on climate and carbon. And then, as referenced already also by Commissioner Yamamoto there, some economic information where ODF is really a partner in an effort with both OFRI and Department of Employment to provide some of that information. When we get to that item, I have since we're kind of in the tail end of baseball season, I have a pinch runner. So Dr. Ketzel will not be with us today due to a family issue that he needed to attend to. However, Dr. John Tokarczyk will be joining us to kind of give some information there. The intent of today is, like I said, to cover a lot of information and be a lot of talking at you, and I apologize for that in advance, really to set up a conversation really in October where you're talking back with us. So more of an engaged discussion really in October that will see that conversation and feed into work plan development, as I've kind of said. So that's kind of where I wanted to place it. And then we're going to start with Dr. Yost, who's all the way at the other end of the table and feels a little awkward, but he needs to run the machine, I think. Before he does that, is there any clarity necessary on kind of that planning cycle and where we are? And if there's not, then I'll ask Dr. Yost to jump right into his presentation. Okay.
Partnership and planning. Oh, there we go. I'm the 4th ecologist in partnership and planning, and I'm going to provide a very brief summary of the remaining results from the Forest Ecosystem Carbon Report, and then present an overview of the harvested wood products analysis. Recall that Peter presented results of the Forest Ecosystem Carbon Analysis in April. Those results haven't changed. The report has now been peer-reviewed is in the final stages of editing and is expected to be released soon. And I believe that each of you have a copy of a draft in your books. Okay. Okay, so Oregon's forests collectively contain approximately 3.2 billion metric tons of carbon, plus or minus about 17 million metric tons. You'll see the bottom row here. Close to half of that carbon is estimated to be in the soil and nearly 1/3 in live trees. The rest is accounted for in standing dead trees, understory vegetation, downwoody debris, the forest floor, and roots. In terms of carbon flux, the carbon in Oregon's forest has been increasing at a rate of about 30.91 million metric tons of CO2 equivalents per year. And I want to point out that stocks in the last slide are measured in carbon, are reported in carbon. And in terms of flux, they're reported in terms of CO2 equivalents per year. The conversion between the two is 3.667. So that amounts to about 8.4 million metric tons of carbon per year, plus or minus about 1 million metric tons of carbon. The carbon in live trees increased by about 32 million metric tons of CO2 equivalents per year, roots by about 6, and the forest floor increased by a little over 500,000 metric tons. We saw small decreases in standing dead trees, understory vegetation, soils, and a somewhat larger decrease in carbon was found in dead woody debris. In total, net emissions from wildfire have been about 3.6 million metric tons of CO2 equivalents per year. And most of that carbon flux from fire occurred on national forest lands. The total estimated flux of carbon released from wildfire was smaller than the standard error of 3.8 on the total net flux of 30.9 million metric tons. So if I go back, you can see that this is what I'm talking about here. The standard error is 3.77. But the total is 3.6 million metric tons. So it's smaller than the standard error on the total flux. Okay, now I'm going to transition to the harvested wood products analysis that's being conducted by the Bureau of Business and Economic Research at the University of Montana in cooperation with our partners of the U.S. Forest Service and Forest Inventory Analysis Program. The process used to estimate carbon stored in harvest wood products began in 2010 for the U.S. Forest Service Northern Region from 1906 to 2010. Several researchers contributed to the development and implementation of the harvested wood products model that we are discussing today. Researchers with the Bureau of Business and Economic Research have used the production accounting methodology to produce a harvested wood products report for California and are now using it for Oregon and Washington. This is a general overview of how historical timber harvest is distributed in the model. First, annual harvested timber is distributed into timber product categories such as saw logs, poles, small round wood, etc. Each of these timber product categories is then distributed into primary product categories such as dimension lumber, plywood, wood pulp, and non-structural panels. The carbon in primary products is then distributed through specific end uses such as residential, construction, packaging, and shipping and furniture. Okay, so here's a look at the schematic to quantify harvested wood product storage and emissions using the IPCC production accounting approach. Under this approach, imports from other regions are not included because the emphasis is on the location of harvested. Emissions are further categorized as emitted with energy capture and emitted without energy capture. Okay, so quickly, so we have our harvest is then distributed into primary product ratios, and then that volume is converted to carbon into primary products, and then into carbon in end uses. Those products and end uses are then either they go into products in use pool. Some can be emitted with energy capture, or they eventually become discarded products, which can then be recovered and put in use, or they can be emitted with energy capture. Or they can go to landfills, dumps, or compost. And from there, they can be emitted with energy capture or in solid waste disposal sites. Okay, so here's a graph of the historical harvest going back to 1962 from Oregon. In 2017, Oregon cut almost 960 million cubic feet of timber, or about 3.85 billion board feet. Prior to 1962, reliable information for specific harvest amounts for each ownership is difficult to come by. So that is why this chart begins at 1962. Nonetheless, researchers with the Bureau of Business and Economic Research are working on approximating harvest amounts for each ownership for the harvest data back to 1906. So they're going to make their best estimations of what those might have been. So as you see, the y-axis is board feet. And now we'll go to the timber product output from 1906 to 2017. So this next set of slides will show some information from the output of the harvested wood products model. Okay, so this chart shows the timber product output, and there's a drop in timber harvest during the Depression of the 30s, and a peak of harvest in the 60s through the 70s. And in 1968, about 13.3 million metric tons of carbon were harvested in Oregon. We then see a decline in harvest, most likely due to the recession in the 70s and early 80s, followed by a significant increase in the 80s. Then nearly a decade of decreasing harvest occurred, followed by increased harvest in the 2000s before the drop during the Great Recession in 2008. To the lowest in this time series at about 5.1 million metric tons in 2009. Harvests have rebounded since then to about 7.1 million metric tons of carbon in 2017. This next graph shows the total carbon stored in Oregon's harvested wood products from 1906 to 2017. This is cumulative amounts. Here we see the total carbon storage increased in wood products from Oregon's forest lands since 1906. A slowdown of carbon entering the products in use pool following recession in the early 80s and lower harvest in the 90s, continuing through the Great Recession. Since 1906, harvested wood products from Oregon forest lands are presently storing close to 350 million metric tons of carbon. And that's in products in use and products in solid waste disposal sites. This graph shows the net change in carbon stocks from each previous year. For those with a proclivity for calculus, these values represent the first derivative of the functions in the preceding graph. Total carbon storage is declining when the bars are less than zero. The total net change trend line from 1990 to present shows constant net additions to carbon stocks and harvested wood products. So if you see this line above the zero line, the additions are positive. And most of that, as you can see, is going into solid waste disposal sites. On 3 occasions, carbon in the products in use pool was decreasing, but they were increasing in the solid waste disposal sites. Enough on those occasions to keep the overall net change positive or above zero. This is the same graph as the total carbon storage split by ownership. For the time period, we have reliable harvest information for each ownership going back to 1962. Timber from private industrial has contributed the most to total carbon storage in harvested wood products, followed somewhat closely by Forest Service harvest. There's just more forest land under private and Forest Service control. Tribal, state, and BLM together are the tiny slivers at the bottom, hardly discernible on this graph. Since 1962, harvested wood products from private and Forest Service lands are presently storing nearly 250 million metric tons of carbon. So on this graph, we see that tiny sliver on the bottom of the last graph in more detail. Notice that the numbers on the y-axis are smaller. Since 1962, wood products from tribal, county, and municipal and state lands are presently storing about 18 million metric tons of carbon. Okay, this slide shows the amount of carbon in dumps. As you can see, we no longer allow dumping in dumps, which are open and oftentimes will burn. Those have been decreased, that carbon has been decreasing in dumps. This is the carbon in landfills. As you can see, keeps going up. It's the fastest growing pool of carbon in wood products. So there's about, 140 million metric tons. And now this is the carbon emitted from landfills. And that total has accumulated about 32, somewhere around that million metric tons. And this is in carbon. It's not in carbon dioxide equivalents yet. Okay, in conclusion, in the absence of historical record of historical harvest among ownerships, assumptions will have to be made to provide the best estimates prior to 1962. The analysis is on schedule, and a draft report expected to be completed by the end of October of this year, and a final report by June of 2020. And that is the end of the presentation. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Andrew, that was great. Thank you. One piece of your flow chart that I didn't see was the emissions due to harvesting, transporting, processing, distribution of wood products. It seems like there's a piece missing. Maybe it's tiny, but I didn't see it there.
Right. This isn't gonna. This report will not report the emissions during the manufacturing process. I believe those are reported in the industrial sector.
In the transportation sector. So two different sectors.
That's right. Thank you.
So we're following the IPCC protocol for tracking pools, and there are two pools in forestry, forest ecosystem pool and harvested wood products.
So just a quick follow-up. When those analyses are conducted, will they break out the transportation due to forestry activities and the distribution due to forestry activities?
I don't know the answer to that. We'll have to do some research on that.
So just one point of clarity on that. So this work really came out of Oregon Global Warming Commission that kind of does, and I think this is the right term, sector-based accounting, right? And so what this is to try to complete that kind of sector-based piece. So our assurances, and we can affirm that, is that the emissions that you're talking about relative to the harvest and manufacturing are accounted for in those two pools that Peter is referring to.
Well, we know they are accounted in those pools. We don't know, I think in the industry, the accounting for subsectors of the industry can be there. I don't think it's in their report. But the transportation, I think, I'm not sure it's broken down to that level of detail.
I do need to inform you that we are also working with our partners with BBER to produce a sawmill energy report. And there is a survey that has been out to mill owners right now, and then we're going to do a follow-up. And it's asking mill owners to report the amount of fuel they've been using and how much energy they produce. And so California I think they had a 50% response rate, and we're hoping we get a better response rate in Oregon. So we hope that the mill owners will complete that, and we'll have a better picture of what the mills are consuming and producing in Oregon. And that should be done by June of 2021.
That means you were right on time.
How about that?
Thank you. So I'll ask the division directors to come up and join me for the next item, which is item B. Since all of them are really going to have a significant role in helping deliver kind of the content for this item. So this item is really teed up and put here in response to board requests really earlier in the year to understand ways that the divisions have, ODF divisions have factored in climate change to operational business and operational decisions. So the staff report, or the attachment behind the staff report, is really a compilation of division work. And I would say it does two things. It kind of restates recommendations that the board adopted in 2015 that were kind of adopted as it relates to specific division by division approach. And then it includes a detailed list of the operational decisions, again, responding to that board request from earlier. We're going to focus today really on the request, but I did want to include the 2015 recommendations as kind of backdrop. So, and this is why I asked the division directors to join me on stage today. It feels probably more genuine for Liz to talk about what's going on in State Forest than it does for Chad. Our intent today with this is really to report out and to kind of respond to that request. And we totally expect to have more conversations with the board on climate and carbon at the October board retreat, and particularly as we think about work plans looking forward into the future. And as State Forester already teed up this morning, relevance and its connection and its significance inside the forestry program for Oregon when we kick that off for you in October. So with that, I've got to figure out who is teed up to go first because I failed to prep that in my thing. So if someone hit it first, and maybe I'm supposed to talk about that, and I think I kind of have. So I'm gonna, thanks Kyle for advancing it to yourself. So here's Kyle Abraham. Oh,
I think so.
Okay. So, Peter, you just wanted me to pause to allow that to sit here. I think what he wants me to say, and then he'll help me say it if I don't get it right, is that in the current forestry program for Oregon, which is circa 2011, there is policy statements, particularly Goal G, as it relates to our work, and I think that's one thing again we want to come back and visit with you all in October about, and how does that sit with this current board, and is there some tweaking or amending that we need to think about relative to that particular goal? And then I did reference kind of the second bullet point here about recommendations that were adopted in 2015, and the two sub bullets there are kind of what I would say are the highlights of those recommendations, particularly at the agency level. And not necessarily, the specific recommendations at the board level. But there was definitely a call in 2015 when considering revision of the forestry program for Oregon to reevaluate and look at kind of climate carbon in that exercise. And I think that's what we definitely want to tee up in October as well. Good morning.
Yeah, the boards made it really clear that they want to put or at least board members have made it really clear that they want to put a greater emphasis on climate change policy. And where the 2011 forestry program for Oregon is now overdue, we do have a set of policy statements in that document. And the board should consider if they want to elevate this issue, they need to look at that policy and either say it's good as it is or it needs to be changed. And likewise, we've been getting a lot of discussion through all of our agenda topics about incorporating climate change in every aspect of our business. And we have some clear direction from 2015 that's limited in the direction you've given us. So for private forests, it says to focus on hydrologic changes. And so now we don't have as clear direction in other aspects of our business. So I think thinking through this as a board, and if you want to begin to help direct us in terms of how do we want to consider climate change, what do you see as the key important factors, it will be really useful. And I think we'll have more discussion about this in October. this was the board's direction to the board to update these two products if you are considering updating the forestry program for Oregon. So I think there's a real nexus here. The board's been desiring a change in the emphasis, and so that means you have some work to do if you want to implement that. Questions on that?
So Kyle, you want to make it green and go?
I'm ready. Good morning, board members. Chair Imison, State Forest Authority. For the record, my name is Kyle Abraham, and I serve as the Private Forest Division Chief. Good to be in front of you today discussing climate change and thinking about the future regarding agency-wide policy on climate change. In regard to some of the work that we've completed in private forests on climate change policy and information, there are two major topics to discuss. One of those is landscape scale data collection and assessment of forest health. And then the other one is climate and condition adapted tree species. The Forest Health Program actively assesses forest health on private and public lands through extensive aerial and ground surveys, which you'll hear about in the continuation of this agenda item after lunch. This work informs and identifies changes and trends on forest lands related to insects, disease, invasive species, and drought. In turn, this information supports the development to help understand tree species health and migration. The Forest Health Program utilizes this information to provide technical advice and training to agency personnel, research partners, professional foresters, and landowners. The Forest Health Program collaborates with the United States Forest Service, Pacific Northwest Research Station, Oregon State University, our department stewardship foresters, and state forest staff in the course of collection, evaluation, and dissemination of this information. Forest Health staff also provide associated training across the state. Collectively, all of this work promotes ongoing large-scale research and monitoring and allows evaluation of forest health and stress events possibly caused or increased by climate change. And these are a couple of our publications, one of them which is in your packet today, the Forest Health Highlights in Oregon. You'll hear more about that later. And then the top one is a handout that we deliver to landowners and operators, questions related to drought specifically. So the second major topic is the seed orchard and the work that they do. And some may remember the presentation last November from our J.E. Schroeder seed orchard manager and geneticist. The seed orchard is one of the primary sources of seed for growing Oregon's forests. Throughout its work, the seed orchard considers changing conditions by focusing on developing seed that will flourish depending on growing region and other conditions. Among the unique seed sources produced are the Willamette Valley strain of ponderosa pine, sometimes called valley pine, and I think there's another slide. I was wrong. This species is particularly suited to most soil types in the Willamette Valley, either wet or dry, and can persist on the landscape under changing conditions. Other adapted examples include genetically improved western hemlock and regionally adapted Douglas fir. Progeny test sites are important in understanding adaptive evaluation, and in particular, valley pine would benefit from progeny test sites into the future. The seed orchard is primed to provide a rapid response and delivery of different species as conditions shift. The seed orchard works in a cooperative manner to accomplish their work and collaborates with partners including State Forest Division, OSU, BLM, large forest landowners, and the Oregon Seed Bank. So that's a summary of the ongoing work within the Private Forest Division on collecting and information and response to climate change. And again, look forward to the future as the board develops a policy for agency business related to climate change. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Can you comment on how, in terms of your forest health assessment, how that's evolved and changed in the last 5 to 10 years in response to climate change?
So we continue to provide that information as part of a statewide response in cooperation with the Forest Service. The survey itself has changed in terms of the information that we're collecting, and sort of a technical component, but that information as a baseline continues to be provided to help understand the response of different locations, particularly with drought and climate change.
Are you asking about trends, Jim? I mean, are you asking, is that what you're?
No, I was really trying to get at, I mean, there's always been some work on forest health. I was trying to find out really what has been what the agency is doing differently in more recent years, specifically in response to climate change threat.
Yeah, and certainly the information that the handout here in terms of drought stress related to climate change, helping landowners understand what species would be planted in different locations. And one of the earlier slides had some different work that our seed orchard has done in terms of seed zones and information dissemination about trying to understand migration patterns and species that would be most adapted to that situation on the ground.
All right, good morning. Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. For the record, my name is Liz Dent, and I serve as the Division Chief for State Forests. And this is an important topic, clearly, as a manager of our public forests. And it has been at the forefront of our thinking, particularly as we've been revisiting our current forest management plan and looking to ways of incorporating what we know to be one of the most perhaps important impacts on ecosystems and forest ecosystems, which is climate change. So as I think everyone here is aware, we manage our forests for what's characterized as greatest permanent value. That's really shorthand for a range of benefits, economic, social, and environmental benefits, creating high quality habitat for native fish and wildlife, high quality air and water, other social benefits to rural communities, and economic benefits as well to the counties and those communities that depend, which you heard Commissioner Yamamoto speak to this morning, that depend on timber-related jobs. So lots of benefits from the management of our forests. And you'll see in the staff report that we really link these sets of actions to the concept of resilient forests. So when we think about resilient ecosystems, one way of thinking about that is the capacity of a system to respond to perturbation or disturbance in the form of resisting the damage and recovering quickly from that disturbance. And so for us, paramount to continuing to provide for greatest permanent value is to manage, maintain, and create resilient forests that we manage. So to that end, we've described 5 actions in the that will be incorporated into our normal business, if you will. And they include ecosystem adaptation and capacity, and that's relative to the inventory and stocking of species to zonal adaptability and resilience. Reforestation planning for a range of species composition and landscape diversity. Fuels reductions that are directed in climate-stressed regions, monitoring to identify stressors that inform management and evaluate operational hypotheses, and the need to assess waterway sensitivity to better prioritize and inform our protection measures such as riparian buffer and buffers and restoration decisions. And largely for that, we've been thinking about changes in stream flow and changes in stream temperature and the degree to which that may affect species that are sensitive to those types of changes. And then finally, throughout the process that we've been involved with you over the past several years of revising our forest management plan. Last year, you may remember that the board approved and adopted a set of guiding principles that would go into a revised forest management plan. And in that set of guiding principles is one that addresses climate change and carbon sequestration. And these guiding principles are really important because they're the foundation for how we ultimately implement the forest management plan on the ground. So those are the key pieces for our State Forest Division.
Liz, there's been a lot of work that I'm aware of across the nation and actually worldwide on identifying, locating and identifying climate change refuges, particularly with respect to aquatic ecosystems. And I was wondering if you have had any discussions about doing that on state forests or any plans to consider doing so into the future. It seems like one of the best ways, at least that I can think of, to increase resiliency on lands that we're responsible for managing is to identify where those refuges are so that we can do our planning with some awareness of sort of where some of these sort of special reservoirs of resiliency exist.
Yeah, thank you, Cindy. I think that that's really going to be an important component for sure when we're thinking about strategies particularly to address the effects of climate change on stream temperature. And one of the things that we're seeing in some of the current research that's been done on modeling to evaluate the relative impacts throughout the regions that we manage will help us to understand from a stream network perspective areas that are going to be more sensitive to climate change and where we might do things differently to respond to that, to plan for that, and areas that are less sensitive. So really allowing a diversity of treatments or protection standards across the landscape. As far as cold water refugia, definitely an important component. And in my mind, that is an operational decision and set of if you will, outcomes from implementing strategies that have that goal to protect stream temperature in the stream network as well as at the site scale.
Thank you. I'd love to talk to you about this at some future time when it's convenient, and sort of probably before our October retreat if possible, so that we can have some, idea of if we're thinking in the same direction to help me guide my conversations when we're doing strategic planning for board actions. Thank you.
Sounds good, of course.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Doug Graff. I serve as Chief of Fire Protection. Thank you, Chair Emerson, members of the board, State Forester Doherty. I have this slide together as it relates to how protection and the board has worked together in the past related to response to climate change. So have some thoughts together here to stimulate conversation in advance of October. I would highlight on the right side of the slide, you have seen this data before in the top right. That's the decadal look of acres burned. And you can see the advancement of acres burned increased to 84% from 2 decades ago, and another 29% for the current decade. And this is ODF protected lands. There's a similar trend as we look at all lands in Oregon, and then nationally, we'll see that same trend. And in the bottom right, I have a decadal look of fire costs. However, I showed you something earlier today at a pivot point of 2013. I had a miss. I probably should have shifted that, so consistency message for you today. But looking at a decadal look, just the last 10 years, this also serves a purpose of showing, 2013, a significant shift. 44 million is our gross cost of the decade. And then as I highlighted earlier, if you look at 13 forward, that 7 years, it's closer to 63 million is what we've been averaging. And the prior 7 years has been 9.7 million prior to 2013. So that's some data points we've discussed in the past. In terms of things to consider as we engage protection and response to climate change, I would highlight that fire protection as kind of a guiding mission, a principle, is to evolve. And we have 100 years history of evolving together as a state of Oregon to the challenges before us. And for this time and place, climate change, obviously a key driver in that change agent. So fundamentally, it's in our DNA, if you will, in fire protection to adapt and evolve. And you saw that in some examples today with considering aviation assets and our ability to utilize those safely at night, where we have can take advantage of fire weather conditions in suppression. That's just one example of 100 years of effort of evolution in fire protection. Specifically, I'd highlight on the next bullet, planning and budgeting. The board and the division has been close for the last several years, really since 2013 forward. I would highlight the fire program review. At least one of you, two of you were here at that time, following the 2013-14 fire seasons. Initiated a fire program review, comprehensive look at the program's fire protection system, followed by a Secretary of State audit, performance audit on the agency and how we engage in fire protection given a new reality of the changing landscape and the challenge before us in fire protection, followed by the agency initiative, which really seeded the Governor's Council with a broader perspective of Oregonians to engage in this complex conversation of how do we as a state address fire protection moving forward in this changing environment. So that's the planning side of business. And perhaps even going further than that, 2013, the Wildfire Protection Act was passed. And I know that took several biennia of effort to consider what we knew at that time to be a growing complexity, and that was passed through the legislature in 2013, and we're immediately on the same conversation to keep pace with the reality. So that's compelling. And as I go further back in time and consider the planning evolution of fire protection in Oregon, I have to go back to 2004, and that was the previous fire program review. So 2004 to 2016 was the time that passed between fire programs review. And as I reflect now on the past 7 years, I find it interesting since 13 forward, those engagements have been very aggressive. There's no 12-year period in between the planning process on where we need to be moving forward. On the budgeting component, that bullet I would highlight in law, it's expected that the department work through an adequate level of protection based on the conditions that we see on the landscape today. And that's a budget that's moved through this board every June as we consider what is adequate level of protection, fire protection for the state, and then the appropriate budgeting to provide for that adequate level of protection. So the budget and planning is really part of our core business when it comes to thinking about the future. Monitoring of fire risk, severity, duration certainly has evolved in the last 10 years. And an example I would highlight for us to consider is the Oregon Risk Explorer with partnership through the university, OSU. That's the vehicle that is housed our data relating to what is the wildfire risk at any given place across Oregon. And there continues to be evolution there. This was a multi-year investment with dollars procured through Forest Service, state and private dollars for Oregon, to help Oregon look at its wildfire risk. We do have the public viewer, the Oregon wildfire risk, available to the public today in that partnership. So that's a solid foundation in terms of considering, what's the risk today. And What are we seeing in the future? I would go to the next bullet, the coordination across agencies and particularly universities. I would highlight Dr. Yost, the previous presenter, provided us a report, this board and protection, as we engaged in the fire program review, looking at, if I recall, Chad, I think, and Dr. Yost still in the room, out through 2050 of what the impacts of wildfire risk is due to climate change. So some modeling that was worked, and we started our conversations with the fire program review in 13, 14, 15 with a baseline understanding of, and this is some modeling around what we're beginning to feel on a daily basis, change at the ground level, and how do we respond. So that's a key partnership, and that coordination across agencies, and of course federal partners with their data was a key player in us looking at those long-term modelings. The second to last bullet, mitigation and management to restore landscapes. I would highlight once again board's engagement and the division in the smoke management policy work that we've done in the last couple of years in partnership with Environmental Quality Commission. This was a recommendation that came out of the fire program review as a primary policy change that needs to occur. That effort has gone very well. We're transitioning in to prescribed burning season and seeing some of that surface, particularly in the east side right now where the conditions are appropriate. So that's an example of how we've tackled policy change together in the face of climate change. And then I would leave you with the final bullet is incident management team formation. I put that in there just as an anchor into the notion of sustainable capacity and where do we need to position ourselves long-term to be ready to address now more complex fire conditions on the landscape. This capacity concept is well embedded in the agency initiative that has seeded some of the work in the fire suppression subcommittee of the Governor's Wildfire Council. So I'd close with just suggesting, as I did on the front end, there's 100 years of evolution to learn from, and a personal mantra of mine is to learn from the past, live in the now, and plan for the future. And I think we're postured and positioned well and have this background and protection to move forward in the face and how we respond to climate change. So there's some thoughts as we engage in more detail for October.
Thank you all. And a lot of what you were addressing, really is regarding for planning for the future, which is great. I think, as a person who kept harping on this operational issue, I'm still left, I think, not hearing anything that's addressing my main concern. And my concern here when I talk about operational is really pretty short term, more like a 5-year focus. And I think with the department reporting here, it's all at a department level, but I think I want to bring it back to an agency level. And that's the concern that I've brought up before around with our militia approach that the other departments, administrative services, private forests, and state forests, with not this year notwithstanding, with the increasing length and severity of the fire seasons, those other departments being compromised in their ability to do their work. I know we're trying to deal with the finance part of all of that. That's obviously very key. And I suspect that the Governor's Fire Council is going to be looking at this whole issue of any kind of modifications to the militia model. But to me, that's the key agency level issue for me when I talk operational. So I want to just bring us back to that because I think that's an elephant in the room over the next few years for this agency.
Could you help me understand the question around the militia model? Is it
Well, the question is, not whether the militia model has worked in the past. I think whether it works in the future with longer fire seasons, and increasing severity. And that is, are other other departments, the staffing in the other departments suffers, and all of the other work that is supposed to be getting done in those departments doesn't happen. And that's my concern. It's not a complicated one.
Thanks. And so we did try to address that last year through our budgeting process, as you know, and the board approved agency initiative, which was a substantive ask, and that did not make it into the governor's budget. And so that is an important task to go forward. And as we're thinking about strategic planning, we're also being tactical. Was that the right approach to really think of the sustainable organization as the agency level organization because of our militia approach? That's the reality that we're in. But tactically, is that the correct approach in terms of making a request? Again, we're going through that process ourselves in developing, and that'll be the part of the strategic discussion in terms of where our capacity needs are within the divisions. Some of them, everybody contributes to the militia, but some are more directly related to the agency initiative and a much greater link with mitigation and fuels reductions. Other ones are just other capacities we need in the division to address increasing workload in those divisions. So fire isn't the only division that has an increasing workload over time. I would say that the need to incorporate climate change into all aspects of our business has increased workload across all of our divisions. The focus on water quality and monitoring. So I think there's some real good discussions we need to have as a department and the board around direction we go forward with our 2021 ask.
And Jim alluded to this, but we also do have, I think part of the governor's response on the budget, not in a technical budget sense, was the creation of the council that, and I'm not quite sure I'm up to speed on when we will be getting, results from that, but that should also help to inform this conversation.
Yeah, and so the council is on track to present recommendation to the governor on September 26th. I'm getting verified that I remember my date correctly. I think there'll be a more robust set of recommendations for fire protection because there was a lot of advanced work done around the fire program review and Secretary of State audit, and then the agency initiative all put that that committee of the council ahead. I think there's some pretty robust recommendations or completed recommendations from the community adaptation because some of they've tested some of the recovery stuff since Chetco Bar and Eagle Creek. And I think there was a lot of thinking around adapted communities. I think the mitigation, there will be some recommendations, but I think they're going to require more time. So when we get that report, we can send that out to the board as soon as it's released, I believe, to the governor. And that way, you may have, it won't give you a lot of lead time before the October retreat, but it will provide some initial information about those recommendations.
Yeah. Whether we look at it through the lens of climate change or we look at it through the lens of fire, it leads us to the same place. It's about resources and this agency having adequate ones to do take care of all the responsibilities that we're given charge of.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And I think the reason it is so, you see it so much in fire is that's the early response we're seeing. There's still a lot more uncertainty about species migration. There's still a lot more uncertainty around temperature and some of those effects. I think, the reality of fire season is, it slapped us in the face, starting in 2013. And so,
Question, Doug. Prescribed fire is one way of trying to, at least strategically, minimize risk for homes and towns. Given the constraints of air quality, oops, I guess I better not make this fast.
I was a little early.
So very quickly, Doug.
We have till 12:15.
Given the constraints on air quality and human resources, do we have a capacity to increase the use of prescribed fire across the state to try to reduce some of these risks locally?
Yeah, the land managers who conduct the prescribed burning provide those resources. So federal lands and private lands within the state of Oregon on forest ground burn approximately 160,000 acres annually, prescribed burning. And that's split about 50-50. About 50% of it's on federal lands, 50% of it's on private lands. And both parties in that conversation have expressed interest for more opportunities to prescribe burn. So I think there's room certainly to expand that opportunity. What the board's work was to expand the policy framework, which allows a broader window of opportunity for them to achieve their land objectives. I would say consistent parallel to that conversation is other forms of utilization of those resources, so biomass, et cetera, need to be on the table to find other uses other than burning, because the window of burning, no matter how far we open it from a policy framework, still will not provide all the opportunity out there that there's an interest for. So biomass and other forms of utilization need to be part of the conversation.
Yeah, so I guess maybe a quick follow-up, and maybe to put you on the spot, so I apologize, but how much of an increase could we see given the DEQ air quality constraints that were somewhat relaxed recently?
Yeah, that's a tough one to gauge. We'll learn more. We're planning to be back, I think, in the March range, so we'll be able to evaluate. Has there been change in 1 year? But I honestly don't see that as a good litmus test, because did we have the right burning conditions this fall for land managers to initiate those burns? We might be out of prescription, which is too much moisture, too hot, too cold, too much wind. And those are environmental factors that we can't control. And that may be the reason why we didn't get an increase in our prescribed burning accomplishment, as opposed to the policy window that this board and EQC. So it's going to take some time to evolve. But I've been generally telling folks, I would expect a 10 to 20% increase in the next couple of years. I think that's feasible, looking at the data and the exposure from the previous policy and to what window of opportunity there is in the current policy. That's absolutely realistic. And then beyond there, I think it becomes capacity issues and some other factors that might influence it.
Now, Doug, the communities that elected to use the planning, those community plannings to expand we know the communities have done that so far, don't we? I mean, that's one measure, right?
Yeah, Board Member Justice, that's another key factor, is the social license, the ability for communities to accept and be willing to work with landowners to achieve those goals, to mitigate the risk of catastrophic fire. And we're seeing that engagement in a very positive way. We'll report out where we stand on those outreaches, but I would expect many communities to be at some level of engagement in terms of community response plans, so they know how to react if and when smoke is in the air near their community to mitigate that risk. That in itself is a factor that opens up a broader window for more prescribed burning with that acceptance. So we'll have more intel when we report out in March and what that looks like. And the legislature did fund Department of Environmental Quality $250,000 to advance communications and outreach with communities. So I'll expect to see some of those dollars targeted towards communities to develop those plans.
We have a few more slides. Will you advance the slide? Thanks, Kyle. And this is obviously, as State Forest Authority likes to remind us all the time, we have 4 divisions in the department. My program fits within the Administrative Services Division. And I'll sum this up really quickly because we're really close to lunch. Really the role that, that my team plays in kind of the carbon climate conundrum and role here at ODF. You've already saw Dr. Yost present the work on the carbon ecosystem report and harvested wood products. And really through him is our primary kind of connection to other research efforts, research partners, both at OSU and particularly the Pacific Northwest Research Station. And Doug mentioned a wildfire suitability piece of work that Andrew was a part of with the PNW Research Station that was published back in 2017 in Forest Ecology and Management. That's where that work came from. So really, that's the primary way that we engage is or have historically, both through the board's work and the board's policy work, and we'll be re-engaging you as we think about the forestry program for Oregon looking forward. Also, those is through that kind of research partnership piece of where we contribute to research in a lot of ways. And then more recently, the other I wanted to kind of point out is we have recently with State Forester Doherty and with Kyle's support pulled over an employee from the Private Forest Division to kind of add some capacity around really all the adaptation planning stuff that's happening, both within state government, but also different national alliance partners, and the U.S. Climate Alliance is kind of highlighted there as a logo. So we really realized that we need some capacity in addition to kind of the research partnership focus is really about all the adaptation and planning and coordination that's going on across different state agencies, yes, federal agencies, yes, but also with external partners as well. And so I did want to thank our colleague Danny Norlander, who really kind of shepherded this whole presentation and piece of the staff work together, and he's the individual that's also doing that work as well. And so for now, we've pulled that into my shop to provide some kind of short-term capacity, and we need to think about the long-term need for that kind of work as well on kind of the adaptation planning side, the networking, the kind of coordination side, as much as the research side as well. So with that, one more slide, which is really the lunch slide, and really tease us up to say the next 2 engagements on this, and appreciate the feedback and engagement already today, is really, as we teed this up, really starting in October 9th at the Board of Forestry retreat. And then I believe we'll also probably touch on this in the November meeting, and in particular with the science policy workshop. Although I think that'll be more focused on, using science information and policy formation versus necessarily using, discussing, engaging about what the board's priorities are relative to this subject. So with that, Chair, I will turn it back over to you unless there's additional questions for me in that little bit of work.
I think we'll move for the lunch break, and then we'll come back and resume this discussion on the forest conditions and issue identification, which will need to also accommodate public testimony.
Okay.
We'll do at the end of that. Yeah, why don't we resume at 1 o'clock?
Sounds great.
Take a 45-minute break.
Thank you.
Reconvening.
Thank you. So once again, for the record, I am Chad Davis, Director of Partnership and Planning, and we are continuing on agenda item 5, now on item C, which is the Forest Health Report, which is a function in our Private Forest Division. And so to lead us through that, I'm going to turn it over to Morgan Allen and Sarah Navarro.
Good afternoon, Chair Imeson, members of the board, State Forester Doherty. For the record, I'm Morgan Allen, manager of the Forest Health and Monitoring Unit. Okay, just making sure we're teed up. Thank you. Okay, great. All right. Joining me today is Sarah Navarro, our forest pathologist. Before we begin, I want to thank the rest of the Forest Health Unit, Wyatt Williams in particular, who was planning to be here today, but was unable to attend, as well as Danny Norlander and Christine Buell for creating this presentation and update materials. At the September 2018 board meeting, we had a special focus on the annual statewide aerial survey. Today, we present an update on a broader range of forest health topics that the unit is engaged with. As a reminder, the Forest Health Unit consists of myself, our pathologist Sarah to my left, entomologist Christine Buell, invasive species specialist Wyatt Williams, and survey and monitoring specialist Danny Norlander. I also want to recognize Haley Ballard, our temporary forest management technician, who is currently leading an ash seed collection project I will describe in more detail later. The Forest Health Unit provides services statewide, including technical assistance, monitoring and detection, research projects, and supports cost share funding, eradication, and mitigation programs. In collaboration with the Forest Service, we have recently completed the 2019 annual statewide aerial survey, a sustained monitoring effort since 1947. Collected data is used to create risk models, support planning efforts, and informs prioritization systems and direction of federal funds nationwide. The 2018 aerial survey results found over 675,000 acres with damage. This is below the 10-year average of 750,000 acres. Most of this damage was due to bark beetle activity in the eastern 2/3 of the state, which was almost even with the previous year. There was an uptick in insect defoliation due to a special flight in June for Pandora moth damage in Central Oregon. This special survey is not normally flown unless requested by field personnel. Note that this graphic does not include acreage for Swiss needlecast, sudden oak death, and things like root disease. I will now turn the presentation over to our forest pathologist, Sarah Navarro.
Chair Imeson, members of the board, State Forester Doherty. For the record, my name is Sarah Navarro, and I serve as the forest pathologist for ODF. I also serve as the program lead for our sudden oak death program in Oregon forests. This program is a collaborative effort between ODF, Oregon Department of Agriculture, the U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, and Oregon State University. Since 2010, the program has worked to slow the spread of this invasive disease on the landscape, and this is done through survey and detection of new infested sites, treatment of new infestations, monitoring post-treatment success, and education and outreach of the local communities. In 2016, the Association of Oregon Counties formed a task force to address sudden oak death in Oregon. They brought together representatives from multiple state and federal agencies, industry, the tribes, local government, and conservation groups. The task force developed a strategic action plan based on recommendations from multiple subcommittees. One of the recommendations was completing a new economic analysis of sudden oak death and its impacts to our Oregon economy. Other new projects in our sudden oak death program include collaborations with OSU and OXU Extension. Through Farm Bill funding, we have developed a citizen science program for sudden oak death focused on early disease detection and identifying potentially resistant tan oak within Curry County. Also, we are working with the U.S. Forest Service on new technologies for early detection of the disease with high resolution imagery. And lastly, we are collaborating with North Carolina State University, working on a new interactive disease spread model. And I'll go over in more detail those projects. We've also been utilizing new technology through ARC Online so that we can show in real time and share information with our collaborators on new sudden oak death detections, including what lineage of the disease is present on the landscape, whether it's the North American lineage that we've had in Oregon since 2001, or the European lineage, which is more aggressive, which was detected in 2015. Our collaborators with the U.S. Forest Service and BLM have access to the same dashboard, and so they can prioritize their sudden oak death eradication treatments on the ground based on lineage there. And so far, since 2001, we have completed over 7,000 eradication treatment acres in Curry County for sudden oak death. The majority of those have been on private ownership. Since the detection of the disease in 2001, just outside of the town of Brookings, the disease has spread 18 miles to the north and 8 miles to the east. And we continue to slow the spread of this disease on the landscape. In 2018, ODF offered to fund on behalf of the task force a study of the economic impact of sudden oak death in Oregon. The agency commissioned Portland-based Highland Economics and Mason Bruce Gerard to conduct the assessment, which was completed in February 2019. This assessment updated and built on the assessment completed in 2009 by Kim Hall, a graduate student at Oregon State University. The assessment examined current timber-based economic impacts since the discovery of sudden oak death in 2001 up to 2018. It also assessed potential future economic impacts from 2019 through 2038 for the 4-county region of Coos, Curry, Douglas, and Josephine counties. It looked at these future economic impacts under 3 scenarios. First, halting our current treatment regime in Curry County. Secondly, at current service levels. And then lastly, just focused on the European or more aggressive lineage of sudden oak death in Curry County. The assessment also examined non-timber impacts, which were hard to quantify at an economic value, but these include property values, economic or ecosystem services, cultural values, and wildfire risk. Through the assessment, they found that there's no detectable current impacts of sudden oak death on the 4-county region. There was no detectable job or wage loss from the time period that they looked at. And also there were moderate job gains through the employment of ODF and U.S. Forest Service staff in the region to conduct the survey and detection and then eradication treatments for sudden oak death. And there were also undetectable impacts to the timber export value via the Port of Coos Bay. The future impacts, though, if the Oregon sod treatment regime was terminated as of January 1st of this year, impacts that might occur as sod spreads into Coos County could happen as soon as 2028 through quarantines to Coos County, or it could be offset to 2038 if we were to continue with our treatments. And these impacts include sanctions on Southwest Oregon timber exports by China, Japan, and Korea, and/or Korea, loss of 1,200 jobs related to the timber export, which equates to about $58 million in annual wages, and a reduction of timber harvest by 15%, a decline of rural residential property value as well. Non-timber impacts were assessed in part through interviews with task force members and local members of the community. With the current spread level of sod, the potential non-timber impacts are expected to include impacts to cultural practices with great historic and traditional meaning, such as acorn gathering, materials for basket weaving, hunting, which are already compromised by sudden oak death, we learned through interviews with tribal members. Also reduced rural residential property value, loss of real estate transactions, and then potentially in the future decline in recreation and tourism income if an unfavorable public perception of the region takes hold due to the die-off of tan oak trees. And then a key concern regarding sod voiced during interviews with local leaders and sod experts is potentially increased wildfire risk associated with stands of dead trees and dry wood. Another project that we're working on with the U.S. Forest Service, Geospatial Technology and Application Center, is utilizing our high-resolution aerial imagery that the department has been acquiring the last 7 years. They're doing further analysis of this imagery using technology and software that we don't have access to here to be able to early detect dead, declining, and live tan oaks better on the landscape in order to find surviving trees that we could potentially use as sources of resistant stock for tan oak to eventually put back on the landscape, and also detecting declining trees so that we can be more effective in our eradication treatments. Lastly, we've been working with North Carolina State University on an updated disease spread model. And we have been working with a graduate student there, and ODF hosted a workshop last year. It was a participatory workshop using a 3D tangible landscape model. And the workshop goals were to assess how the participants, which in this last workshop was all experts on sudden oak death, interacted with the model. And they also collected input from us in order to refine the model to better predict sod spread in Oregon. And so what is Tangible Landscapes? It's a geospatial modeling platform. It's run on open space software, so anyone can make their own tangible landscape. You just need a 3D printer, which everyone has access to, of course. And also a projector and then a processor, which in this case, they're using a Xbox Connect. And then that goes to a computer, which is run on open source GIS. And so they're able to take inputs to the model on the 3D landscape and then produce what would happen in the future. And so what does this look like for Oregon and our sudden oak death? And so this is a 3D printout of the Cape Sebastian area down in Curry County. These yellow squares were current sod infestations in 2016. And then these felt pieces back here represent potential treatment areas to put on the landscape. These felt pieces, the Xbox Connect reader were able to read what the acreage was of those pieces and what they would actually cost in real time. And so what we all got chances to do was to put those felt pieces down on the landscape and then run the model for 5 years in the future. So we ran multiple exercises of this. And so you can see that the initial spread was down, or the initial infestation was down here, but even with this large treatment area, the disease still spread north. A host barrier has been talked about in the past for sudden oak death. And so demonstrating it using this participatory model, you still see that the disease can jump that host barrier. So we had 12 participants for this first workshop. We were surveyed before and afterwards about our thoughts on the model and how to better refine it. And so ODF will be hosting a second workshop next week for members of the Sudden Oak Death Task Force. And since then, they've refined the model, generating higher resolution host maps, modeling the pathogen strains separately, adding management options, and allowing for yearly management interventions, which is what we do real time on the ground. Moving on to other projects of our forest health unit, our forest entomologist, Christine Buell, leads our bark beetle mitigation program, which is a 50-50 cost share program that provides incentives for landowners to prevent or mitigate bark beetle outbreaks, primarily with preventative thinning and pine slash disposal. ODF received $70,000 from the U.S. Forest Service in 2018. Our forest health staff work with stewardship foresters in Southern and Eastern Oregon to identify the best targets for these limited funds. There is a waiting list for bark beetle mitigation requests. In 2018, we paid out $56,000 to treat 212 acres in across 15 separate ownerships in Southern and Eastern Oregon. Our invasive species specialist, Wyatt Williams, leads the next couple projects that I'll be presenting on. First is a 2019 gypsy moth eradication. Gypsy moth, both the Asian and European varieties, have been a threat to our Oregon forest for some time. Oregon is a prime habitat for gypsy moth, and most at-risk acres are on private and state-owned lands. Following a spray project in Portland in 2017, ODA detected a new infestation in Corvallis in both 2017 and 2018 and conducted treatments of this infestation in 2019. This was a 46-acre ground-based treatment that was conducted in May. ODF provided technical support for this project with ODA as the lead agency. This is an update to what's been presented on before for the invasive wood borer survey. The field season wrapped up just last year for this project. Our invasive species specialist was the lead, and this project was funded by the Forest Service through one of their competitive grant programs. So in order to detect invasive wood borers along a major shipping channel and potential route for these insects to get in, so traps were set up along the Columbia River Gorge corridor from Astoria to the Dalles. These traps were set up in 2016, 2017, and 2018. They were checked on a routine basis, and we had help from our collaborators at Oregon Department of Agriculture, Forest Service, and Washington Department of Natural Resources. From the traps, these are the insects of note, one of them being a first record in North America, the Xyloborus monographus. It was detected just one time at Chinook Landing in 2018. Only one specimen was collected. It's native to Europe, but this is the first record of in North America of this insect. Its hosts include hardwood. It was previously unknown in the US, and it's been associated with oak damage in Europe, and it vectors Raphiola fungi, which can cause disease. It's a high priority pathogen on our USDA APHIS list. Next, we continue work with Oregon State University on the Oregon Forest Pest Detector Program and also the Oregon Invasive Species Hotline. Both of these are key to new detections and being able to rapidly respond. One of the new detections includes a new species of Agrilis, which was reported in Portland on twinberry plants. Twinberry is an important native shrub in backyard habitat certification, so it's all over metro areas. And so the species of Agrilis had never before been documented in Oregon, and currently ODA is conducting a risk analysis. Moving on to invasive plants and detections there. In June 2017, a landowner in Astoria reported orange hawkweed. ODF responded, ODF Forest Health staff responded in conjunction with ODF State Forest staff in the area. The site was treated in 2018, and then since then, road surveys, we have not been able to detect this weed there. It is a Class A noxious weed, so it's a high priority for treatment. And lastly, for invasive plants, gorse. You will most likely see it if you drive down Highway 101 to Bandon. It flowers very pretty in the spring, and although it's been in Bandon since 1873, and it's very central, very localized within that area, and so Curry County does have funding to treat outlier infestations of gorse, and so ODF, we provided assistance for a special aerial survey this year. We got the request from the county, and we surveyed approximately 300,000 acres this spring, and it was a low cost to the county, so they now have sites that they are able to prioritize for treatments.
Thank you, Sarah. When we brought this topic to you last year, the Emerald Ash Borer Plan, we described the collaborative effort to build the Emerald Ash Borer Plan for Oregon, completed in spring of 2018. Recall that Emerald Ash Borer, or EAB, is already in 32 eastern states and has expanded as far west as Colorado. Over 100 million ash trees have been killed by EAB and has caused billions of dollars in damages to natural and urban areas in North America. EAB presents a significant concern to the Pacific Northwest, where Oregon ash is abundant along riparian corridors in Western Oregon and Washington, and where other ash species are widely used by cities and municipalities, thank you, as good fit street trees. We anticipate that it's not a matter of if, but when EAB will be introduced in Oregon. In alignment with the EAB plan for Oregon, ODF has secured funding from and is collaborating with the U.S. Forest Service on ash seed collection excuse me, over the 2019 and 2020 field seasons. We want to thank our Forest Service partners in Region 6 and especially the Dorena Genetic Resource Center for the opportunity to help ensure a future for Oregon ash in our state in anticipation of EAB coming into our state. I also want to thank Haley Ballard, our forest management technician, for moving forward on this project. Haley will be collecting seeds throughout the range of Oregon ash shown in this map in green. We're currently researching and scouting potential sampling sites. For those of you in the audience, I'm going to make a little pitch. If you get email or other contact from us asking for details on ash stands in your area, and particularly outside of the Willamette Valley, please help respond and support this effort. Thank you for this time to update you on the activities of the Forest Health Unit, and we'll take any questions at this time.
Lots of information. Thanks.
Thank you. Sometimes these things go off like a well-oiled machine, particularly when Morgan and Sarah are involved. So as Phil Chang comes up, I just wanted to take a second to introduce Phil. So Phil, I think this is his first appearance before the board. And previously, I have always kind of fronted and talked about the Federal Forest Restoration Program work. And I'm happy to allow Phil to do that today. So without much further ado, hit the little push button there on the mic in front of you. And you are ready to go, sir.
Chair Imesins, State Forester Doherty, and members of the board, thank you for having me here today. My name is Phil Chang. I am the program lead for the Federal Forest Restoration Program, or FFR. As you are aware, 60% of the forest land in the state of Oregon is managed by the federal government, and the management of those lands is critically important to the ecosystems, watersheds, and rural communities of the state. ODF's Federal Forest Restoration Program actually emerged from work initiated by the board a decade ago. In 2009, the board created the Federal Forest Advisory Committee to examine the role that Oregon could play in accelerating active management on federal forest lands. Sorry, I should be. How do I? The 2009 committee report recommended that the state develop a federal forest program, including an investment of state funds. And in 2013, the legislature took the innovative step to fund this first of its kind program, which has since been emulated by many other Western states in the nation. Last biennium, the legislature made this work and the program budget a permanent part of our agency, funded at about $1.5 million annually. In 2014, the US Congress authorized the Good Neighbor Authority, or GNA, for other states besides Colorado, where it was piloted. This authority allows states to implement restoration work on federal land using federal funds. So the work of FFR directly supports ODF's mission to protect, manage, and promote stewardship of Oregon's forests. It's a central agency priority to provide fire protection on 16 million acres of forest land in the state. And to be successful over the long term, we need to lower fuel loads and the risk of high severity fire on federal lands throughout the state. We also know that our rural communities rely on natural resource-based economic activity. Losing a mill or local contracting capacity could have significant impacts on a local economy. And if we lose that workforce and infrastructure in these places, it will have ripple effects into the private sector and private forest land management as well. So a bit about our Federal Forest Restoration Program. We've been using state funds to work with federal land managers to increase the pace, scale, and quality of restoration on Oregon federal forest lands for the last 6 years. The program provides financial and technical support to local forest collaborative groups to increase social agreement on the scope and scale of treatments. We also use these state funds to increase the pace of project approval and to reduce the time to implementation. In addition, since 2014, we've been expanding our use of Good Neighbor Authority to implement restoration, to to get into implementation and to implement restoration work on federal land using state employees and contract workers. So the collaborative support component of the program. The goal of this component is to increase support for active restoration. And we award competitive grants to forest collaborative groups with the objective to develop zones of agreement about the type and scale of treatments on federal land, and then to help them advance those zones of agreements that they've developed. This work supports appropriately designed treatments in response to different forest types and local conditions. We also award contracts to provide technical assistance to those collaborative groups. We are also using state funds to increase the pace of project approval through the federal planning process, or NEPA. Sufficient stock of completed environmental analyses has been identified as a major bottleneck or barrier to getting more work done. The federal agencies often need particular resource data to complete a NEPA planning process for a project, and the Federal Forest Restoration Program has been assisting with that for a number of years. With additional funds provided by House Bill 4118 in the 2018 session, we piloted contracting entire pieces of NEPA, expedited environmental analyses called categorical exclusions. ODF has offered contracts to bid through the state's procurement system to produce the data collection, analysis, and documentation required to authorize treatments and get them through the NEPA process. So a little bit about implementation. This is where the rubber hits the road and people get to see the tangible impacts and outcomes of federal forest restoration work. So we have used in the past state funds to conduct timber sale prep and treatment unit layout for the federal government. This approach speeds up these projects administered by the Forest Service or the BLM and gets them into implementation faster. Increasingly, we're using the Good Neighbor Authority to accomplish this prep work and also to implement the projects themselves using ODF employees and state contractors. Essentially, G&A is a way for the federal government to tap state human resources to do work on federal land. The federal government pays for this work with either cash from congressional appropriations or KV deposits or things like that, or they can pay us with timber value. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. So there are essentially two types of G&A projects, what we call service projects, where the Forest Service has funds, actual dollars to put into services that need to be implemented on the landscape, and these timber sale projects where the federal government can provide us with a timber sale to implement, and then we recover our costs out of the revenue from that sale. So we have project agreements in place for work on 10 of the 11 national forests in Oregon, and we now have agreements, as of yesterday or this week, we have agreements for about $8.9 million of project work, including timber sales forecasted to generate $5.5 million in revenue. So to focus in on the timber sales, to date we've sold 6 G&A timber sales for a total of 10.5 million board feet, and are on track to offer 3 additional sales by the end of September. For another 6.7 million board feet. Timber sales are kind of where the magic is with G&A, because again, we're dealing with an agency that is typically cash poor and land rich. And so if the federal government has an ability to tap ODF to do work and pay for that with value on the stump, with trees, to convert trees to human resources, it significantly expands their capacity to get work done. So when we do one of these G&A timber sales, we generate revenue, we recover the costs that we put in to prep layout, contract development, administration of a sale, and then the additional funds are available to complete additional restoration work. And that can be things like non-commercial thinning work, prescribed fire, in-stream habitat improvements. Notably, you can also use these G&A timber sale revenues for additional planning work or monitoring work. So it's not just funding that can be used for additional implementation, but you can accelerate the pace of work in other ways. So a little bit more about the environmental review process. In 2018, the legislature made G&A a policy of the state with the passage of that bill, HB 4118, and included a one-time allocation of $400,000 to ODF. And we turned around and said, since shelf stock of, NEPA-ready shelf stock of projects is one of the major constraints in the system, we're going to spend 3/4 of that HB 4118 funds on contract NEPA. So those dollars were sufficient for us, for ODF, to contract and complete 3 categorical exclusion NEPA planning projects. One of them, a 3,000-acre insect and disease CE on the Fremont-Wainema National Forest named Miller Lake. A second on the Wallowa-Whitman National Forest, a 70-acre CE on the Wallowa-Whitman National Forest called Catherine Creek, and a third on the Umpqua National Forest, another 70-acre CE called Swamp Creek. Now that analysis is complete for these projects, we will carry out the treatments, including commercial timber harvest. And for 2 of the 3 projects, we expect to generate enough timber revenue to both plan another project and implement additional good restoration work, non-commercial restoration work in that project area or in the near vicinity. This environmental review type work is going to be a big focus for us in this current biennium, the 19 to 21 biennium. We're planning to allocate 20% of the FFR budget in this biennium for those data collection projects and for the contract NEPA projects that I've described so far, with the goal of building the shelf stock of NEPA-ready projects across the state. And several forests have expressed interest in completing a contract CE with us in the next year. So last slide, looking forward with the Federal Forest Restoration Program, we plan to, kind of strategically, some of the things we'd like to do are to continue to support our forest collaboratives and building agreement around the state to increase the G&A timber sale revenue that is being generated. That's kind of already happening, but then we will be able to use that G&A timber sale revenue to both invest in future projects, making future projects happen through NEPA planning and project prep and things like that, and also implementation of additional restoration projects, both commercial and non-commercial. We'll be building our workforce to do this work by adding, hopefully adding a Federal Forest Restoration Program coordinator to the 4 that we currently have in place, and potentially adding up to 6 to 10 additional positions that we're calling G&A foresters. We'd also like to see the Federal Forest Restoration Program support implementation of the shared stewardship agreement that was just signed for the state, and also make some better connections with a wider range of landowners and other programs within ODF to strive to get to doing all lands projects. So that up until now, the focus of the Federal Forest Restoration Program has been federal lands, but we'd like to see that work integrated into all lands projects in the future. That's all I have, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm very interested in, from being from Eastern Oregon and the work of G&A. It's been interesting. Are we thinking about targeted goals, measurable goals? We talk about expanding the program. We talk about growing. We talk a lot about that. It's all what we want. We want to see that begin to happen. I guess from my perspective, I would also like to see us think about targeted goals moving forward across the state for acres of treatment and acres of, that we're doing. And so that from my perspective, that's something I'd like to see us think about, those kind of targeted goals for GNA moving forward. Some of you probably bring up the retreat and so on.
Yeah.
You may not have, I'm sure you probably don't have an answer for that right now, but.
I would love to provide a partial answer to that. What we're finding is that the needs and constraints from forest to forest, so we have 11 national forests in Oregon, they really vary across the state, kind of what forests have capacity for, what the stands need and can produce. Are very variable, the level of social agreement in an area. So I would say it's sort of like we have an implicit strategy for every forest. And you can see that sort of aggregate up. There's sort of an east side approach and a west side approach, but we haven't to date thought about, setting kind of targets or goals like that for the entire program. And that's something we can explore in the future.
I would like to add to that. So under the shared stewardship agreement, this is really a way to begin to set those outcomes, and I would prefer to measure outcomes rather than particular targets like, acres or something like that. But in that shared stewardship agreement is beginning to build that process of defining metrics for the outcomes to begin to track. As you know, in the materials we've been having, University of Oregon Ecosystem Workforce Program, track our accomplishments under federal forest restoration. But I think you've hit on a really good thing. So shared stewardship will result in priorities, and then as well as metrics for outcomes, and then begin an adaptive management problem. And I think that will be really glad to see them supporting the shared stewardship agreement. So I think those things go hand in hand.
Also from Eastern Oregon, so excited to see this program expand. Can you speak just to what you see as the major limitations to the growth of this program going forward?
In Eastern Oregon, I would say
throughout the whole state.
Yeah. I'll try and come across the state. In Eastern Oregon, I really do think that the major constraint is that there is so much work that needs to be done that is non-commercial, and there is only a modest amount of commercial value to be generated from the treatments that need to be implemented. And so as long as we have that disparity, there are many hundreds of thousands of acres of NEPA ready non-commercial treatments in Eastern Oregon that are critical to implement to make our communities safer and make our forests more resilient. So as long as we face that kind of constraint, I can see only incremental improvements in that portion of the state. In Western Oregon, I think that there is a lot of potential that is still within our control at kind of the staff level within ODF that we just need to catch up. We're growing the program as fast as we can, but there's a lot of opportunity and our kind of the limits on our growth of the program and the amount of work we can do is kind of our self-constraint of how fast we can, how sustainably and fast we can grow our team and grow the number of projects that we're working on.
Do you have any have you developed any criteria by which you select projects that you're going to invest in, or are you still pretty much opportunistic?
We worked and we set up a GNA committee at the beginning of this work, which helped us look at some potential criteria. So I would say we have a list of criteria for GNA projects that is not, you have to check every single box for this project to be a go, but there are a number of considerations that you might think of as any one of these could be a fatal flaw, and you need to check at least enough of these boxes that we believe that the project is viable.
So in a future presentation, I think I would be very interested to hear sort of what criteria you're using either explicitly or implicitly for project selection, and what you have as overall program goals. I think we probably all of us have different things in mind when we think of forest restoration. And regardless of what we have in mind, there are probably more acres out there that need restoration than we have capacity to treat, however we define restoration. And so it seems like it would be worthwhile for the department and potentially even the board to have some discussion around really what are we trying to accomplish with this beyond acres. Treating some acres in fashion A has a significantly different result and outcome than treating different acres with treatment B. But it seems like in order to make this a program that is striving towards a specific kind of accomplishment rather than just growth in the program, we need to get a little, we've gone past the experimental opportunistic stage, and I think need to get a little better feel for what it is we're trying to accomplish.
So I'll try to touch that one on as I wrap this up and move us on. Thank you, Cindy. As there's two things going on, and Peter and both Phil referenced the shared stewardship agreement, and that is an opportunity to do, I think, what you're talking about. And also, Phil mentioned, and you hit on the head, and kind of Joe talked about it as well, a little bit of that work's being done within the mitigation committee of the Wildfire Council. And trust me, there's plenty of work to do. The question is how do you prioritize it and how do you fund it? And I think we'll hopefully see some stuff coming out of that work as well. So I do need to.
If I could add one other thing. So I know early on in the Federal Forest Subcommittee, we developed a policy document that had a whole host of, sort of principles and ideas and objectives in it. And I'm wondering how much of that is carrying through to the program implementation now that we've gone past the initial pilot and we're becoming a permanent part of the legislative, program cycle, and, or did that document that was, I think, fairly heavily invested in, is that carrying forward, or is it just collecting dust on the shelf? Is it still providing some guidance for what we're attempting to accomplish, or
so I'm going to I'm going to owe you some feedback on that. I mean, not feedback, follow-up on that one. I think I know the document you're talking about, and I believe it has. However, I'm not going to put myself on record saying yes to you yet until I have a chance to square those two things. Yep.
And I will add the focus of shared stewardship going forward in that nexus to federal forest restoration and all lands is ideal work for the Federal Forest Subcommittee. And as we transition out of the Governor's Council, I think we need to sit down and think about how all this stuff fits together with the board. And I think this Federal Subcommittee is an ideal place to have that discussion. We'll bring that up with Niels and see about scheduling the next meeting for that group after the Governor's Council is complete and settled down.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks, Phil. I mentioned earlier that we were going to have a pinch runner. Brandon's already hit the ball into the left field or whatever and got John standing on first base. So I'm going to ask John Tokarczyk to come up and do his best to cover what our principal forest economist, Brendan Ketzel, is going to cover on the forest sector. There's a couple parts to the presentation of which Brandon is probably best suited to handle questions, particularly about economic forecasts and things, because he's the department employee that interacts most directly, or the only department employee that interacts directly with the department, the state economist's office. However, John is more than well equipped to talk about the forest sector and his work here at the department as well. So, John?
Thanks, Chad. Chair Emerson, members of the board, State Forester Dougherty, John Tokarczyk. Trying my best to fill in for Dr. Ketzel. Wish he was here, but I will do my best. My section is that I was going to help with Brandon as the forest sector. This entails several elements. Look at the 2018 timber harvest report, looking at where timber goes, brief look at facilities and mills, a look at exports, forest sector contributions, employment, wages, and revenues to the counties in the state. So diving right in, the Oregon Timber Harvest Report. It's been around for nearly a century. It's used the same methodology since 1962. It relies on self-reporting from federal and state agencies as well as tribes. The private land numbers come from the Department of Revenue. And so here we see the overall harvest and then private and federal going back to 1962. As I said, same methodology since then. From 1962 to 1994, you see considerable variability in the overall total that's harvested. This changed naturally in 1994 with the Northwest Forest Plan when the overall harvest was roughly halved. Since 1994, the overall harvest has remained stable at around 4 billion board feet per year for now what is nearly a quarter of a century. So a long period of stability in harvest. As those harvest levels changed, the sector and mills have adapted in many ways, investing in processing and efficiencies and innovations. Here we can look at the harvest history by ownership, and we can, again, as noted, see that the harvest remained stable around 4 billion board feet since the Northwest Forest Plan in '94. The exception being the last recession period, with lows occurring in 2008 through 2010. At this point in that recessionary period, those lows, there were exports assumed a more significant role as domestic demand and value declined. Exports may have been, it's been speculated, played an important role at that period, even though they're historically low, at keeping the harvest from bottoming out further. As demand during that 2008-2010 period, demand from Asia grew at the same time that ours was declining domestically. And so that additional demand largely speculatively allowed forest operations to continue that otherwise wouldn't have. And on the export side, we're currently looking at the role, value, and potential significance of Oregon forest exports with colleagues at OSU. Looking at the 2018 timber harvest by region and ownership, this breaks it out by east side and west side. It's important to note that in general, the Forest Service total for 2017-2018 is largely correct, but we only know the grand total by east side and west side. County breakout, which had been reported in the past, is problematic at this point due to Forest Service database changes and updates. Presumably we'll be getting the counties back at some point, but not immediately. So to apportion their number for national forests to the counties, we've used ratios from previous years, past 5 years of harvest, and then apportioned it back to those counties. We worked with a contractor on that. So as you can tell, I'm moving through this a little quick. I apologize. Again, having to take Brandon's slides. So by all means, I'm happy to stop and address anything as it occurs. Moving on from the harvest to what becomes of Oregon's harvested timber. We have a map of all the facilities in the state. This dates back to 2017. Naturally, most facilities are on the west side. There's increasingly fewer on the east side. The diversity of different types of facilities, sawmill, plywood, you can see that there's a nature of spectrum of products that are available. It's important to note that the vast majority of Oregon's harvested wood is milled in Oregon, and it's kept in state to create value-added products. So the additional value of the harvesting activity is found here on the processing side.
So just maybe, and if you don't know this, just say you don't know.
Oh yeah,
we'll move on.
No worries.
And so first of all, thanks a lot for stepping in so we could at least see the presentation and have it generate some interest. And if there's questions, we can, write those down and follow up. But so, we've heard a lot about the decline in facilities, which there has been a rapid decline in facilities by numbers.
Right.
But then the harvest is staying the same at 4 billion board feet. You just said most of it's still processed in Oregon. So I mean, what does that say? It seems like we still have the same capacity in terms of milling infrastructure. It just may be locationally challenged in some areas.
I think that's a fair assessment. There's several factors that go into that. And actually, I'll skip ahead to the next slide, which speaks to this exact point. Looking at the number of production facilities and the level of production, from 2003 to 2008, there's relatively stable, but then moving forward from 2008, you start to see that decline that was just referenced. Yet, as noted earlier on the harvesting side, harvest has been roughly at 4 billion board feet. And in some cases, production has increased over time. So the answer to that question, there's a variety of potential answers, but largely what could be considered is processing efficiencies, consolidation of mills and operations, and then also transportation. It can be a factor as well. Just recently, short rail issues popped up and forced the closure of 2 mills. So harvest remains the same, production remains the same, but the mill number has changed.
So it looks like some of the early reductions were the large reductions, which would have been more closely related to the shift in federal timber supply between 1988 and 1994.
And that goes back to that point in 1994 that there has been a period where there's been a lot of innovation and change in the broader sector to address that change in supply. In terms of production, the most recent numbers are 2017. 2,518,000 square feet of plywood produced, 5,459 million board feet of 5,459,000 million board feet of softwood lumber produced. And to give some perspective on that, a typical home, 2,000 square foot home uses nearly 16,000 board feet of lumber, 6,000 square feet of structural panels, such as plywood. You could theoretically build 341,000 average homes with 1 year of Oregon's production. 341,000. It's a big number. It is also important to note that approximately 75% of all production is sold outside the state. So the production here, and you put it in the context of the homes, it becomes a fairly significant component of other regions and their processes as well. So impacts are felt well beyond Oregon's borders. As I mentioned earlier, exports is a component of the broader profile as well. And they played historically not a significant role, at least from a percentage of overall harvest. Largely, it's fallen below 10% historically, although at times, and that last recessionary period was one of those times, it's played a more significant role. In 2017, staying consistent, 369.5 million board feet of Oregon's timber harvest was exported. That's roughly 9% of the overall harvest. The total value of those log exports was 260 million, mostly to Pacific Rim countries. In terms of other products beyond logs themselves, the total of pulp and paper that was exported, 175 million, lumber, 50.8 million, plywood and veneer, 26.8 million, mostly to Canada, chipped logs, poles, pilings, around 1.5 million. So obviously much less than the others. But overall, exports of logs and of the value-added products themselves outside, not to domestically, but internationally, a relatively small proportion. As I mentioned also, again, and just to reframe it, given the importance of it in the last period and the potential opportunity that exists there, we're doing current work with OSU to further examine what that mix might look like, or at least opportunity in the event that we see another downturn period, that we would have a better understanding of the opportunity that export provides, or what that healthy mix might look like, which hopefully we can report back at another time. Forest sector contributions. Knowing employment and economic contribution is meaningful in sector evaluation naturally. And to this end, Brandon previously facilitated a research relationship between the Oregon Employment Department and Oregon Forest Research Institute and ODF to provide a robust mechanism to account for forest sector employment and wage data. And this was really meaningful because it allows us to draw real data from Oregon employment. So it's not estimated, it's actual, and it's useful for any number of analyses that have now increasingly taken off in a number of spaces. In this context, it's presented here from OFRE's publication, and they produce it biannually in their Forest Facts. And as you can see, between 2015 and 2017, both wages and employment remain stable, modest wage growth. So, going back to the point relative to the question of the mill closure, infrastructure changes, despite changes, and again, the data is a little bit off between years, but the sector overall appears very healthy based on the employment and wage data. That's not to say, though, that some communities most certainly have been affected by infrastructure loss, depending on where it's occurred. And we'll get into the next slide about how regionally those different mills and sector jobs themselves can be fairly significant components of the county wage data. To that point, looking at the different counties, this regional perspective, this is a chart produced by the Oregon Office of Economic Analysis, and it considers the forest sector average salaries by county relative to that county's average salary. And just a quick interpretation of this, the size of the bubbles indicates the number of forest sector jobs within the county. So Multnomah County has a number more jobs relative to Curry County, subsequently has a much larger bubble. The relative position on the chart indicates what the average salary is for forest sector salary within those counties. So the takeaway from this, as you can see, is that, and the most important one to that point, is that most counties, with the exception of Washington and Clackamas, the forest sector average salary exceeds the county average. And so it has a fairly substantial impact depending on what county it's in and what that job looks like. Taking another look at a similar kind of vein, similar to the last slide, we can see the salary differential of the forest sector salary averages by county relative to the overall county salary average. The green bar represents the additional salary average of the forest sector job and provides a % difference. So naturally, Clatsop County average salary is below 40,000. Standard county salary average forest sector salary averages around 70,000, which represents a 92% differential. So depending on the county, the forest sector jobs that are available in employment there are very significant within that county and in terms of their broader economic considerations. The last bar, interestingly enough, is an overall of the state, just to get a broad comparison, but averages are always interesting. Average salary of Oregon, right around 50, and the sector as a whole averages around 6% above that. Economic contributions of the forest sector as a whole. In terms of overall sector economic contribution, there is an estimated 18 billion in output, which includes more than 71,000 direct, indirect, and induced jobs. Collectively accounts for 4.7% of total state output and 3.7% of state GDP. These values were determined using a social accounting matrix versus an input-output modeling approach. And the reason for that was to prevent double counting. So it provides a good context for the overall contribution and the import overall. Second to last, economic contributions of the forest sector. This slide basically represents the monies that are paid to the state and the counties from the forest sector for a variety of payments, ranging from harvest, severance tax, property tax, across the line, income tax. And what you can see is that the contributions back to the state and to the counties respectively have remained relatively stable since 2010. Preceding that, there was a drop in the federal payments that were made. And then lastly, because we're going to skip the question slide. I'm teasing. I'm happy to answer any question. I just don't know if it'll be the right answer. I'll defer to Brandon on that. On the forecast, looking at the forecast, the harvest is noted, as I said in the initial slides that I kind of ran through. It trends around 4 billion board feet. Although, if you listen to Brandon, it's very true. There are a lot of caveats to forecasting that. Housing is a significant driver of the forecast. Housing in many cases is leveled out, and there's been a lot of new assessments of future housing, and there are much more conservative revisions that are being done by the providers of data that we use for our forecasting. Also complicating that is speculation or uncertainty around movements in interest rates and concern around future recessions. Also, log prices are an intervening factor. Recently, they've been very high. They've dropped, but still remain high. There are other anecdotal issues in forecasting. Transportation, as we talked about with several mills, transportation can be an issue from the mills themselves. Also, just in terms of harvest activity, transportation availability or workability is a significant issue. Seasonality, an extreme fire season can severely limit harvest activity, and that's hard to forecast, just as hard as a wet winter or a wet spring, which can also inhibit activity. So the agency forecast is different than the harvest report. Harvest report overall, agency forecast is strictly based on the forest harvest tax that will be paid on products that are harvested. This trend is different. It's varied over the years. And to that end, the forecast for the biennium has an average of 3.62 billion board feet per year. And again, that's the amount that tax is paid on. And with that, I have depleted all the slides that Brandon prepared. I'm happy to try and take a question or two or five, or just.
We probably do have a few minutes for questions before we have a scheduled break.
And again,
Yeah, thank you so much.
yeah, thanks so much.
It was my
Run,
pleasure.
John, run.
So rather
We have one more.
than, yeah, we'll take our break now, the afternoon break now, and we'll come back.
Okay. Last in our list of 6 items, Margan has rejoined us at the table to talk about Western Oregon Streamside Protection Review Update. That's a lot of words.
Good afternoon again, Chair Imison, members of the board, State Forester Doherty. Again, I'm Margan Allen, the manager for forest health and monitoring for the Private Forest Division. Joining me today for this topic is Adam Coble, monitoring specialist. Before I go any further, I do want to acknowledge Ariel Cohen and Terry Free for their good work in supporting the Western Oregon project. Without any further ado, Adam Coble, monitoring specialist, will be presenting an update on the Western Oregon Streamside Protections Review.
Thanks, Margan. Good afternoon, Chair Imison, members of the board, State Forester Doherty. For the record, I'm Adam Coble, monitoring specialist. So for this presentation, I'll first cover the project objectives and background on desired future conditions and FPA rules regarding riparian buffers and vegetation retention. Then I'll provide an update on each component of the study, including the field data analysis, systematic review, and modeling analysis. I also wanted to mention we're defining Western Oregon here as including the Coast Range, Interior, Western Cascade, and South Coast. So the objective for this project is to determine if the FPA rules are effective in achieving the goals for both DFC or desired future conditions in the riparian management area or RMA, as well as large wood and streams. In the FPA rules, desired future conditions for streams, fish streams are to grow and retain vegetation so that over time average conditions across the landscape become similar to those of the mature streamside stands. The FPA rules also define mature streamside stands as being dominated by conifer species with a stand age of 80 to 200 years. The basal area retention requirements are based on an unmanaged stand of 120 years of age. The FPA describes mature stands as providing multiple functions, including ample shade, abundance of aquatic large wood, root masses along the edges of streams, snags, and inputs of nutrients through leaf litter. Over the past year or so, the monitoring unit has visited riparian sites on both private and state land, and we've seen everything from conifer-dominated to hardwood-dominated stands. Most stands were younger. One site that we did visit was about 160 years of age. So DFC is a concept, and sometimes it's just reading the FPA rules. It may not be easy to visualize what a mature stand looks like. So these are some pictures of a mature stand, and I'd like to share some observations to provide you with the sense of what mature stands look like. Obviously, they're older trees, so they're larger diameter, taller trees. It's fairly low tree density compared to younger conifer stands that we've seen. For this stand, Douglas fir dominated the overstory, and we did see a lot of western hemlock that was about mid-canopy. Red alder was present. There was some big leaf maple too, and some pockets, but they seem to be being outcompeted by the taller Douglas fir. Also, there was a fairly dense understory cover over the stream, which mainly included vine maple. So the widths for RMAs were established to retain the physical components and maintain the functions necessary to meet the protection goals for water quality, fish, and wildlife. The vegetation requirements are defined in terms of buffer widths, so it's important that I briefly cover these. For small type F streams, the RMA width is 50 feet, 70 feet for medium type F streams. For both small and medium type F streams, there is a no cut zone from 0 to 20 feet. To provide a frame of reference, the distance from that wall to that wall is 40 feet. So about where Chair Imeson is sitting to that wall is 20 feet. Outside of that no cut zone, it is permissible to harvest trees under certain conditions. The conifer basal area targets were established to achieve the goals for DFC or to make sure the stands are on track to achieve DFC. The targets are variable depending on geographic region, stream size, stream type, and harvest type. For type F streams, there's a number of rules that are related to standard targets. I'll focus in on a few of these key rules, which will come up again later in the presentation. In Division 642, Rule 100, there's 3 prescriptive rules that describe what landowners are permitted to harvest in the RMA. That includes 6A, 6B, and 6C. The figure illustrates the different vegetation requirements outlined in the FPA. For stands that are above the standard target in terms of the conifer basal area, landowners can remove conifers, but must keep the basal area at or above the standard target. For stands where the conifer basal area is between the standard target but above half the standard target, for 6B, landowners need to retain all conifers in the RMA. Outside of that no-cut zone, they can harvest hardwoods. And then for 6C, if the stand's below half the standard target, landowners are required to retain all conifers in the RMA and hardwoods within a certain distance, and that distance is dependent on the stream size. Also for 6C, landowners have the option of doing an alternative vegetation prescription. One example is a hardwood conversion. The individuals that provided the science to support the rules around DFC and basal area targets initially defined what average mature conditions should look like. Based on an unmanaged the average mature conditions are based on an unmanaged Douglas fir upland stand of 120 years at full stocking. Then they back calculated to what the standard target should be based on a 50-year rotation. They also, in those calculations, accounted for disturbance, mortality, and the fact that hardwoods tend to occupy areas close to the stream. So this conceptual diagram illustrates the theoretical conifer basal area at the beginning, midpoint, and end point of each rotation period for an individual stand. So over time, the changes in basal area are achieving mature conditions. So now getting into the Western Oregon study, we'll be using 3 approaches. One's a data analysis, the other's systematic literature review, and then the third component's modeling analysis. So starting with the field study and data analysis, I wanted to start out by providing a timeline view of the project, and then I'll talk about each component in more detail. In 2018, we drafted a protocol for the analysis. That protocol described the ripstream study, the methods, and the proposed analysis and figures. That was sent out to 30 stakeholders and 9 tribes. We received their feedback, which was really helpful in the data analysis component, which the data analysis component has been ongoing for about a year. And then our plan is to draft the final report over the next month or so and send that to stakeholders and tribes. Our goal is to plan to complete the final report by the end of this year. For the data analysis component, we're using 3 questions from the original ripstream protocol. What are the trends in overstory and understory, riparian characteristics? What are the trends in riparian area regeneration? And are the rules effective in maintaining large wood recruitment to streams, as well as the RMA? We're using data from the ripstream study, which to date has mainly focused on stream temperature and shade. The ripstream data were collected at 18 sites on private land, 15 sites on state land. And those sites were mostly within the coast range. I think there were 2 that were just barely made it into the interior region. These were all along small and medium type F streams. The data included pre and post-harvest data on overstory trees, understory vegetation, downwood and snags in the RMA, and large wood in the channel. For this talk, I'll mainly be focusing on the overstory tree species composition, as well as the stand structure as well. So tree age was determined for a small subset of trees. When the pre-harvest data were collected in 2002, 2003, the mean age was 38 years, and this was on private land. The figure shows the age distribution. Based on that distribution, it suggests an even age stand. And so this puts establishment back to the late 1950s, early 1970s. So that predates the FPA, when it was common practice to clear cut all the way down to the stream. And then following that, we did, we saw establishment of red alder, hardwoods, and conifers either through planting or seed trees. And we didn't see that, but in the data, the trees are there, so that likely happened. In terms of how the stands developed over time, following establishment, there was a gradient in conifer dominance, everything from pure conifer-dominated stands to hardwood-dominated stands and everything in between. So getting back to those rules, 6A, 6B, and 6C, we can broadly categorize those as 6A as typically your conifer-dominated stands. In some cases, there are, a mixed hardwood conifer stand. In most cases, the 6B sites are mixed conifer hardwood, whereas the 6C sites are usually hardwood dominated. So part of our objective for this analysis was to identify factors that help explain the amount of harvesting in the RMA. As I previously discussed, the pre-harvest conifer basal area is important. That explains the amount of harvesting that will happen. So we bin the data into rule categories, so which site falls into which rule category, and then compared pre and post harvest basal area. This figure is for a medium type F stream. As we expected, there was greater harvesting in the 6A sites. So that difference there is the change pre to post harvest in basal area. There was about a 35% decrease in basal area, and landowners kept the basal area about 30 square feet per 1,000 feet above the standard target. The goal here wasn't to necessarily evaluate compliance, mainly just as a point of reference to put the standard target there. So there was very little change for 6B, 6C sites. So this is for medium streams. For small streams, we saw a similar trend where the 6A sites, there was more harvesting. We also wanted to know which trees were being harvested in terms of the size and the species, and where in the RMA the harvesting was occurring. This figure shows the DBH distribution pre and post harvest. Our results suggest that harvesting tended to target the smaller diameter trees. There were generally larger decreases in the 6-inch to 26-inch diameter. And for the larger diameter trees, there weren't many, like above 36 inches, there weren't many of those trees at these sites. And we didn't really see a change in the trees that were there. So there may be a few reasons why they targeted the smaller diameter trees. One is that they were just more abundant. So, harvesting to a hard edge, you're likely to pick up more of those smaller trees. The second reason is there's only a few mills that handle the larger diameter trees. And then a third reason would be that the larger diameter trees count more towards the basal area. So there's kind of an incentive to keep the larger diameter trees because they count for so much basal area. For hardwoods, we didn't really see much of a change pre to post-harvest. As we expected, there was more harvesting that occurred closer to the edge of the RMA from the last 20 to 30 feet. So this figure shows the cumulative basal area on the y-axis and distance from stream on the x-axis. The gray box here is the RMA for medium streams. And you can kind of see where these lines diverge there from 50 to 70 feet. And we saw a similar trend for small type F streams as well. I also wanted to mention this large decrease here in basal area outside of the RMA associated with the clear cut. Just wanted to clarify that. In terms of the species, harvesting surprisingly tended to target western hemlock and Sitka spruce for medium streams. Of the species, red alder was the most common species, followed by western hemlock, and then Douglas fir and Sitka spruce, some big leaf maple and western red cedar. For small streams, Douglas fir, we saw the largest decrease from pre to post harvest. The ripstream data also allowed us to test different assumptions associated with DFC and basal area targets. One of those was site index. Just some background. Site index is the stand height at any given age. Typically 50 years is used. So a site index of 120, a stand that's 50 years is 120 feet tall. So in developing the standard targets, the site index was based on upland Douglas fir stands, and then were used to arrive at a normal yield. This was then used to estimate the basal area target. The figures here show the site index curves using the ripstream data. So height is on the y-axis, breast height age is on the x-axis. The blue dashed line is the curve that's fit to the ripstream data, and the red solid line is the site index curve of 119, which is what is used to estimate the basal area targets that are currently in the FTA. So it suggests that the assumption of using a site index of 119 is valid for Douglas fir. The next figure shows the same relationship for Sitka spruce and western hemlock. And again, the site index curve of 119 is plotted there. So we do see a lot of overlap with that curve. There is some points that depart or kind of further away from the curve for western hemlock, and it's likely because western hemlock is a shade tolerant species and it tends to occupy, or it can hang out in the understory for a longer period of time. So you would end up with a greater age for a given height. Using the ripstream data, we overlaid the trajectories of the ripstream stands that fell into, this was for sites that fell into rule category 6A. So these are the conifer dominated stands. With that original conceptual diagram. And so this, the maximum and minimum conifer basal areas are shown, as well as the average conifer basal area across stands, and that's the average is the X there with the line over it. So this is showing 40 years ago when establishment occurred, we're seeing the change in basal area. We're assuming that when there was that clear cut 40 years ago that their basal area was 0. But we're showing essentially the trajectories over time. And currently, well, in 2002, 2003, whenever there was the harvest occurred, the basal area was right around 150 on average. So these stands were at a desirable starting point, but there's currently not enough or sufficient information to identify whether the stands are on track to achieve DFC. I think additional analysis like stand growth modeling would be required to project increases in stand basal area over time and to test assumptions about the assumed growth rate or stand growth that's used in the FPA. So based on the ripstream data for private land, again, the starting point's at around 150. The ripstream sites are primarily on private industrial lands. So this picture gives you an idea of what RMAs look like on private non-industrial land at the start of a rotation. In contrast, the mature stand that I referenced earlier is kind of near the end of the rotation. It's considerably older than the ripstream sites and most likely, falls along the diagram at these points here. So I think the systematic review and the modeling will be helpful in understanding quantitatively how these stands differ and the trajectories over time. So I'm going to switch gears here and cover the systematic literature review. So we drafted a protocol for the systematic review, which we're wrapping up now. Currently in the initial literature search phase, we've done DFC and we'll start searching for papers related to large wood recruitment. We'll be sending the draft protocol to stakeholders and tribes likely within the next few weeks. Once we receive their feedback, we'll begin the process of selecting papers, which is the inclusion phase, and then drafting the systematic review. We plan to finalize the review early summer of 2020. So more details on the draft protocol. It is pretty similar to the SISU systematic review protocol in terms of the methodology. There are some slight differences. And we've completed the initial literature search on DFC, which was contracted out to OSU Institute of Natural Resources. When we draft the systematic review, again, we'll be focusing on
You said the systematic review protocol on this is similar to the SISU with some variations. You elucidate a little more what variations you've.
Sure. Yeah. So one is geographic scope. We've in the initial search, we've kept the scope fairly broad to include Southeast Alaska all the way down to Northern California, and then there was some search terms that we modified as well. When we draft the systematic review, again, we'll be focusing on DFC and large wood. For the DFC review, we plan to evaluate the effects of forest management on DFC, the range of mature stream sides conditions, overstory and understory species composition, and tree regeneration. For the large wood systematic review, we'll be focusing on the effects of forest management on large wood recruitment, the range of large wood and mature stream side stands, hopefully to add some clarity into what might be considered an abundance of large wood, which is the language that's used in the FPA. So for both DFC and large wood, there are somewhat broad and vague descriptions. So part of the work with the systematic review is to determine sort of what the ranges are for each component in mature stands. So in moving forward, we'll be sending the draft protocol to stakeholders and tribes fairly soon. And we'll also be starting to define and apply the inclusion criteria of the literature. And after that, we'll start drafting the systematic review. Now onto the modeling analysis. This will allow us to project stand conditions over time. And to better understand how to proceed with this, we did some initial data collection on cost and timelines, as well as the type of models that potential contractors would use. So essentially, we're doing market research for the modeling analysis. In early 2019, I developed a proposal for gathering that information, which was sent out to a small group of stakeholders, as well as the 9 tribes. The proposal described a questionnaire that we would send out to contractors to help identify what resources would be required to complete the modeling analysis. It included the data that we currently have, which is the RipStream data, the data that we needed from the modeling scenarios, and then the contractors we would contact. The questionnaire was then sent out this summer, and then we received those costs and timelines, and we're still evaluating, summarizing that response. Yep.
What are you attempting to model?
I'm going to talk about that in just one second. Yeah. So for the modeling analysis, our goal would be to project stand growth, mortality, and regeneration over time using the RipStream data. So the RipStream data would start as a starting point for the model. And the management scenarios would include unharvested as basically as our reference point, as harvested, meaning what the landowners actually did at those sites. And then we would have another scenario that would be basically the FPA minimum requirements. So it would bring the basal area down to the lowest possible value without being out of compliance. And then using the model output from the stand growth modeling, that would be used to feed into the large wood recruitment models. So the next steps for the modeling is to draft a request for proposal or RFP. We'd like to get stakeholder and tribal feedback on that. And then once we incorporate that feedback, we'll put it out for bid. So I'll open up to any questions.
Thanks for that. That was really good. I appreciate it. In your map of the different study areas that you analyzed, it looked like there's a pretty good north to south gradient, and maybe not so much east to west, but a fair bit.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see any obvious patterns in your results, the variables that you measured along those gradients?
Yeah, one thing that I did look at with related to the site index, which is height versus age, I looked at a north-south gradient. I think I binned the data by county to do that. We did notice, particularly in Tillamook County, we saw it would basically equate to a low site index. I think it's related to the Swiss needle cast.
What geographic scope are you hoping the model will be predictive for?
That's a good question. I mean, Western Oregon is what I have in mind. I think going beyond that would be could be problematic in terms of inferences.
And thanks, Chad, for.
I wasn't sure. So you're going to do public comment now, and then I don't think you'll need us back up here.
We will go to public comment.
Okay, perfect.
So while you're calling the public up, maybe just the one maybe observation rather than question that came to mind while we were on break regarding the forest sector employment and economic forecast report. The forest sector is in fact much broader than just timber, and yet the forecast and economic employment and economic forecast really was tied specifically to the timber industry and timber activities and mills and whatnot. In future, I would love to see that report be broader so that we're getting an employment and economic forecast of all things associated with the forest. Oh,
I'm not sure what you mean was left out.
as an example, there are a lot of fishing jobs that are dependent upon the forest ecosystem. So if we're going to spend the time to do employment and economic forecasts relative to what is produced by Oregon forests, I'd like you to be more inclusive.
Yeah, I understand kind of what you're saying. The challenge has been is we've created this partnership with the unemployment department and to standardize our numbers to be consistent in reporting over time. And job sector categories are defined at, essentially at the national level. And so we could report on I think that we could report on the fishing sector. I know very little about the fishing sector. And then the real question would be, do they segregate it out by ocean fishing versus stream fishing versus recreational? And I don't, and then I think the real fundamental question is the dependence relationship and what would you count as, quote, part of the forest sector? So what we're relying on is just simply the national categorization of what qualifies as forest. And so if you look at the detailed report that's in there, you'll see that there is some differences when we calculate because we don't include induced employment under the forest sector, indirect or induced. When we report employment for the forest sector, it's only those categories that are identified by the employment department as belonging to the forest sector. But,
it would be easy, but.
And for future discussion, I know we're running out of time, but I think that there needs to be an equal or at least some presentation of the state of the resources in addition to timber that affect our policy decisions, such as habitat for various species that are listed or being proposed to be listed, water quality, air quality, those sorts of things. Thanks.
All right, we're going to go to public comment. We have 6 people who have signed up on this item. We'll have to keep time on this. It'll be 4 minutes per person to stay within the time that we have. And so I'll ask you to all come up at the same time. There are 6 chairs. Thankfully, you'll have to move microphones around a little bit. So Taylor Lucy, Mary Skurlock, Rex Storm, Mark Gorley, Claire Klock, and Kristen Rasmussen. We'll go in that order, which is the order in which folks signed up. So thanks, everybody, for coming. Appreciate the chance to hear from you. The lights are over there. So up there. Okay. Go, Taylor.
That's me. Okay. Chair Iveson, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. For the record, my name is Taylor Lucy, and I'm the Director of Manufacturing and Resources for the Oregon Forest and Industries Council. This is my first time in front of this board, and though I've met a couple of you individually, I thought I'd take a moment to introduce myself for the other board members as well. A little bit of background about myself. Prior to working for OFIC, I earned a Bachelor of Science in Natural Resource Studies from the University of Massachusetts Amherst and a Master of Science in Forest Ecosystems and Society from Oregon State University, where I examined subsistence forest food collection in West Africa. I also worked for the Forest Service in Alaska as a forestry technician, as a field technician for Harvard University's Research Forest, and as an agroforestry Peace Corps volunteer in rural Senegal for over 2 years. In my short tenure at OFIC, I've been taking a deep dive into the world of forest carbon, including an extensive study of the literature, participation on several committees, and hours of valuable conversations with colleagues and experts in the field. I also attended the U.S. Climate Alliance meeting last July in Washington, D.C., and I've been a stakeholder on the department's Forest Carbon Advisory Committee. Like many other interested parties, I've been closely following the ups and downs of state carbon policy. Though I would not consider myself a climate science expert, the hours I have spent reading, learning, and discussing this topic have been invaluable. Additionally, I've also been working with our members on the complex, important issue of the role of Northwest forests in the face of climate change. Oregon is in the unique position of being the #1 softwood lumber producer in the country, while also maintaining a net carbon sink across all forest lands, according to the draft forest carbon report included in today's meeting materials. These two facts leave the department and the board with the exciting challenge of considering a holistic balance between storing carbon in the forest and in forest products, while also managing for other ecosystem benefits such as clean water and wildlife habitat. This is an important topic for the board going forward, and we are excited to engage in whatever ways we may be helpful. Forestry not only provides social and economic benefits, as Interim Dean Anthony Davis touched on this morning, but also serves as a tool to mitigate climate change through forest management, reducing wildfire risk, produces carbon storage and wood products, and sequesters carbon in forests. As a state, Oregon is already a leader in energy efficiency and renewables, ranked 7th in the nation and 4th in the nation, respectively, according to the Department of Energy's 2018 Biennial Energy Report. Which means that in addition to Oregon being an ideal place to grow trees, it is also a great place for forest products to be manufactured. Our members are committed to being good stewards of the forest and committed to continuing to grow, plant, grow, and harvest locally grown sustainable wood products that are manufactured in Oregon. Thank you for inviting OFIC and other stakeholders to the table as part of the Forest Carbon Advisory Committee and for taking the future of Oregon's forests seriously. We are encouraged by the department's balanced approach to addressing forest carbon stock and flux through the work of FIA, and we look forward to the results of the harvested wood product study. We hope to be a resource for the department and the board throughout this process and others in the future. Thanks again for the opportunity to provide public comment on the Forest Carbon Report, and a special thanks to Chad Davis, I don't know, over there, and Dr. Yost for their facilitation of the Carbon Advisory Committee.
Thank you.
Thanks.
My name is Mary Skurlock with the Oregon Stream Protection Coalition. Chair Imeson, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. I have some sort of off-the-cuff handwritten comments here based on the presentation today.
You can submit that too. We'd love to.
I know you all would love this. You'd have a good excuse not to read it. I think I'm going to back up a little bit on this study and just say, first of all, I'm glad to see it getting to the stage where we have the initial data analysis. We're going to have a draft report. We're going to have evidence review, literature review coming out. And it looks as though we have made the decision to go forward with modeling, which it seems to me is very critical on the large wood, because we basically established the limitations on what post 5-year seedling data can tell us about the future growth of these stands. But I want to reiterate some concerns that we've expressed before, which is to make sure that this board is queuing up information that it can use to have a successful adaptive management episode. And that would require you to make sure that you have enough information that you can actually test a question or a hypothesis that is implied by the rule. And I think the staff touched on two of the main vaguenesses that you're dealing with. One is what is desired future condition? And I think that we need to be clear that going to need to be a policy decision about what that is. Otherwise, we can't meaningfully assess effectiveness to achieve it. So it's going to be important that the literature review include information relevant to that, and that the board be prepared to actually set some sideboards. Otherwise, I'm not sure that it's a productive line of inquiry. And the same goes for abundant large wood. We're going to need to make some decisions about what abundant for what. And I think we're going to also need to put that in the larger context. How much large wood can we supply or recruit from only small and medium fish streams on the landscape when we know that there are major delivery mechanisms that we're not addressing and are claiming to be out of scope? So it's going to be a very partial analysis. And I think it is important that if we're going to do that analysis, that we collect the information required to tell us what piece of the pie are we talking about here. So some contextual or normative information about how the landscape works that the department can use to put these questions in context at the end of all this analysis is the only thing that's going to make ultimately all of this effort worthwhile. So I really encourage us to do that, and we'll be looking to those questions as we look at the draft documents and see if that's there. The same again goes for things like mature. This is another thing that's claimed to be out of scope because it's in the FPA. Well, I think it's still fair game as a validation question. The same goes for how do we measure whether we're meeting a goal. Do we measure it across the landscape on average? Is that really an ecologically meaningful way to look at some of these concepts, or do we measure them on a watershed level or some other unit over what period of time? And so I just will be encouraging us to think along those lines as we move into this next phase, because we do want the board to have information that it knows why it's looking at it and what the purpose of it is. Thanks a lot.
Chair Amundson, board members, State Forester Doherty. My name is Rex Storm. I'm Forest Policy Manager and Certified Forester for Associated Oregon Loggers. I'm here today to recommend several concerns worthy of your consideration for strategic planning around the 2011 Forest Program for Oregon. The spirit of my comments support the constructive board forest policy making in your future strategy in your work. Our forest policy making should aim to sustain the greatest good by our mutual work together, private forestry, the department, and the board. I have organized my written comments that I've submitted to you to address our concerns germane to 4 out of the 7 Forest Program for Oregon goals. First, I'll begin with goal B, which is contribution toward the nation's wood product needs and social and economic outputs. There are headwinds of public forest policy that are now challenging forest sector vitality, forest-related revenue and employment, and forest ecosystem services for society. We urge your future consideration of the impact of public forest policies that can impair the sustainable practice of forestry on both private and public forest lands. In particular, there are several items that I described further in my written comments about headwinds facing the forest sector in its economic contributions. First, statewide Oregon timber harvest is decreasing over the last 4 years. Federal and public merchantable timber harvest is also decreasing in the last 4 years. Eastern Oregon, the forest sector infrastructure is distressed and compressing. The next item is a federal forest interface. The boundaries between federal lands and non-federal lands now are a threatening zone. Across Oregon's forest and range landscape, federal wildfires now burn 89% of all wildland fire acres in Oregon. And that's over a 10-year average. This disproportionate federal origin of wildfire demonstrates how federal forest policies have the impact of extending beyond their federal boundaries, that federal-private interface. Idle federal forest management does impact Oregon. So in consideration of what's going on in Oregon, increasing wood demand globally is happening. Here in the United States, in the US South, forest production is rising. Production and manufacturing and growth is rising. But here in Oregon, our production is declining, as I stated earlier. Moving on to goals F and C. Goals F and C relate to forest health, resiliency, and productive capacity. We are concerned that public forest mortality and accumulation threatens Oregon's future forest sustainability. The excessive combination of tree mortality and net wood biomass accumulation in Oregon's public forest lands now reaches from 44 to 92% of public forest land growth. This is a dangerous indicator that these public forests are increasingly mounting unsustainable conditions that are subject to undesirable threats, such as larger wildfires and so forth. And lastly, goal G, improving carbon absorption, storage, and reducing emissions. We urge you to keep forest lands forested and managed appropriately for carbon. Healthy forests and young forests and live forests are Oregon's greatest carbon absorbers. Managed forests are part of the solution to the carbon issue. We would be best served to focus our efforts on maintaining and growing more managed forests in Oregon and encouraging encouraging wood-based forest products. We urge you to reject the narrow focus of carbon storage as the sole benefit of forest carbon. In closing, I make these recommendations in respect for your decades-long commitment to effective forest policies and to make Oregon a great place to grow and harvest trees, and also policies that makes Oregon a great place to work. Thank you.
Chairman Imeson, State Forester Authority, and members of the board. My name is Mark Corley. I'm a forester, having been blessed to work with two Oregon family forest landowners, the Starker family owners for 75 years and the Hill family owners for 103 years. Like most Oregonians, they love and care for the land, value the local workforce, do what's right for their communities, and as family forest landowners are silent philanthropists here in Oregon. Both families encourage managing for the future, being creative and trying new ideas, and strive for adaptive, active forest management. Many land managers value the ability to be innovators, especially in a collaborative setting. Oregon Department of Forestry employees, in my many years of observing great individuals like Mike Tody, Dave Mormon, Shannon Lawfulmaker, Kyle Kopp, Chris Klein, and of course the great Alan Kanaski, and the whole batch of people working in the ODF Insect and Disease Group desire and professionally thrive in such a setting. ODF, in my opinion, has the best forest and forest disease and insect group in the world. Oregon State Forest worker bees are dedicated to the profession and the land they manage and protect. They very much enjoy being students of the land, read the science, and are real innovators. With the concern for Oregon's forest health and the devastating impact the native foliar pathogen, Swiss needlecast, was having, the Swiss Needlecast Cooperative was birthed. Through the leadership of Dr. Bill Atkinson at OSU, Alan Kanaski, ODF, and John Washburn, Green Diamond, we assembled Oregon's best scientists and started the Swiss Needlecast Cooperative. We brought together soil scientists, plant physiologists, plant nutritionists, endocrinologists, plant pathologists, epidemiologists, wildlife biologists, and biometricians for 20 years and began researching and together studying Swiss needlecast disease and the impact on Oregon's landscape. So far, what we have learned about Swiss needlecast is that it's host specific to Douglas fir, a native pathogen with 3 different unique DNA footprints, Growth loss averages 26%, however, mortality is occurring. With mortality from Swiss needlecast on older Douglas fir, we may soon see a loss of nesting habitat for all owls and marbled murrelets. Over the past 25 years, coastal Washington and British Columbia have been increasingly concerned and are now participating partners. Pre-commercial and commercial thinning helps stand health. Mixing conifers like western red cedar, western hemlock, grand fir, and Alaska yellow cedar helps ameliorate risk. Managing noxious weeds such as Scotch broom and Himalaya blackberry with herbicides reduces alleliopathy and makes water and nutrients available for young forests. Collaborative research works. We all benefit from new knowledge and on the ground, real observations by dedicated land managers with a passion to do better. One final note, great people like the ODF staff and Oregon's private land managers love being innovators and worked with unparalleled passion for the land. Policymakers such as yourselves are also truly dedicated Oregon citizens. And as I have known and worked with many of you and your predecessors, as policymakers, I encourage you not to create excess process laden with too many acronyms. Rather, encourage land managers to know and understand the best science and manage with a love of the land and a passion for the profession.
Chair Imeson, Chief Doherty, and members of the commission, Claire Clark from Corbett, Oregon. And as a result of a conversation at lunchtime that was sparked by the carbon report, one of the things that seemed to be missing, we talk about a lot about adaptations and how we're going to maybe change planting zones and all of this kind of stuff. But the thing is what we're doing about mitigation. Now, the state of Oregon didn't really make it to the goal line as far as their carbon and climate control this year. But one of the things that the district, the department can do is actually do it in the department, such as electric vehicles, heating systems for your offices, solar types of things, and that kind of green thing that actually doesn't put the carbon in the air in the first place. We're talking about taking it out. Well, if we don't put it in the first place, then we don't have to have such a huge effort to actually remove it. So I might consider it just on a little, as far as an individual department basis, another state agency too. And I know that some of the state agencies have already been doing some of that things, but you might want to consider that a little bit more. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to expand a little bit on the discussion around forest economics that we had earlier this afternoon. My name is Kristen Rasmussen. I was born and raised on Oregon's Central Coast. My parents relocated to Oregon from the Midwest in the 1970s, attracted to the quality of life that they found in a small coastal fishing and timber town, a town that they still call home. My family was never directly employed in the forest sector, but we certainly benefited from the economic opportunity and the revenue that was generated for our community. The year-round activity associated with growing, harvesting, milling, and transporting wood products was particularly important to our community, and in the winter months when tourism inevitably lagged and those jobs were curtailed. The forest sector helped ensure the economy and the social fabric in my hometown was diverse and resilient. This is because working forests provide not only jobs, but good jobs. Jobs that are family wage. This is something that should not be taken for granted. I realize the board is well aware of this fact. You have ample data that speaks to the economic benefits of working in forests. Perhaps what you hear less about is the culture that surrounds this industry, created through decades of work, often spanning generations toward a common purpose and a shared respect for the surrounding land and all that it provides. Within forest-dependent communities is a culture that honors hard work, practical know-how, problem solving, and independence. Independence, which at times can be fierce. It's a community that sets high expectations for itself and values integrity, stewardship, candor, precision, efficiency, and prudence, all characteristics that keep the land sustainable and people safe at the end of each day. While I now live in Portland, I am proud to remain connected to this culture through my work at Hampton Lumber, where I serve as Public Affairs and Communications Director. Hampton Lumber is a family-owned company that has been operating in the state for 80 years. We have 4 sawmills in the state and manage roughly 80,000 acres of timberland in the Northwest, in addition to operating a wholesale business out of our Portland headquarters. We're proud to be part of an industry that supplies much of the wood needed to build and rebuild communities across the United States and beyond, and to be able to contribute to the health and vitality of Oregon's rural and urban communities. We create jobs, but we also contribute to our communities in other ways. We sponsor dozens of youth programs from Little League teams to robotic clubs. We support programs that help families in need. We partner with local community colleges and trade schools and volunteer our time and our expertise to enhance educational programs. We provide on-the-job training and apprenticeships to build a more skilled local workforce. And we are not alone in this. As I look across the industry, I see similar footprints from forest product companies across the state. This engagement, this value, isn't easily quantifiable, but it helps create a quality of life that ensures communities like the one I grew up in continue to be places where people want to live and raise a family. To help sustain the quality of life in forest-dependent communities, our sector needs support. We need continued investments in science and technology and career and technical education. We need a stable regulatory framework and a sustainable supply of raw materials to generate logs for sawmills and reliable work for family-owned logging, trucking, and related businesses. And we need to raise awareness about the complex needs and realities of our sector, what it takes to keep it alive and thriving. While one of Oregon's oldest sectors, we are an industry and a culture well aligned with Oregon's modern environmental and economic goals, and one that deserves to be supported, sustained, and respected. Thank you for your time and for the work you do for Oregon's forest communities.
Thank you, and thanks all of you for your participation here today. Appreciate it. We're now going to, unless there's a final comment, we're going to move on to our next agenda item 6, the Siskiyou Streamside Protection Review, which is Kyle, you will kick this off.
Good afternoon, Chair Emerson, members of the board, State Forester Doherty. Sort of. Happy to make it to agenda item 6. For the record, I'm Kyle Abraham, and I serve as the Private Forest Division Chief. Joining me today are Morgan Allen, Manager for Forest Health, been here a few times already this afternoon, and Terry Free, Monitoring Unit Coordinator. In March 2018, you directed ODF to conduct a review of streamside protections in the Siskiyou geographic region. We presented those results of the review in June of this year, and after deciding there was not enough information to make a sufficiency decision, you asked us to return with details on options for the next phase of this review. Today, we present an update on our research of those options. You will also be presented with policy-related options for your decision that will help direct the next phase of this review. For today's presentation, we'll go over adaptive management and the rule review process as an introduction. We'll then review the June decision on sufficiency in the Siskiyou and your request for additional information. We'll provide an update on the monitoring options to obtain additional information and outline the related policy options for your decision today. This will be followed by department recommendations. Along with representatives from DEQ, we will discuss plans for our interagency collaboration and alignment. And finally, we'll have public comment, board discussion, and a vote. So that was the easy part. And now I'll hand it over to Morgan and Terry to introduce the review.
So third time is the charm. My name, for the record, is Morgan Allen, and still managing Forest Health and Monitoring Unit. As a reminder, the monitoring program of the Private Forest Division conducts monitoring to meet expectations in statute, rule, and board policy. By designing, conducting, and reporting back to you on monitoring findings, we empower the board to make critical decisions in the adaptive management cycle, shown here as plan, do, check. Our work is guided by a monitoring strategy, the latest version of which the board approved in November of 2016. The monitoring strategy outlines our approach to monitoring both effectiveness and implementation or compliance of FPA rules. For effectiveness monitoring, our task is to report to the board on whether Forest Practices Act standards are achieving their goals for natural resource protection. Okay. In March of 2018, the board directed the department to assess the effectiveness of streamside protections on small and medium fish streams in the Siskiyou geographic region, designated in the FPA and shown here in green. This included assessing the achievement of goals for desired future condition of streamside vegetation, specifically for shade and stand characteristics, and goals for stream temperature. The board directed the department to review the related scientific literature to address these topics using a systematic review. The board also directed ODF to work with partner agencies to provide contextual information on fish status and trends and water quality evaluations. Note that the board directed the review to not directly assess the impact of forest practices on fish. After completing the systematic review and reviewing the contextual information, the board concluded that there was not enough information to decide on sufficiency of rules for both stream temperature and desired future condition for small and medium fish streams under general vegetation prescriptions for clear-cut and thinning harvests in the Siskiyou region. To further study the sufficiency of these rules, the board requested the department to investigate a range of new approaches. The board also directed the department to work with DEQ to develop a work plan to address fundamental questions related to approaches for water quality protections and bring an update on this work plan to the board at this September meeting. The objective would be to better understand agency approaches, alignments, and gaps, evaluate existing TMDL data and analyses, and identify where additional data or analyses may be needed. In order to emphasize where we are in the rule review process after the June decision, we provide a simplified roadmap of the rule review process as dictated by the FPA. The first step in the process, rule review, is to review existing science and or conducting a monitoring study to answer the question of rule sufficiency. Based on the findings of the rule review, the board will decide whether there is evidence of degradation, no degradation, or not enough information. Only if there is a finding of degradation would we move on to the second step, called rule analysis. This is when a range of alternative approaches are defined and reviewed while considering objectives, science, and related impacts. After the board decides on an alternative approach, the department moves on to step 3, rulemaking. When rule language and or voluntary measure language is developed before a final board decision. The Siskiyou Streamside Protection Review is currently in the rule review process, seeking additional information for closure on the question of rule sufficiency. As dictated by the FPA, the board would have to find evidence of degradation or no degradation in order to move beyond this step. To inform the board on their decision, we investigated a range of methods for the next phase of monitoring forest efficiency. Today, we'll provide updates on these methods with your decisions on them at a later meeting. One potential tool for use in the review is GIS analysis of remotely sensed data. These data can be used to create surface models of the bare ground and vegetation from which canopy height, cover, shade, and other metrics can be derived. GIS analyses of these data could inform us on DFC attributes for the Siskiyou georegion. For 2006 through 2017 data exists for sections of the Siskiyou region, which could be analyzed for landscape scale information. More recent data from targeted stream reach locations could be acquired as well. One important consideration is that an estimation of shade or canopy cover would require extensive correction of stream location and attributes identified in GIS stream layers, since the former rely on accurate locations of these streams. Additionally, this approach may require quality assessment, quality control, or what we call QA/QC checks, which could be conducted through field work. Staff are exploring the feasibility and certainty of this approach by conducting a case study. Our collaboration with DEQ may also inform this approach. Another potential method for obtaining additional information is field study. Adam Kobel's presentation that you just heard on Western Oregon streamside protections is an example of results that can be obtained from a field study. 3 options for his field study could be used to test for sufficiency of either stream temperature or DFC, listed from least to most duration and certainty at the bottom to the top. A simplified field study could be conducted to collect data on canopy cover from a subsample of sites for QA/QC of GIS remote sensing analysis. A moderate field study could combine the simplified field study with the addition of simple temperature recording and a cruise of riparian management areas. Or we could conduct an intensive field study, which would combine the modified field study with the before-after control impact study design to investigate real-time harvest impacts on shade and stream temperature. We're currently collecting more information to determine duration, cost, staff resource needs, and what variables would be needed to QA/QC and analysis of remote sensing data. The department is also exploring a more targeted approach that combines the methods previously discussed. This approach seeks to capitalize on currently available data, prioritize locations for field data collection, and explore the use of new data through remote sensing. First, the department could seek to identify priority streams of at risk of stream temperature increase using a spatial model. Next, we could collect field monitoring data at a subsample of priority streams. The department could then develop a tool to estimate stream and riparian canopy cover using remote sensing data as described earlier in the presentation. Depending on the tool used, estimates could be generated on a local or regional scale. As a reminder, analysis of remotely sensed canopy data would require correction and alignment of current GIS streamline locations and attributes. I will now hand the presentation over to Terry Freed.
Thanks, Margann. I'll describe today's board policy decisions that will inform your future decisions on the monitoring options that Margann just described. Before I move on, I want to thank Ariel Cowan for her help in this entire Siskiyou project and pulling this presentation together. I'm also tempted to call up Chad Davis to help keep me in line and on time, but I'll just rely on my colleagues here. Thank you. The first decision for today, for you folks, regards the advisory committee that can help both the board and the department to understand a variety of outside perspectives and values. This committee would provide feedback on issues that need clarification or decisions by ODF or the board. For example, the committee could provide their values regarding a level of certainty of the science to inform the board's sufficiency decisions. It would help the department to develop a clear and transparent process for reviewing sufficiency of rules for stream temperature and DFC in the Siskiyou. Committee objectives would be established by the board and incorporated into a charter describing expectations and decision-making processes for this committee. This committee would last until the board's final decisions on the Siskiyou project and would require about half of a staff member's time. Note that this committee would not provide input on the ODF-DEQ collaboration, although they would remain apprised of this work. We use a separate process for tribes since they are sovereign nations and not just another stakeholder. The FPA and riparian rules were developed before the implications of climate change were widely discussed by natural resources managers. DEQ's water quality standards also do not explicitly address climate change. Therefore, there are no specific climate change-informed rules against which to test sufficiency. Climate change is anticipated to have a variety of impacts in Oregon that relate to achieving DFC along streams and meeting stream temperature goals. These impacts include, but are not limited to, shifts in species distributions, changes in the timing, form, and amount of precipitation, and increasing air temperatures. Also note that we are more certain of changes at regional as opposed to local scales, such as the Siskiyou. The broad range of changes, along with their uncertainty, add to the difficulty of assessing the effectiveness of FPA rules. A first option for you to consider to address climate change would be a high-level linkage analysis between the current FPA sufficiency questions under review and anticipated climate change outcomes in the Siskiyou region. Information sources could include stream temperature models such as Norwest and science syntheses such as the recent one for the Northwest Forest Plan. Anticipated products include identification of predicted climate-induced environmental changes that may affect stream temperature or DFC. These changes would be at a high level, such as directions and patterns of change, such as expected increases in stream temperature. Other products include identification of which changes can and cannot be addressed within current FPA policy, and qualitative risk assessment of climate-induced environmental changes and achievement of goals for DFC and stream temperature. Addressing climate change on a project-by-project approach may result in repeated analyses of topics and unintended conflicts between project-level outcomes, as opposed to a comprehensive review of FPA policies and procedures. In contrast, moving forward on climate change at a project level will more quickly advance its incorporation into department work. We anticipate this work would require 9 to 12 months of 1/2 to 3/4 of a staff member's time. A second option is for the board to develop a comprehensive set of policies on climate change. The department would then conduct a complete FPA review within that new climate change policy framework. Subsequent FPA rule sufficiency reviews would incorporate new climate-based policies into the regular adaptive management process, as driven by the department's monitoring priorities. The Siskiyou Streamside Protections Review would thus continue without explicit consideration of climate change. Anticipated products include a comprehensive list of climate change topics, areas of conflict and alignment with FPA policies and procedures, and proposed changes to address areas of conflict. We have no estimate on the duration or resources needed for this effort. A third decision for you today, it regards expanding the literature review. In June, the board discussed this expanding literature review to a broader geography, but the question is which areas to include. One option would be for the board to create 2 separate products focusing on forests in and similar to those of Western Oregon. The first product would be an executive summary combining stream temperature and shade systematic reviews the department completed in 2013 related to Western Oregon and 2019 for the Siskiyou. This work could be completed and brought back to the board within 4 to 6 months. The second product would merge the DFC portion of the ongoing systematic review in Western Oregon that Adam Coble mentioned with that of Siskiyou. It would require 10 to 15 months of 3/4 of a staff member's time. The advantage of this option is that it capitalizes on existing and ongoing work, thereby minimizing timelines and effort. A disadvantage is that the board has already voted twice on the type, amount, and geographic extent of information relevant to and derived from the Siskiyou geographic region needed for determining sufficiency of rules. A second option combines the aforementioned executive summary of stream temperature systematic reviews with a systematic review looking at forests in Eastern Oregon and Intermountain West, and exploring factors affecting stream temperature other than shade, such as disturbance, aspect, topography, and gradient. The DFC review would be identical to that described in option 1. The benefit of a more full exploration of mechanisms relating to temperature and shade can also serve to highlight key gaps in the scientific literature. The drawbacks are that this review will take considerably more time and resources to develop, and also presents the risk that it may or may not provide specific enough information to determine sufficiency of the Oregon FPA riparian protection rules in the Siskiyou geographic region. It is anticipated this option would require 10 to 15 months of 1.5 staff members' time. An important consideration for the board in making these policy decisions is that the monitoring unit has 4 staff members, and depending on which options the board chooses, the unit might have to either delay or move more slowly on other projects. For example, this last year, unit staff worked on significant projects, including the Siskiyou and Western Oregon streamside protection reviews, the reforestation study, and the tethered logging review. All of these include significant time working with stakeholders and tribes. And the Siskiyou project has a new workload in collaborating with DEQ. Because of the priority of completing the Siskiyou review, the Western Oregon project has moved more slowly than anticipated this past year. Finally, it is unknown how much the unit will work on the Coho petition. The department recommends the board direct us to create an external advisory committee for the Siskiyou Streamside Protections Review and begin work on climate change option 2, which is developing a comprehensive policy and not directly addressing climate change as part of the Siskiyou Streamside Rule Review. We conclude the presentation with Department Director Peter Doherty and Department of Environmental Quality Director Richard Whitman discussing their leaders' intent for interagency collaboration, followed by Kyle Abraham and Jennifer Weigel, DEQ Deputy Water Quality Administrator, who provide additional information on this collaboration.
Good afternoon, Chair Imeson and members of the board. I am Peter Doherty and I serve as the Oregon State Forester. I'm pleased to be here today with Richard Whitman, Director of the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality. At the June Board of Forestry meeting, you directed the Private Forest Division staff to work with DEQ to evaluate total maximum daily load analyses in the context of the Siskiyou Streamside Protection Rule. One of the goals of this work is to identify if and to what extent TMDLs may inform FPA water protection rule sufficiency decision. To begin this process, ODF and DEQ have mutually agreed upon a leader's intent document to express how Richard and I expect our agencies to engage in open and meaningful discussion related to the Forest Practice Act and total maximum daily load analyses. I'll talk more about the leader's intent document, but wanted to remind everyone about Oregon's approach to forest resource protection. Oregon's policy and regulatory framework for protecting water quality on forest land relies on the land use laws, an adaptive Forest Practice Act, and voluntary measures under the Oregon Plan for salmon and watersheds. Oregon's public policy for forest practice regulations is to encourage economically efficient forest practices that ensure that the continuous growing and harvesting of forest tree species and the maintenance of forest land for such purpose as the leading use on privately owned lands consistent with the sound management of soil, air, water, fish, and wildlife resources. So it's a stated public policy to maintaining working forests in the state of Oregon. The board is required to establish best management practices and other rules applying to forest practices as necessary to ensure to the maximum extent practicable non-point source discharges of pollutants resulting from forest operations on forest land do not impair the achievement and maintenance of water quality standards established by the Environmental Quality Commission for the waters of the state. To ensure practices that implement the Forest Practice Act policy, Oregon has declared that it's in the public interest to vest in the State Board of Forestry exclusive authority to develop and enforce statewide regional rules and to coordinate with other state agencies and local governments which are concerned about the forest environments. So for those that were here at the riparian rule review for Western Oregon, you'll realize that Department of Environmental Quality and the Environmental Quality Commission and ODF and the Board of Forestry met regularly around those rules. Richard was in a different role. He was the natural resource advisor to the governor and ensured that we worked collaboratively through that process. And I was in a different role. I was private forest division chief. And I think we thought, well, we need to ensure that that occurs again in this. And so with that context, we did meet Jennifer, Kyle, myself, and Richard, and developed leaders intent process to foster productive conversations between ODF and DEQ so that the agencies share an understanding of their respective policies and legal frameworks and agree to develop mutually acceptable processes to assess the adequacy of the Forest Practice Act rules and other measures, in particular in basins or subbasins where water quality standards are not being met or where total maximum daily load has been adopted or is being developed. So, we are in a process where we have a number of impaired watersheds, and then also looking forward to a process of developing a number of total maximum daily loads throughout the state. ODF, along with their respective governing bodies of Board of Forestry and Environmental Quality Commission and assigned liaisons, are embarking on this interagency policy review. As a foundation for this review, each agency will clearly articulate its understanding of roles and responsibilities. As I have briefly covered, ODF has specific authorities identified in statute related to forest practices on non-federal forest land and achieving water quality standards. And DEQ has specific authorities, and Richard will talk about those in a minute. The collaborative approach that's outlined in the leader's intent document will foster an open dialogue where each agency is free to express its concerns and questions and receive direct feedback and openly share information and identify opportunities or limitations of the agency's approach in achieving our mutual goal to achieve and maintain high water quality on all forest lands. My staff and I are committed to this process, and I look forward to the work with DEQ. With that, I'll turn it over to Richard to speak about DEQ's perspective.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Imison, members of the board, State Forester Doherty. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today and talk to you about this important set of issues. My name is Richard Whitman. For the record, I'm the director of the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality. I have Jennifer Weigel here with me today also, who is the Deputy Administrator for our Water Quality Division. She's going to speak after we do, along with Kyle. And then I also want to note that Wade Mosby is here, the liaison between the Environmental Quality Commission and the Board of Forestry. Wade has been involved in these conversations also and is aware of the work that's going on between the agencies and I think can help us work together. I'll note that the Environmental Quality Commission chair also is quite involved in these conversations and is very up to speed on the issues involved. So I want to go back to the June board meeting. Since that board meeting, the Department of Forestry and DEQ have been engaged in productive discussions about the relation between our respective programs that together are intended to ensure that federal and state water quality objectives are met. Our work has been collaborative, and I believe we share a common understanding of our respective roles and responsibilities in this important work. Oregon DEQ has been working in a similar vein with the Oregon Department of Agriculture for several years, addressing water quality issues on agricultural lands under Oregon's Agricultural Water Quality Management Act. In both cases, DEQ's objective is to define more clearly what work is needed to improve water quality to meet the expectations of Oregonians. Who will be involved in that work, how it will be developed and implemented over time. The board and the Department of Forestry's attention to these issues in the particular setting of the Siskiyou region is appreciated and provides an opportunity to make our working relationship both more efficient and effective. Almost 3 years ago now, this board completed important work in adjusting your water protection rules for riparian areas along small and medium fish-bearing streams in Western Oregon. A primary focus of that rulemaking was the predicted effects of a particular harvest unit on water temperature in streams that are meeting Oregon's temperature standards. In other words, how to maintain high quality water is important for fish. The specific target that you were working to implement was to prevent temperature from rising more than 0.3 degrees Celsius in cold water streams used by salmon, steelhead, and bull trout. The board's earlier effort on its riparian water quality rules, while important, did not address circumstances where waters are already warmer than they should be. In those circumstances, federal and state law requires DEQ to adopt a management framework called a total maximum daily load. Not our choice of branding, but there we are. TMDLs lay out how we collectively will work to improve water quality over time to get back to where we should be and where Oregonians expect us to be, with waters that are fully fishable, swimmable, and drinkable. And that brings me to today's topic, the Siskiyou Streamside Protections Review. The Siskiyou region corresponds for the most part with the Rogue River Basin. The most recent water quality data for the Rogue show that many streams in the basin are warmer than they should be, warmer than our standards for at least a portion of the year. Later this month, DEQ will release a draft statewide update of water quality conditions, identifying where in the state standards are not being met. This integrated report will be the first comprehensive assessment of water quality conditions in Oregon since 2012. It will pull in many high quality data sources that have not previously been available for this work, including in particular some federal sources, giving us a more refined picture of both our successes and areas that need our attention. For the Rogue, the draft integrated report largely will confirm earlier assessments that many streams in the basin are too warm, particularly in the late summer and early fall. Because of these conditions, Oregon DEQ adopted TMDLs, a management framework for the Rogue, the Applegate, and the Illinois River basins between 2002 and 2008. Those TMDLs all identify three basic causes of high temperatures: warm water discharges from various point sources, municipalities; 2, heat from human-caused decreases in shade, which is what we're talking about here today; and 3, streamflow modifications, which we're not talking about here today, but which are important. And as required by both federal and state law, those TMDLs also identify what's needed to bring stream temperatures back down to levels that protect fish. For forest and agricultural lands, federal and non-federal, the TMDLs call for reestablishing system potential shade as the means of reducing water temperature with a very limited allowance for net new or additional human disturbance. In most of the Rogue Basin, that allowance is 0.04 degrees Celsius. And that's a cumulative increase at the point of maximum impact. This is an order of magnitude more protective than the salmon, steelhead, and bull trout target that the Board of Forestry was working on with the riparian rules 3 years ago. Put in plain terms, in parts of the Siskiyou region, current DEQ rules call for little or no reduction in shade. Further, DEQs also provide that in areas where a TMDL has been approved, site-specific rules under the Forest Practices Act will need to be revised if DEQ determines that the generally applicable Forest Practice Act rules are not adequate to implement the TMDL load allocations. That's the conversation and the work that we need to do back and forth between DEQ and the Department of Forestry here over the coming months. This is not just work between DEQ and forestry. I want to note particularly that operationally, this is work that DEQ has to do with the Oregon Department of Agriculture, the U.S. Forest Service, BLM, cities and counties, and many others. And this is work not just in the Siskiyou, but also around the state. We, as a result of litigation, are going to be redoing 14 temperature TMDLs across much of the state here over the next 7 years. And it is our intent to incorporate this work, collaborative work with forestry, with agriculture, and with other partners as we redo those TMDLs. My belief is that the Oregon Department of Forestry understands its responsibility to work with DEQ and other partners to meet our collective responsibility to improve our waterways that are in trouble. I want to be clear here that what's important is progress. It will take time to get rivers, lakes, and streams back to where we all want them to be. It will take investments, public and private, and it will likely require some changes to our basic rules of how we use our waters and how we use our lands in ways that affect our waters. The Environmental Quality Commission, the Department of Environmental Quality appreciate the leadership of the State Forester and the Board of Forestry in engaging in this important work. This work is urgent, in part because we are seeing trends also in the Rogue, but elsewhere in the state that are not going in the right direction in terms of temperature. And we believe that this work in the Siskiyou is a good opportunity to work through how to do this work in other parts of the state as well. Ultimately, we look forward to establishing a framework that we can apply in other basins where water quality standards are not being met, and create a framework that will show Oregonians how we'll reclaim the high quality waters that we all want for our children and grandchildren. I want to thank the board for its support of this important effort, thank the State Forester, and I look forward to building a strong relationship that will deliver the outcomes we all want to see. Thank you.
Very much, Richard. We all appreciate your coming here today and appreciate the fact that Wade is here today, but has been here through a number of meetings. Joe Justice on our board is our liaison to EQC, and Peter alluded to the work that we've done, although many of us were in different roles 3 years ago when we were working on protecting cold water. Fortunately or not, I'm not in a different role. I'm in the same role.
So sorry.
But I think that was a good model for us. I think we'll continue to work at all levels with you, with EQC, with the departmental staff as well. And I think you're this in my mind anyway, creates a new level of complexity that's appropriate, because you're recognizing this is not just a forestry issue, it's an issue for municipalities and for agriculture, but it's also a real opportunity, I think, to work together and to do this right. So appreciate it. So if you have.
I don't have much to add, Tom. Great meeting. I learned a great deal from Richard and Wade and having that conversation. And I look forward to making this kind of progress. And that's what I think is really important for this for this board is to think about that progress and make sure that we're making decisions in direction that aligns with that kind of progress moving forward on this important issue.
So to add to that, we did have a meeting between the chair of the EQC, Tom, Richard, and myself, Kyle, and then the board and the EQC liaisons prior to the board meeting to discuss the leader's intent and what we're going to be talking about today. We'll be trying to do this at the EQC meeting so that we're keeping both the board and the commission up to date on the same stuff. And one of our expectations is that the agencies will report back to their respective bodies on a quarterly basis. And that may not be the board, it may be the board chair and the liaisons, but we're going to set up, we talked about setting up regularly quarterly meetings of the liaisons between the EQC and the Board of Forestry and the chairs to keep them informed. And then that may be the place where it says, yes, we bring this to the board, or we need to take this to the boards and commissions. So questions?
Two quick questions. One is, to what degree do the current TMDLs consider climate change? And the second question is, does this provide an opportunity to rectify a more defined definition for DFC relative to the shade curves that are used within TMDLs?
Thank you, Chair Imison and Board Member McComb. The TMDLs that exist right now do not expressly consider climate change. They are required by federal law and our state rules as well to include what's called a margin of safety, which one could consider to address to some degree climate change. But there has been no, to my knowledge, in Oregon anyway, express consideration of the risk of higher temperature, higher air temperature, and its and all the other effects of climate change on where we are in terms of water quality. I expect that to be an issue that will come up as we develop our next round of TMDLs, and it's an issue that is obviously going to come up nationally and to some degree may need to be addressed nationally. With regard to the relationship between desired future condition and system potential shade, system potential shade does not mean 100% shade. I want to be clear that it means our DEQ's assessment of what the shade would be without human disturbance. So it does include consideration of fire, of landslides, of other things that, of vegetation type and soils, as well as stream aspect, all things that affect shade. So sitting down and working through in detail what the relationship is between those two things is one piece of important work that needs to be done between the agencies. Looking at the RIP-Stream results and modeling and aligning that, or working to try to align that with the modeling that the types of modeling that DEQ uses in TMDL development is the other big piece of work. I think Jennifer Weigel and Kyle are going to talk about those things in a little bit more detail. I want to say just one other thing, which is there's a lot of data, a lot of water quality data out there for the Rogue and for other basins, including stream temperature data. And I think one of the near-term pieces of work is to look at those data and the information that we have already on shade and see what we can say given the models that we have using those data, and really determine to what degree do we really need existing or additional data beyond what we already have. Thank you.
Yep. Richard, good to see you again and welcome back with your new hat on. Did I hear correctly that you have sort of in the near-term future, the department is going to be doing an analysis of the adequacy of the Forest Practices Act ability to meet TMDLs?
Chair Imison and Board Member Williams, Deacon Williams, no, I did not say that, just to be careful. I said that we can do that, and that we would consider doing that. But frankly, our preference here, again, and we've been very upfront about this with State Forester Doherty and Chair Imison, our preference is to work collaboratively with between the two departments on this and to look at this issue together. But I do want the board to be aware that the Environmental Quality Commission has that rule. And what that rule would lead to if DEQ were to determine that the Forest Practice Act rules are not sufficient to implement a TMDL would be to an EQC petition to the Board of Forestry. And that just gets us in a very formal process that I think wouldn't be as constructive as trying to work together collaboratively.
So, as a question, I too would prefer to have it the analytic work to go down a collaborative process rather than the formal process and petition and all that sort of stuff. But one of the things we talked about at our June meeting with respect to the decision currently before us on the Siskiyou Rural Sufficiency Determination was better incorporating the information that your department has with respect to TMDLs for us to make a sufficiency determination. And I'm wondering, in a collaborative process, rather than having you independently and separately doing that analysis, what would be involved in us collaboratively doing that so that that kind of information would be available to the board here for us in our sufficiency determination?
Go ahead.
Well, Chair Imison, Board Member Deacon Williams, that's exactly the work that we are planning to do.
And what kind of time frame are we looking at on that?
Well, I was afraid you were going to ask that question because we've been kicking that question around both at the board and EQC level and at the staff level. I think in fairness to staff, we don't have a specific answer to that. I think you'll hear from Jennifer and Kyle. They wanted a little bit of time to do some work and lay out a detailed work plan and bring that back to inform the board and the commission about what that looks like. So I think that's I think that's what you'll hear. I did want to convey some urgency from the EQC chair that this work be done as quickly as is possible given resources and given other demands. So I'm sure many others share that feeling. What that means exactly, we don't know quite yet.
Okay. Just one observation, and if both of you could provide feedback. In June, one of the ideas we kicked around was, actually I think I even made it to the form of a motion, which I withdrew, was that we wanted our staff to expand the lit review process by including information from a greater geography, and we wanted our staff to work with DEQ staff to better incorporate the TMDL information. And because it was, we hadn't had the opportunity for the discussions you guys have had, it was a little bit more amorphous. We didn't know really what was involved. And I think the board made a decision in June to sort of withhold making a decision till September so that we could now find out more about what is involved. The question that I have, I guess, is at this point, given, I guess, your chairman's desire to move rapidly, do you feel like you've had enough conversations at this point that if today we were to proceed with that decision, you could, from this point, just proceed and not need to come back to us with another step of, and here's the details of how we would accomplish it? Do we have a good enough feel for what the nature of the collaboration is, that if we told you go forth and collaborate and get us this information, you could do so?
Well, so I think that we're now I'm talking about work that I haven't seen yet, and Jennifer and Kyle have been working on. So I think we want to hear from them, but no, I do think we want to have staff work together to outline the scope of work we want. We want to avoid the situation of moving forward quickly with something that you don't want or won't help you move forward with a decision. And then the other thing, we want to be able to engage with stakeholders around the plan as well, because we've seen this, at least from my perspective, a number of times where we bring a scope of work to you and our stakeholders all come up and then tell us it's the wrong scope of work, which puts the board in a very awkward position as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and it seems like we could, I mean, we're not looking for you to do this for TMDL statewide. This is with respect to the Siskiyou decision that we've got before us, and we know we want to.
But we've also had, just within our own area, we've had some points along this path that we're on now where staff has come back with something, and part of the board's response has been, well, that's not what we meant. So I do think that this intermediate step of making sure that we have a collaborative plan developed with an understanding of rules and responsibilities by the team involved in this really will be important for us as well.
It does seem to me that that was the purpose of our delay in June, was an expectation that we would get that presented to us here in September, that you would provide us, we would be provided the scope so that we could proceed.
And this is a joint operation at this point, so.
Yeah.
So again, I know that there was some hope for a detailed opportunity for what we would do with the TMDL data and matching that up with the FPA requirements. And so as we directed staff to work with this, that's when Richard and I heard back from staff and got together. And I think we're on a path, what did you say? With all deliberate speed. So, yeah.
So I might add a little bit in terms of the specific work that we're talking about with DEQ, that shared understanding between DEQ and ODF approaches and analysis. One of those things, and it's been mentioned already, so there's a lot that I don't need to talk about, but it is the system potential vegetation and the desired future condition. So one of the questions that we have to figure out as two agencies is that, are those things similar? And if not, what are the differences? So do the concepts overlap and thus have the potential applicability for each agency's analysis and information? And how do the agencies reconcile an approach for evaluation of sufficiency under the Forest Practices Act and achieving load allocations over time? So that's specifically to the system potential vegetation, which is the baseline model for shade targets against which shade from existing vegetation is compared, while ODF uses the desired future condition, which accounts for harvest. And you guys saw the sawtooth diagram a few times. That's a little bit different in terms of conceptual ideas as what DEQ uses. And that's a question that we need to make sure we've got specifically outlined so that it provides useful information for the board and the commission in the future. So part of the way that we want to approach that is develop a charter, and it is underway. The charter lays out the objectives and the success criteria about how ODF and DEQ will use models or existing information and data into the future to evaluate FPA sufficiency. The charter also describes the project scope, assumptions and constraints to our work, the project team, and the work plan associated with milestones and deliverables. So the agencies will describe this approach and complete it in a revised MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. An existing MOU is in place from 1998, which establishes interagency expectations for ODF and DEQ regarding the review of FPA sufficiency to achieve state water quality goals and processes regarding water body specific coordination where TMDLs have been established. The existing MOU was created prior to the completion of many TMDLs, and so both ODF and DEQ have made considerable changes since that time in the implementation of FPA sufficiency monitoring projects and TMDL analysis and implementation. So this rural sufficiency review in the Siskiyou geographic region does present both agencies an opportunity to implement and potentially improve upon the existing MOU. And so just want to reiterate that there is work that's going on sort of along these lines. Part of it is described in the charter, but there are some things that we still need to understand in terms of staff workload and ultimately what your decisions are today around the policy recommendations, how that feeds into our capacity to set some milestones and deliverables within that charter. So one of the things that I've talked about a little bit is we would rather sort of under promise and over deliver on some of these things rather than be in front of you guys with some information that is not useful ultimately for your decision. So.
I've become aware that Richard is going to be gone in about 2 minutes now because he has an airplane to fly. So I thought I'd give the board one last chance to comment or question. Mike?
I'm just trying to get this. I mean, we went from, let's see if there's an issue in the Siskiyous to all of a sudden the barn's on fire, right? And if we've had that information that you said, Richard, I'm just trying to figure out why we didn't have that before.
So in previous TMDLs, while there were impairments and basins, sub-basins that were listed and had load allocations attributed to forestry sector, in I believe all of the TMDLs produced to date, the water quality management plan that the DMA implemented was a Forest Practice Act. And the question is we haven't seen any change in the water quality situation in that. And so what would we do different to change that circumstance?
So Chair Amundson and Board Member Rose, the EQC rule that I quoted was adopted in 2011. So it's been on the books for a little while, but not too long. And I think as State Forester Doherty noted, the thing that's really changed is we have more data, status and trend data, that is showing that things aren't going in the right direction, at least not everywhere. And that is the same conversation, frankly, we're having with the Oregon Department of Agriculture and work that we've been doing for several years now. They review their rules by basin every 2 years, and as part of their review, we provide them with a report that says this is the status of water quality in this basin and these are the trends, and they use that to determine whether they need to adjust their rules. That's the same sort of framework that we are working toward establishing with forestry, but it has, perhaps because the focus has been, believe it or not, for DEQ, a little bit more on agriculture than forestry. We haven't gotten quite as far in the forestry discussion as we have with ag.
I'm not doubting anything there. It's just that it seems, and maybe I'm wrong, but it seems as if we didn't have sufficient enough evidence, and then now all of a sudden, holy smokes, we got to do something. I don't know where that breakdown is,
Mike,
or where it come from. But that was my.
Yeah, Mike, you might recall that I argued pretty vociferously when we were making our riparian rule that we did have adequate information to include the SISQ. I personally thought we did, and much of it was the DEQ information that probably I was more aware of because that's the region I live.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it wasn't formally included in our staff analysis.
And also recalled that the Western Oregon ripstream work was again around the protecting cold water standard is waters that are meeting standards. So it was really a different question that the board was looking at, or different areas. That's the other reason it did not come up at that time. We're now dealing with really a different issue.
Mike, I think it's important to understand, though, we regulate operations, and we don't know, is degradation happening? I mean, we don't. I mean, that's the exercise. We know that we have TMDLs, we have issues with basins, the EQ does, but we don't know exactly what the contribution from forest or our actual forest practices are. So that's what we're going to be talking about, and what the process we're going to be doing.
It's the translation.
Yeah, it's a translation. Yeah.
Where we operate, which is individual forest activities, operator activities, where they operate, which is TMDLs, what's going on broadly with the river, and we have to, and that's what's going to take some time, I think, between the two staffs.
So not to oversimplify it, but the connection is the cumulative effects, right? So if we can estimate what the impact is in terms of a load, thank you, Richard, what the load is for any individual harvest unit, then collectively it is those harvest units over the watershed that contribute to the total load. And that's the connection that needs to be made.
Thanks, Brenda. That's exactly some of the work that's going to be done that they're developing in the charter. And then I interrupted the process. I would like to turn it back to Jennifer.
Thank you, State Forester Doherty. Again, for the record, my name is Jennifer Weigel, and I'm the Deputy Water Quality Administrator for DEQ. Chair Imison and members of the board. I think the questions and connections that you're identifying are precisely right. Those are the things that we need to both develop a common process and understanding for how the information we develop as part of a TMDL is translated and can be useful, both in terms of your decision-making around sufficiency and then any kind of subsequent types of processes. And I guess one thing I just wanted to highlight specifically is as we flesh out the charter for this, our expectation, the conversations that Kyle and I have had, is that we identify kind of those key pieces of information and kind of, what are those aspects of the work that DEQ does, the data that we use, how do we share that data and information, how do we share how we do the analyses, understand the relevance of those analyses, or is there any kind of transformation that needs to happen to that data and information to make it relevant for the Department of Forestry and its analyses. So how do we ensure that that data and information speaks to one another, recognizing, as you did accurately, that when we do a TMDL, we're looking at reaches of streams, reaches of streams, subbasins, watersheds. We're looking at those cumulative effects from all types of sources. We try to sort out how much is coming from where, and we do our current conditions analysis, and we look at what is our where do we want to get down the road. We don't in any particular granular detail get to an individual operation, other than to understand here's what we see today, here's where we want to be in the future. And so there's some crosswalking that needs to be done there to make sure that it becomes a relevant piece of information and is translatable into the analysis that the Department of Forestry has to do. The way that I just want to put a finer point a little bit maybe on how we're looking at the work. Kyle talked about it a little bit, but one piece is this delineating how do we share data and information, how do we translate things into a way that's useful, both in terms of making sure we understand the types of analyses that Department of Forestry has to do, what opportunities are there to ensure that those have a kind of glide path to being useful or not. I think there are places where we might find that it has some of the types of data information we look at may have some limitations in terms of its utility. So that's one piece of it that has to be scoped. That helps you all get to your process that you need to get to around sufficiency. But I think we're also looking at this as an opportunity to springboard a more institutionalized process for, as Richard talked about, we'll be getting going very soon on redoing a lot of these temperature TMDLs that we had done in the earlier 2000s around the state. And we would like to take this opportunity to institutionalize a process by which when we do a TMDL and we develop the various allocations across the board, we have an institutionalized working process by which we're working with forestry on what that means and what are the implications for forestry's programs, so that we can work through those. And that's where defining that process and then capturing it in the memorandum of understanding. So kind of two pieces of the same part. So that's where we really see the work, and why related to the charter, given all of these things, getting clarity on what is it that we're working on, and then going back and thinking about, well, what are these key elements of work that are going to get us there, like Kyle's staff, my staff, is being pulled in a number of different directions. It's going to require decisions on our part to ensure that we've got the right people participating in these conversations, and thinking about how that's, what trade-offs do we need to make that happen with those key resources from our staffs to make this a successful effort. So that's the next work. We've got a good start on the charter. We'll be working with our respective staffs, and I expect that would be part of what we report back to our commission and board in terms of how we are scoping out the work in the very near term.
So we'll turn it over if there's any specific questions on the other material that was presented. Chance for the board to ask any questions. And then we have public comment.
Just one quick question about the committee that's proposed. It's not clear to me what the charge to the committee is and what the committee is to do. It doesn't sound like a technical advisory committee, but it doesn't sound like a committee that's going to be directly engaged with the board either. I'm not clear what the committee is supposed to do. Sorry.
Chair Imeson, members of the board, with regards to the question, Member McComb, about the committee that we're suggesting, is that, well, in a sense that would serve multiple purposes. We could receive, well, first, the goal is to improve the quality and timing of how we get stakeholder engagement, to make sure we get a read on the range of input that is out there in a time that is ideal to help you folks in your decision making, so we don't hear it at the end of staff work when you come into a meeting and then you end up hearing what's going on with stakeholders. This will allow for more regular engagement and understanding, and the ability to adapt to that feedback along the way. That's a key part. As far as exactly what they'll do, well, I'd say they can touch on both policy and technical matters. We would not be seeking to constrain any feedback we got to being, only technical or only policy, because there is no bright line between the two. So we need to be able to hear all of the above. And as far as the exact thing that they do, that is part of what we would have to work on further. That's, as we described, that we would need to have feedback from you folks on proposed objectives for this committee that we would ultimately wrap into a charter, which would talk about the governance of the committee.
Tom, if I could. So thanks, Morgan. I'm all for stakeholder input. I think that's great, but it seems a bit premature because we really don't, I'll speak for myself. I don't understand what the next steps are in this process and where we're going. Once it's clear, where we're going, what the steps are, engagement with DEQ and others, then I think getting stakeholder input would be great. But at this point, I'm really reluctant to say that I see the need.
So when do we develop this charter? When does the board, when do you get input for this policy, or for this committee? When does that happen? When do we do that? It begins to get, I think, it begins to get Brenda's question is, what is that committee doing?
So I think we're going to have to finesse the timing carefully to make sure we're on the same page about this. It could be as early as January that we would come to the board with those objectives in place. We'll have to make sure that that aligns between our, discussions that we're having with DEQ as well. Perhaps then it would be more into March.
I just want to, I want you to ask a question, but I am going to point out that we're going to be at 5 o'clock before we know it. By the time we get this.
Yeah, I have, thank you. Just sort of one quick point that I would like to make, and that is, from my perspective, I think you all have misinterpreted specifically the board action in June, but just in general, your comment that the board has already voted twice on the topic, I think is inaccurate. I think in June specifically, we did not make a decision one way or the other with respect to, for instance, geographic scope. We simply decided that shooting from the hip in June without giving the staff the opportunity to present options to us for how we might expand the scientific review was not something we wanted to do. But I don't think we had a decision explicitly that including ripstream, for instance, or not including ripstream in an expanded scientific review was something we wanted to do. I think we were fumbling for how we might define an expanded geographic scope at that time, and deferred instead to give you guys a couple of months to come back to us with recommendations about how the scientific review might be expanded. But I think it is a misinterpretation to claim that that was a decision by the board that any specific geography or any specific study was to be included or not. So that's kind of,
thank you, Cindy.
That I think is frankly relatively important, because frankly, I don't think we made that decision in the original Western Oregon riparian rule decision either, about whether scientifically ripstream was valid beyond that geography that we applied it. I think that was more of a social political decision about where we were going to apply the rule rather than whether or not the science applied. But I can tell you definitively in June, it had nothing to do with a decision about whether or not any specific geography was relevant to the SISCU.
Okay. We have 5 people on the list to testify. We'll allocate 4 minutes per person and ask you to be responsible. Joseph Huren, Mary Spurlock, Bob Van Dyke, Seth Barnes, and Megan. Just so you know, the clock is over there. If you see me getting really twitchy, that's why. So we'll go in the order I call the names.
My name is Joseph Yoren. I'm a passionate recreational fisherman and birder. I moved to Oregon just over 6 years ago to pursue these passions, lured by Oregon's green and progressive reputation. In June, department staff were directed to, number 1, work with DEQ to flesh out existing information on TMDLs, and 2, look for additional ways to meet the ODF's responsibility for monitoring stream conditions so the board can make an informed decision on sufficiency of stream protections. The recommendations presented today do neither. To the first point, Once again, RIP stream data, which is included and valued by the DEQ, has been dismissed summarily with a statement that the board has already acted on them twice. This doesn't make any sense in light of the repeated requests for an expansion geographically of the literature review. To the second, engagement with DEQ on monitoring options is postponed incredibly to somewhere into the future. This timeline, the need for this kind of timeline is not clear and has effectively brought the process to a stall. A list of options has already been identified. We've seen them on the screen a couple of times today. Decisions could be made about what to include and how now. ODFW tells us the existence of our salmonids are threatened. This existential threat has existed for 20 years. Recovering these species will require aggressive actions to protect their spawning habitats. DEQ data indicates that we do indeed have a problem. Our stream temperatures are too high and they're likely to increase. Our stream protections then cannot be adequate. We have a problem. As atmosphere temperatures rise, shade, an increasingly important factor over which we have, at the board level, near total control. We need more shade, we need larger buffers. Failing to address the effects of climate change in the recommendations, specifically as they appear in the SISCUs, when considering sufficiency of our rules is unconscionable. Southern Oregon is warming at a faster rate than any other region in the state. This is where we need to get started. Having been a bureaucrat, I know that one of the greatest hide words is comprehensive. Comprehensive means we'll never get around to it because we don't have enough information. And I think that's where we are now. Include the climate review in the SISCU rule now. You can learn from that process as you work on the comprehensive. What better place to learn? Finally, the department staff has presented recommendations to form a stakeholder advisory committee before completing their charge to expand the information available to the board. You need only look to the very heavy pressure applied by the FTLIC, the Regional Forest Practices Committees, the OFRI, and the OFIC to realize that stakeholders are already and will continue to be deeply engaged in efforts to control the information you, the board, need to make your decisions. I will ask you to look at the exact written comments that we've submitted as far as our recommendations point by point on staff recommendations in the interest of time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Skurlock with the Oregon Stream Protection Coalition. I'm better prepared this time. You all have written comments from me and under the coalition and from Rogue River Keeper Stacy Detweiler, who was not able to be here. I'm going to simply focus on the 4 recommendations that we're making in response to the staff report and then make 1 or 2 remarks about each of those. Our recommendations are, number 1, to conduct the expanded literature review option 1A, which is the temperature portion only. Number 2, to provide a recommended monitoring approach without creation of an advisory committee by November 2019 or January 2020 at the latest. Number 3, to proceed with evaluation of TMDLs and finalize a joint monitoring plan with DEQ as soon as possible or by January at the latest. Number 4, to implement climate change option 1 and incorporate climate change analysis into the recommended monitoring option to address FPA sufficiency. So working backward through those, I'll start with the climate change. Working from a place where we simply attempt to collect and synthesize the implications of available literature on this question as to how it might bear on our expectations in the SISCU seems consistent to me with what I heard the current forestry plan for Oregon already requires, which had to do with incorporating existing information about climate change into rule change decisions. So I'm not sure that's really a new thing there. But the reason that we chose that recommendation was that it seemed to us not okay to failed to consider climate change at all, which was the consequence of choosing option 2. And it also seemed to us that we had a time scenario here where we weren't going to wait for a comprehensive policy to be developed and then applied to the Siskiyou, which was climate change option 2. We're agnostic, or actually, I think you should proceed with climate change option 2, but that it's not hitched to this project. Secondly, with regard to the TMDLs and the joint monitoring plan there, boy, you really need to be careful what you ask for. We have been urging this board to consider what the TMDL load allocations mean for rule sufficiency since at least 2012, and has never been met with anything close to the success of what we just saw up here in this panel. But the downside of what we just heard in this panel is that we're really going to go for it, and we're going to actually, after many, many years of not addressing the question of whether the forest practices rules are sufficient to meet TMDLs in the Rogue or anywhere else, we're going to really do that. And I think that what we were all thinking about, which Board Member Williams pointed out, is how does this help us get to the degradation finding, not necessarily all the way to what are we going to do about it. So I'm hoping that there are some short-term things that we can say without going into the full analysis of every possible quantitative way of looking at the situation about what the likelihood is that current rules might meet the load allocations, and also to simply use the models and the data that underlie the TMDLs to inform us about the scenario. Things like, can we get to site potential shade with the size riparian buffers that we're using? Can we get to site potential shade by harvesting down to the standard targets? Those kinds of things. We know that the load allocations are very, very low numbers. On a specific operation, they've got to equate to 0 or less shade removal. At least that's the way we look at them. And so we need to understand why that isn't, or that there aren't some sort of higher level ways to use the TMDLs. Lastly, the monitoring approach without the creation of advisory committee, we aren't seeing the need. We're afraid it will actually slow us down in this case, and we apologize if we've been part of providing public stakeholder input at the wrong time during a process, and we'll do better if we are prompted. And then lastly, on the timeline or the expanded literature review, we also don't believe that we've actually asked and answered the question as to how and whether ripstream and other information that might be outside the Siskiyou region could be considered relevant in a sufficiency determination, and invite you to fold that information into the literature review and become part of the record in this process. Thanks.
Board members. For the record, Bob Van Dyke, Wild Salmon Center. Well, there was a lot of information. Some of it felt like a lot of new information, particularly with the director of DEQ here today. A couple of reasons for Wild Salmon Center's concern. I guess overall, I'd encourage you in the short term to keep your eyes on the small and medium SSBT streams in the Siskiyou and whether they're meeting the temperature standards or not. So it seems like a discrete decision to make. Much bigger issues are about TMDLs. They can inform that smaller decision, but it's a bigger deal. Climate change and how that will affect all your policies, that's another big decision. So I encourage you to pull those apart to the extent you can. I want to be clear why we're concerned about the Siskiyou. Several reasons. One is you saw a graph earlier today or image about the current Forest Practice Act rules, and that there's an inner 20-foot zone, and then depending on the stream size, a management zone out to 50 or 70, et cetera. Well, the reason we're really concerned is because the big change that was made several years ago is that formerly the rules on salmon, steel, and bull trout streams didn't have any requirement for trees to be well distributed across that 50 to 70 feet. So that meant you had to no touch the 20-foot, but then you could do what's colloquial called pack and whack. So you could retain only trees nearer that 20 feet. That means effectively on many salmon streams, small salmon streams, the buffers were only 25 feet. those are still the rules we have in the Siskiyou Basin. And those are clearly, it feels to us, inadequate. So obviously the RIP stream study was the basis for us for that decision. So that's one thing we're concerned with, is those pack and whack buffers. Secondly, climate projections are very clear that the Rogue is heating up and going to heat up. Thirdly, coho in the Rogue Basin, a little bit different from the rest of the coast. A key limiting factor for coho in the Rogue is cold water refugia. Much of the rest of the coast, it's the overwintering habitat and the rearing habitat. But in the Rogue, it's particularly the temperature. Lastly, I think we see the RIP stream data as appropriate to use for inference to the Siskiyou. And although it wasn't used in that earlier decision in 2015, there's never actually been a record developed that talks about whether it's appropriate to infer from it or not. So we'd recommend 1A, that option 1A of revisiting the literature review, but we'd put the RIP stream study squarely in that, and we'd ask the department to take on, with EQC and stakeholders, that question about whether it was appropriate. Is the Siskiyou different somehow? The way we see it being different is that it's hotter, and there are more problems down there with cold water. I see I've got a flashing light there. So I'll end by saying that at this point, we don't support the advisory committee. That seems like that would be a distraction at this point. There may be a time for that later, but we'd encourage you not to pursue that road. We'd encourage instead a more narrow focus on the literature review, the RIP stream findings, and the salmon, steel, and bull trout streams. Lastly, I'd like to say that it feels like a potentially positive development to have that bigger conversation with EQC and DEQ about TMDLs. I think there could be some fruits and some new conversations that would be helpful that come from that. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. For the record, my name is Seth Barnes. I'm the Forest Policy Director at the Oregon Forest and Industries Council. I'll be brief here. I've got a soccer game or a soccer practice to get kids to. It's the first day of school in West Salem, and I'll be over there shortly. I'm frankly a little bit shocked to hear the pushback on a stakeholder group. We were not consulted on whether to convene one. I was a little bit ambivalent about the idea, but I'm really shocked at the organized pushback that you're getting to including stakeholders. And I would assume that those stakeholder group would be similar to others that have been created that have a balance of basically the people that you see at this table right here. But nonetheless, I take that for what it is. I do think that it's important to think about some of the differences between the Siskiyous and the other parts of the state. There's been a big push all the way through this whole conversation for the last several months about trying to include RIP stream data. Let's think about the RIP stream data for a second. The fact is, to my knowledge, the RIP stream data and those buffers that existed, 60% of the time under RIP stream did actually meet the 0.3 degrees Celsius. And to my knowledge, they always met the biologically based numeric criteria. And so we're not talking about buffers that led to any warmed streams downstream that did not meet the TMDL standards, to my knowledge. And so I'd encourage you to look further into that. And let's think about that a little bit more in terms of the difference in the Siskiyou and Western Oregon. And when you think about the Siskiyou, it's a naturally gappy area, right? And so especially when you compare it to Western Oregon, where you have especially second growth forests in the Coast Range, where it's very dense and shaded, where when you remove trees, there's potentially for the potential for a greater increase in light than there was previously. In a gappy stand, where there's potentially less opportunity to even do any sort of thinning because of the gappy nature, there's already an abundance of light reaching those streams. So all to say, the data that was generated out of RIP stream, I would imagine, is very different than what you might see in doing a similar study in the Siskiyous. I'm not sure what that would look like, and that's the point. None of us are sure exactly what that would look like because it has not been done. And so my point, I'd like to agree with something that Mary Skurlock said earlier today in her testimony, and that is that adaptive management needs to be predicated on good data. And until we get that good data, we will always have an argument about the data. At least under the Ripstream process that we were in, we understood, we all had a collective understanding of the data. We could argue and discuss and debate the policy that should stem out of that, but at least we had an understanding of what we were talking about in terms of the data that was informing that discussion. I would encourage this board to not try to bypass that important and vital step in the adaptive management process by bifurcating and going straight towards data that is not informing the actual question at hand. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Tuttle, and I am the Western Environmental Affairs Manager at Weyerhaeuser Company. Weyerhaeuser Company is a sustainably certified forest products company that has been operating in Oregon for over 100 years. 100% of our timberlands are reforested after harvesting, and we only harvest around 2% of our ownership per year. So that means that Weyerhaeuser across our footprint actually plants about 150 million trees a year. In the Siskiyou, we own approximately around 60,000 acres. Our activities there are primarily around uneven age stand management, which I'd like to point out doesn't lend itself well to whacking and packing in riparian areas. A very important part of our sustainability story is our commitment to scientifically rigorous research. Our Weyerhaeuser strategy and technology team is focused on emerging issues, collaborating with external partners, and developing research on endangered species, clean water, water quality, mature forest structures, and the responsible use of herbicides. Rigorous scientific methods are the key to producing reliable data, which we rely upon to inform our management decisions. Our scientific methods provide us with an understanding of the ecosystems in which we work, enabling us to make the best decisions for the forests that we manage. Weyerhaeuser scientists have historically partnered with Oregon Department of Forestry and other stakeholders as part of Oregon's adaptive management process. We utilize the same structured and iterative process to collect the best possible scientific information. Our collaborative ongoing work with these partners reduces uncertainty over time with robust monitoring systems in place. Today, we want to thank staff for the collaborative approach to work with various stakeholders in the Siskiyou. At every step, the private forest division has included a variety of stakeholders to develop the Siskiyou Streamside Review. And I'd like to give special thanks to Margan, Terry, Ariel, and Adam. Moving forward, we expect Oregon Department of Forestry to continue their strong history of using a systematic, science-based, and rigorous public process for Siskiyou rulemaking development. The Board of Forestry separated the Siskiyou ecoregion for a reason. And as Terry mentioned in his testimony today, they voted this way twice. Furthermore, staff recommendations have shown that the Siskiyou sufficiency analysis needs additional Siskiyou-specific monitoring data to not only determine the sufficiency of temperature, shade, and DFC, but also to help the next collaborative adaptive management step. Thank you, and thank you, Peter, for your comments today about your willingness to involve stakeholders in the process.
Kyle.
Kyle, I just want to give you a chance to explain your recommendation, the reason for it. I'd like to understand staff, bandwidth and so on in respect to a little more color on that, because I think that's a very important thing that we need to consider and discuss is what does this look like? I'd also like to understand, there's been a lot of talk with this policy or this stakeholder engagement committee and what their role and what they're really doing. I think there's some confusion as to what that is, because I guess I'm reading what you're saying here, and I'm interpreting it a little bit differently than maybe some people are. So I said a lot there, but the bandwidth required for related to your recommendation, I guess more color on why your recommendation that you made.
Yeah, so we've got the recommendation that describes the literature review. So we don't have any recommendations on that in terms of what we've provided to the board. We talked about climate change, option 1 and option 2. Option 2 is what discussion that Chad had basically this morning, leading into this afternoon about a state, an agency-wide policy framework on climate change. What we included in terms of timeline and information around option 1 for climate change is not necessarily factored into the decision in terms of what our capacity is right now. So we'd have, Terry's got a slide here, you can sort of talk about a little bit. So we didn't have capacity necessarily focused on that yet. And then in terms of the advisory committee, some of the comments that Margan made in terms of the scope and the objectives, we're still refining what that looks like. Part of the questions that we'll have throughout this process go beyond sort of the initial policy and technical framework. There are other questions and information that we would use that advisory committee as information that could help inform our analysis methods, our reporting, the connection to forest practices. Those are things that we would use that advisory committee for over time.
In the interest of time, and from prior conversations, I feel like we're going to have some discussion around whether there should be a committee and what the makeup would be up and what our direction, whether it would be primarily policy or technical or both. We've got that's going to take some time to discuss. We also, I think, have disagreement about what option should be on the climate change. On the literature review, one thing I remember clearly from our last meeting and the meeting before when we discussed this is our frustration around the limited literature review and its limited geographic scope. So in the interest of getting anything done before we are out of here today, I would like to make a motion on that alone that we adopt option 1. And move ahead with that on the literature review.
So, Jim, I actually have drafted a potential motion. Can I read that and see if that fits your need, what you were anticipating?
Sure.
So what I had was that I move we direct staff to work collaboratively with DEQ to move with all deliberate speed to incorporate TMDL data from the SISCU as well as scientific literature regarding temperature from an expanded geographic region into a sufficiency analysis of the riparian rule in the SISCU. So I kind of rolled a couple of those things in. I don't know if that's where you were wanting to go.
Just trying to get one thing done, but and if we could all agree that that's good, then I'm fine with it.
Now, the problem with rolling in this data is, do we end up in the same place that we were before? And that's without a conclusion, because we're going to get, so you bring in data, you bring in this broad, that's the problem with bringing that broad amount of data in, is do we end up in the very same place we were 2 times? And I remember that. So, and do we burden the department with that process and that workload to end up in the very same spot? And I don't want to put words in your mouth, Kyle, but that's my interpretation as to why the recommendation isn't to expand the literature review, because we have plowed this road. We plowed this field before, and yeah. So do we plow that field again and burden staff time with that?
So
I think that some of us were feeling at that time that if we'd had an expanded literature review, we probably would have been ready to move ahead,
make a decision.
And that's why I would be saying what I'm saying.
Can I ask, to aid in the deliberation, I need a clarification here in what's been proposed, please. What I heard you say, Member Williams,
is that it would be expanded literature review on temperature only, okay? An expanded geographic region, okay? And continue the work with
Collaboratively
DEQ.
with, so move that we direct staff to work collaboratively with DEQ to move with all deliberate speed to incorporate TMDL data from the SISQ, as well as scientific literature regarding temperature from an expanded geographic region into a sufficiency analysis of the riparian rule in the SISQ region.
Okay, so what I really want to get out of this is what happens to DFC.
I was not looking for you to expand your literature review relative to DFC. I was looking to narrow it specifically to temperature.
So
your expansion.
Okay, so does DFC work stop? Or that's the kind of clarification I'm trying to
I was not looking for you to do anything more with regard to DFC than you have already done.
Thank you.
My own opinion is that the DFC definition probably will be a part of the conversation you have with DEQ around their shade curves. I don't think that needs to be the focus. I agree with Cindy that it's temperature that's probably the major factor here. I expect that there probably would be that discussion between the two agencies.
And
I guess
if
you're waiting for a second.
I'll second it.
So we have a motion, a second. I guess I don't see what you proposed as being really what we just had the conversation with DEQ about and trying to do this work together. I think this is it's much narrower. We want to get this information and incorporate it into our sufficiency analysis.
Well, I was just responding. So no, I was actually looking to say, yes, go forth and do what you were just talking about doing, and use the SISQ region as the first trial of that collaboration. I don't think we should hold up a decision on sufficiency in the SISQ for us to get the collaboration done everywhere statewide with respect to TMDLs. And so I'm suggesting that this collaboration, which I think sounds really promising and very good, let's start with it in the SISQ since we have a SISQ rule sufficiency decision before us. And let's work that out as a pilot in the SISQ. No, and
you were trying to take the steps. This is.
Yeah, and my thought is that we have never had to have an advisory committee to encourage and involve stakeholders at this stage of our process before. When we were doing the prior SISQ or the prior riparian rule, we established a stakeholder group after the board had made a decision that we were going to revise the rule. And I see a clear need and utility to a stakeholder group at that point. But we've done a very good job, as a number of our stakeholders indicated, of involving our stakeholders in the scientific review that we did so far. And we've got a robust agency predilection to involve stakeholders.
I think we should have a stakeholder group after we figure out what we're doing.
I wasn't even raising this.
Mike did.
I mistakenly asked that question.
So, do people feel we've had sufficient, are we ready to vote on this motion? Aye. Okay, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. So the motion fails. So I guess the question, and Jim, I think, was trying to approach this with let's take the piecemeal, we want us to which climate approach, that sort of thing. I guess I'm thinking here, I in some way, I would hope today the board would bless the kind of process that we discussed with DEQ. So we get the staffs working together to come back to us with this detailed plan.
That's just what she
what
proposed.
I did.
No, that's not what I heard you propose. I think you took a much narrower approach about simply our sufficiency analysis and saying incorporate the TMDLs into that.
So that we know what you had in mind?
I guess I would, and I don't even know if the board needs to act to do this, but I think that we should get, as soon as we can, the more detailed plan that the two agencies have agreed upon together with respect to the Siskiyou issue. That's
Yeah, and thank you for that. For what it's worth, that's what we heard out of the June meeting. And so that's what we're already doing, is that interagency collaboration.
more about that. The two questions that the staff raised today.
So I'll second Jim's motion regarding climate change option 1.
Which is the expanded geographic range relative to temperatures.
Yes.
Okay. Is that option 1 on your?
Option 1 as it's written.
That is the option for the literature review.
Expanded literature review, option 1.
Exactly.
Oh,
I thought-
okay, then I
thought you were talking about the climate option.
so I was
No,
referring to the climate change one.
Could we, as a board, maybe talk a little bit about the climate thing before we get to motions?
I thought we might try to get that one passed and then go there, because I'm not sure we'll get anything done if we. Okay, it's been. Okay, we've.
That's wrong. No. Okay, so that's what we're talking about right now. Then.
Expanded literature review.
Yes.
Option 1, I make a motion that we adopt that.
But I think the literature review needs to include consideration of ripstream and other related data sources.
I won't support that. I think we're going to end up right back in the same spot as a board. And we're going to burden, I guess I would ask the department what kind of timeline. I think you put that together, what you think the workload is related to that and the process. And like I said before, this process is important to be moving forward. And so I would just ask you, I think you, in the board packet, you talked about the timeline in regard.
4 to 6 months, half an FTE, 20,000.
So I think it's important that we understand what we're asking the department to do with their bandwidth, with their people, and the likelihood that that puts us in any better place for a decision.
I'll just speak to that and say that more data and more information would help me make a better decision.
Yeah. And looking at this monitoring unit staff capacity, if, what was it, a half an FTE for the expanded geographic literature review? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we're talking about the, at least I'm thinking the advisory committee makes sense only after the point we've decided if we make the decision that we're revising the rule. So that looking at this, I would say we could do the Siskiyou DEQ collaboration plus an expanded literature review within your limit.
Just for clarity, the half a FTE is working on the stream temperature portion only. And climate and the expanded lit review option 1, as currently stated, includes DFC. So do you want DFC as part of this or not? I'm not clear.
This is a simple proposal, as I understand it, dealing with one issue only, which is literature review. Is that correct?
Right.
Including DFC in the literature review.
Get that off the table.
And so, but it includes both, so I misstated the workload. It includes both executive summary of existing stream temperature and shade reviews and combined DFC review. It would be 4 to 6 months at a half FTE for the stream temperature portion, 10 to 15, 3/4 FTE for the DFC portion.
So I guess I just want to, I know you guys explained all these earlier, but I want to understand in the context of the work with DEQ and EQC, does this help us? Is it just a neutral factor with respect to that? Does it delay anything? Just those kinds of issues.
I don't see them as mutually exclusive, or I mean, they can easily be made to be complementary.
And for what it's worth, since we're looking at workload capacity and FTEs, and we know we've got the climate change recommendations out there, and are we there? To me, the climate change options, particularly what option 2 that was part of the morning's presentation, seems to me like something that really is better targeted for our discussion at our board staff retreat in October for future thing, as opposed to something here that is necessarily either constraining the SISCU decision or constrained by the SISCU decision. And so I see it really as a separate kind of thing that we ought to discuss and talk about in October.
So any further discussion about this, about Jim's motion? So all those in favor say aye. 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 Any opposed? 2. So the motion carries.
Make a motion, we adopt climate change option 1.
Yes. And is there a second?
I would second that, and also, making the comment that essentially I'm in agreement with Cindy in terms of as we're going into all this planning process and all of that, and we have maybe some time to talk about it. That's when we should really be considering the option 2 work, which I think has a lot of support, so I'm in agreement on that.
I'll say again, the timelines, the amount of certainty we have regarding climate change. Climate change is very, very important to all of us. We talked a lot about that. That's something that's been an objective of this board for many, many years. And I'm concerned that here again, will it give us information that's going to guide us down the process towards a decision? And I would just caution with that decision. I agree with Cindy. I think option 2 is something we need to come back to in the retreat and talk about policies and direction. That's, I feel, is the role of this board, and is to be giving overarching direction and policy to the department regarding climate change. I think to be diving into this specific to this region without the kind of certainty once again, is going to put burden on the staff of time to slow the process down, which I'm very concerned about.
So for what it's worth on this one, when I saw the options 1 and 2, I really felt good about option 2, because I thought this is what we need, is this broader look. And I guess I'm struck partly by the fact that I'm not quite sure where option 1 leads us when we're trying to essentially meet a DEQ standard. And then I guess this would be saying we're actually going to do something other than that.
No, I don't think so.
Responsibility.
That's not what I heard from Richard. What I heard from Richard is that they are beginning to consider climate change in their TMDL formulations. And so I think it's part and parcel with working with DEQ.
I guess I heard him say that they thought in the next round that might happen.
Mm-hmm.
But if that happens, that's fine. That's how we would address this issue in my mind. So,
but I just want to push back a little bit. We can go down this road, and if we do determine that there need to be changes in the riparian rules for the SISCU, are we going to then come back 2 years from now and revisit it around climate change?
I think.
Why don't we do it all at one time as a case study?
Because I don't know what would be, but I think it would be something they'd be telling us. It would be something we need to comply with.
Right.
But Jennifer, could you maybe enlighten us a little bit?
Chair Imerson, members of the board, again, Jennifer Weigel. In terms of addressing climate change more explicitly in TMDLs, I would expect
It is more of an implicit aspect of our TMDLs going forward. The timeframes that we are going to be on to do these temperature TMDLs are not going to allow us to, it's going to allow us to do a better job than what we've done previously, just because we have better tools and we've evolved, but not to really significantly expand and develop new methodologies for TMDLs beyond what we currently have. So there are some implicit aspects of it, and there may be some discussion of the relationship between what we do and the analyses that we do to climate change. When we look at things like flow or refugia or things like that, we may have some discussion in there about the relationship of the analyses, but not allocations and things like that.
My comment on these climate change options, I can't support two just because in 2015, we as a board, not me as a board, but you all as a board, adopted this policy that we would include climate change as we do this kind of work. And so to specifically and explicitly say that we're not going to include it is not something I can support. On the other hand, so I don't think we have the votes for that. I'm not sure we have the votes for option one. I'm just wondering, are we okay with doing neither? If that's what I'm end up very split on this because I'm with
I would rather
my
have
fellow board member Joe here.
I would rather have this discussion at a retreat and a more holistic, and I'd bring that together. That's
if you're fine with that, I would be fine with that. And then if we could have a quick discussion on the committee, I think our time might be better spent there.
If I could also sort of make
need to withdraw the motion.
Okay, yeah. And if I could make just sort of an observation with respect to the 2015 decision, I know since then I have been arguing that we ought to at least hear what the climate change science says that might be relevant to decisions were coming before us. I'm not sure option one and option two were neither one what I anticipated we were asking in 2015. They're both far more extensive. I think for me, because it's my field, in a week, I could, working maybe a couple of hours a day, I could write a section in a scientific literature review that lets us know what the considerations and concerns are relative to climate change and forest practices in the SISCU. You know, it's that kind of thing. Just bring the parameters in so we know where it might be impacting the effects of forest practices on streams in a climate changed environment. So until we decide that we're going to do option two or something like that, where we're really structurally building out a formal way we're going to evaluate climate change and bring it in, I think we're really just looking to make sure we are informed about what climate change science has to say relative to the decisions we're trying to reach. And, you know, you've withdrawn your motion. I would hope we would at least have that.
Well, and obviously I think what the staff is trying to do is sort of formalize something around this. And I think, yeah, I agree. So, yes, so that motion is withdrawn. And then the last topic is the, I think this is where you were going, isn't it, is the committee.
And I'm in support of having a stakeholder committee and helping formulate, I'm sorry, did I talk over you, Jim? And I would make a motion to form this policy advisory committee to help inform us and help us walk through these questions. I think it's beneficial to this board.
And I guess where I am on that, I mean, we wouldn't create this for some period of time, right? What I heard, what the questions will be, that's a little bit delayed. To me, the staff can create somewhere, and I was trying to look back through the board materials, I saw board advisory committee. I don't think that's what this is. I think it's an advisory committee to the staff. Isn't that correct?
Excuse me, yes, that's correct. It's an advisory committee as a sounding board for feedback to staff, but
I think that's a great idea, personally.
At this stage, though? I mean, at this stage, it seems really premature.
That's the question that I had is when is it, when does that actually do something?
if we're talking now about doing a literature review in 4 to 6 months, we're going to need to convene this group quickly.
See,
And yet, without the advisory committee being convened and you spending the time to define its charter and get its direction from us, you can get feedback from stakeholders. I mean, we've got a very robust agency philosophy about getting input from stakeholders, and we had it on the first round of the literature review.
I think this was an effort toward transparency. That's how I read it, which was, we get something together, people know who they are, we do a methodical job. We don't just say, we're gonna have a meeting, anybody who wants to come. And then you would probably hear different perspectives.
Well,
but you would be the decision.
So how about?
I think, I mean, I agreed with what Seth was saying and all there. It is a little bit of RESPCT here for our stakeholders. And at this point, we don't have enough time to give really feedback about who should be on this or anything. We're going to have to leave that in staff's lap. I mean, but at the end of the day, we're going to be making a decision. If we don't like how that board was made up or how that committee was made up, so I'm okay with just taking the leap and saying yes, let's have an advisory committee.
I second the motion.
So is that your motion?
That's a motion. Yeah.
Your second.
Well, there was one on there.
So is
Joe
that?
made the motion.
We already made it? Oh, sorry.
So is this? Do you guys envision that this is going to be our modus operandi in the future with everything we're doing? That before we've made any decisions, we're going to first get a stakeholder group advisory committee together, rather than just as a normal course of doing business, talking to our stakeholders?
That's a slippery slope argument. No, I don't.
No, I'm wondering, is that what we're looking at?
I don't think so.
I would, may I make a comment? In the last board meeting, we heard the stakeholders say they wanted to work in a collaborative way, and that help give the board. And once again, the department comes up with a recommendation, and we hear opposing views about our recommendations from our stakeholder groups. So I think, at least from my point of view, what I read into having a stakeholder group formalized is that they work with staff and we can bring a recommendation and we would know whether there is consensus on that recommendation from the stakeholders, or if all of a sudden at the end of the day, we get what we get so far every time we've touched on the Siskiyou project.
I would suggest that part of the discussion and feedback we heard from the stakeholders today was probably in part sort of their staff resources. And when you start talking about having a formal advisory group and formal advisory group meetings, it's much more difficult for the groups to devote the time for that than it is to just provide comment and work with our staff directly. A lot of our groups, frankly, are resource limited. A lot of our stakeholders don't have a whole lot of capacity to invest in meetings where, it seems like a really strange process to me at this point and stage to have a formal advisory.
So Jim used the term RESPECT. So one thing we need to do, if this advisory group is formed, is you need to respect their time and have a clear charge and a clear direction for them. Otherwise, we're just going to burn them out and we're not going to get them back again. So that's why I'm pushing back and saying we need to get our act together and figure out what we're doing before we form this group.
Well, I guess, I would assume, certain that the staff would have a very clear function laid out charter for this group before they ask people to be on it. Want to be in a situation of having to come back to us to have us approve that.
Oh.
Because it'll be quite a while before we do.
Well, that's the frustrating situation here is, and that we end up, out of time, over time, with something we clearly needed some time to talk about. And yet, if we delay this question, that we are 2 months before we can revisit it.
Joe and Jim, I think you made the motion and the second. Would you be comfortable instead with just directing staff to be sure to reach out and work with our stakeholders?
No, I guess I'd call the question.
Okay.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Anything else here today without, I think we're done. Appreciate everybody staying a little long. Thank you, staff, for all of your work on this. We're adjourned.